In the towns, it will be seen, the delegates are elected proportionally to the number of electors, but in the villages, proportionally to the number of inhabitants, these comprising, not only the workers in the strict sense of the term, but also the rich peasants, the clergy, the rural bourgeoisie, etc., as well as the children, who have no electoral rights. It follows from this that the preference given to the urban workers as against the peasants is less extensive than might appear at first sight. But the preferential treatment is indubitable. These constitutionally specified privileges merely give expression to what actually exists, namely that the solidly organized urban proletariat leads the disorganized rural masses. It is the first duty of the Communist Party to do everything it can to make plain that these privileges are temporary. In proportion as the backward strata of the country dwellers grow more enlightened, when experience has convinced them that the measures adopted by the workers are right and profitable, when they realize that they must not walk with the bourgeoisie but only with the proletariat, obviously the above described temporary inequality will cease to exist. The Communist Party must utilize the privileges of the proletariat in order to influence the rural districts, in order to solidarize the more advanced workers with the peasants. Thus only will the revolutionary enlightenment of the poorer peasants be successfully achieved. The privileged position of the workers has not been given them that they may be exclusive or may separate themselves from the dwellers in the rural districts, but in order that they may make a good use of it, in order that, by their greater influence in the Soviets and the administration, they may bring the working class into closer contact with village life, that they may inaugurate and sustain a comradely union of the proletariat with the middle peasants and the poor peasants. Thus the workers will be able to free the peasants from the influence of the rich peasants, the clergy, the sometime landlords, etc. 54. Bureaucracy and the Soviet power. The Soviet power has been organized, as the power of a new class, the proletariat, upon the ruins of the old bourgeois power. Before the proletariat could organize its own power, it had to break the power of its adversaries. With the aid of the Soviet power, the proletariat seized and destroyed the vestiges of the old state. It broke up the old police force, abolished the remnants of the secret service, abolished the gendarmerie and the czarist bourgeois law courts with their public prosecutors and salaried defenders. It swept away many of the old government departments, annihilated the bourgeois ministries of state with their armies of officials, etc. What was the aim of all this? And what is now the general task of our party? We have referred to the matter already in part 1 of the present work. The task is this: to replace the old officialdom by the masses themselves, to bring it to pass that the whole working population shall put its hand to the job of administration, working in some occupations by turns for brief spells, and in other occupations by turns for long spells. But we have had serious difficulties to encounter. The chief obstacles have been the following. First of all came the imperfect development, the lack of enlightenment, the timidity, of the backward strata of the urban population and still more of the rural population. The vanguard, which consists of the bold spirits, of those who are active in body and in mind, of those who are well informed, constitutes a comparatively thin stratum. The others are very slow to move. A great many are still afraid to put their hands to the plow, a great many are still ignorant of their own rights, and have not yet realized that they are the masters of the country. This is not difficult to understand. The masses have been oppressed and enslaved for centuries. It is impossible that from their half-savage condition they should in a moment rise to a level at which they can govern the country. Those who first come to the front are those who belong to the most highly developed stratum, the workers of Petrograd, for instance. These we encounter everywhere. We find them as army commissars, as organizers of production, as executive committee delegates in the rural districts, as propagandists, as members of the highest Soviet institutions, as teachers. By degrees even the backward masses are leavened, they cast the old things aside, they assimilate the new, little by little they teach themselves. It is, however, obvious that the low level of general culture must be a great hindrance to progress. Secondly, we had the lack of experience in the work of administration. This is manifest even in the best of the comrades. The working class has for the first time taken power into its hands. It has never done any administrative work, and no one has ever taught it how to do anything of the kind. On the contrary, for decades during the Tsarist regime, and also during the brief Bukharin administration, everything that was possible was done to prevent the proletariat from getting any such experience. Both the bourgeois and the feudalist state were organizations for keeping the workers down, not organizations for educating them. Naturally, therefore, the workers, having risen to power, will, while learning by experience, make a great many mistakes. By these mistakes they learn, but inevitably they make them. Thirdly, we had trouble with bourgeois specialists of the old school. The proletariat was forced to retain many of them in its service. It made them submit, set them to work, got the better of their sabotage. In the end, it has turned them to successful account. But these bourgeois experts are apt to cling to their old customs. They look down upon the masses with contempt, and will not mix with them on equal terms. They often cling to the old and evil office routine, they dilly-dally, and their bad example tends to corrupt our own people. Fourthly, we had the withdrawal of the best energies to the army. During the most critical periods of the Civil War, when the army was in urgent need of the most trusty and valiant fighters, it was often necessary to dispatch the very best of our own people to the front. In consequence of this, there remained at the rear only a comparatively small number of the most advanced among the workers. All these circumstances make our work extremely difficult, and tend to a certain degree to promote the reintroduction of bureaucracy into the Soviet system. This is a grave danger for the proletariat. The workers did not destroy the old official-ridden state with the intention of allowing it to grow up again from new roots. Our party, therefore, must do its utmost to avert this danger. It can only be averted by attracting the masses to take part in the work. The fundamental matter, of course, is to raise the general cultural level of the workers and peasants, to make an end of illiteracy, to diffuse enlightenment. In addition, however, a whole series of other measures is essential. Among these, our party advocates the following. It is absolutely indispensable that every member of a Soviet should play some definite part in the work of state administration. It is incumbent upon every member of a Soviet, not merely to pass opinions upon the matters that come up for discussion, but himself to take part in the common task, in his own person to fill some social office. The next essential is that there should be a continuous rotation in these functions. This implies that every comrade must, after a definite time, change over from one occupation to another, so that by degrees he shall become experienced in all the important branches of administrative work. The comrade must not stick for years to one and the same job, for if he does this he will become a routinist official of the old type. As soon as he has learned the routine of one office, he must remove to another. Finally, our party recommends, as far as concerns the general arrangement of the work, that by degrees the entire working population shall be induced to participate in the state administration. Here, in fact, is the true foundation of our political system. Certain steps in this direction have already been taken. For example, 10,000 proletarians participated in the house-to-house visitations of the Petrograd bourgeoisie. Again, nearly the whole of the working population of Petrograd took part in safeguarding the city. Yet again, to relieve the men for other duties, working women entered the militia service. In the Soviets it is possible to train non-members as assistants. By looking on, at first, they can learn the work of the executive committee and the sub-committees. The same thing can be done in the factory committees and in the trade unions, where all the members can take office by turns. In a word, in one way or another, practical experience will teach us the best methods. We must follow in the footsteps of the Paris Commune, must simplify the work of administration, attract the masses to participate in it, completely put an end to bureaucracy. The more extensive this participation of the masses is, the sooner will the dictatorship of the proletariat die out. As soon as all the healthy adult members of the population, all without exception, have come to participate in administration, the last vestiges of bureaucracy will disappear. Concurrently with the disappearance of our bourgeois antagonists, we shall be able to celebrate the obsequies of the state. The government of men will be replaced by the administration of things, the administration of machinery, buildings, locomotives, and other apparatus. The communist order of society will be fully installed. The dying out of the state will proceed far more rapidly when a complete victory has been gained over the imperialists. Today, when a fierce civil war is still raging, all our organizations have to be on a war footing. The instruments of the Soviet power have had to be constructed on militarist lines often enough. There is no time to summon the Soviets, and as a rule, therefore, the executive committees have to decide everything. This state of affairs is due to the military situation of the Soviet Republic. What exists today in Russia is not simply the dictatorship of the proletariat. It is a militarist proletarian dictatorship. The Republic is an armed camp. Obviously, the above-described conditions will not pass away while the need persists for the militarization of all our organizations. Chapter 7: Communism and the Problem of Nationality. 55. The Oppression of Subject Nationalities. One of the forms of the oppression of man by man is the oppression of subject nationalities. Among the barriers by which human beings are separated, we have, in addition to the barriers of class, those of national disunity, of national enmity and hatred. National enmity and ill-feeling are among the means by which the proletariat is stupefied and by which its class consciousness is dulled. The bourgeoisie knows how to cultivate these sentiments skillfully in order to promote its own interests. Let us consider how class-conscious proletarians should approach the problem of nationality, and how they can best solve it so as to further the speedy victory of communism. A nation or a people is the name given to a group of persons who are united by the use of a common tongue, and who inhabit a definite area. There are additional characteristics of nationality, but these two are the most important and the most fundamental. A few examples will help us to understand what is meant by the oppression of a subject nationality. The Tsarist government persecuted the Jews, forbade them to live in certain parts of Russia, refused to admit them into the state's service, restricted their entry into the schools, organized anti-Jewish pogroms, etc. The Tsarist government, moreover, would not allow the Ukrainians to have their children taught the Ukrainian language in the schools. The issue of newspapers in the Ukrainian tongue was forbidden. None of the subject nationalities in Russia were even permitted to decide whether they wished to form part of the Russian state or not. The German government closed the Polish schools. The Austrian government prohibited the use of the Czech language and forcibly imposed German upon the Czechs. The British bourgeoisie regards the indigents of Africa and Asia with contempt. It subjugates the backward semi-savage peoples, plunders them, and shoots them down when they attempt to deliver themselves from the British yoke. In a word, when in any state the people of one nation possess all rights and the people of another nation possess only a part of these rights, when one nation, the weaker nation, has been forcibly united to a stronger nation, when the stronger nation has against the will of the weaker nation imposed upon the latter a foreign tongue, foreign customs, etc. When the people of the weaker nation are not allowed to lead their own lives, then we have what is termed oppression of a subject nationality. We have national enslavement. 56. The unity of the proletariat. First of all, however, we must propound and decide an extremely important and fundamental problem. Should the Russian worker and the Russian peasant look upon the Germans, the French, the British, the Jews, the Chinese, or the Tartars, as enemies, irrespective of the class to which these belong? Are the Russian workers and peasants entitled to hate or to regard with suspicion those who belong to another nation, for the sole reason that these latter speak a different tongue, that their skins are black or yellow, that they have different customs and laws? Obviously, this would be quite wrong. The German workers, the French workers, the Negro workers, are just as much proletarians as the Russians are. No matter what tongue the workers of other lands may speak, the essential feature of their condition lies in this: that they are all exploited by capital, that they are all comrades, that they all alike suffer from poverty, oppression, and injustice. Is the Russian worker to love the Russian capitalist because his fellow countryman abuses him in the familiar Russian terms, because his employer cuffs him with a Russian fist, or lashes him with a Russian whip? Of course not. Nor is the German workman likely to love the German capitalist any better because the latter taunts him in the German language and after the German fashion. The workers of all lands are brothers of one class, and they are the enemies of the capitalists of all lands. The same considerations apply in the case of the poor peasants of every nation. To the Russian peasant, the poor peasant or the middle peasant, the semi-proletarian peasant of Hungary, or the poor peasant of Sicily or Belgium, is nearer and dearer than can possibly be the rich peasant of his own land who exploits him, or the skinflint landlord who happens to be born on Russian soil and to speak the Russian tongue. But the workers of the whole world must not merely recognize themselves to be brothers by class, to be brothers in oppression and slavery. It would do no good if they were to rest content with railing against their capitalist compatriots in their respective tongues, if in each land the sufferers were to wipe one another's tears, and only within their own state were to carry on the struggle against the enemy. Brothers in oppression and slavery must be brothers in one worldwide league for the struggle with the capitalists. Forgetting all the national differences that tend to hinder union, they must unite in one great army to carry on a joint war against capitalism. Only by closing their ranks in such an international alliance can they hope to conquer world capitalism. This is why, more than 70 years ago, the founders of communism, Marx and Engels, in their famous Communist Manifesto, fulminated the splendid slogan, "Proletarians of all lands, unite!" It is essential that the working class should overcome all national prejudices and national enmities. This is requisite, not only for the worldwide attack upon capital and for the complete overthrow of the capitalist system, but also for the organization of a single worldwide economic system. Soviet Russia cannot exist without Donetsk coal, Baku mineral oil, Turkestan cotton, but it is just as true that Central and Western Europe cannot do without Russian wood, hemp, flax, and platinum, or without American wheat. It is just as true that Italy finds British coal a vital necessity, and that Britain urgently needs Egyptian cotton, etc., etc. The bourgeoisie has found itself unable to organize a world economy, and the bourgeois system has been shipwrecked upon this difficulty. The proletariat is alone competent to organize such a system with success. To this end, however, it must proclaim the watchword, "All the world and all the wealth that it contains belong to the whole world of labor." This watchword implies that the German workers must completely renounce their national wealth, the British theirs, and so on. If national prejudice and national greed oppose the internationalization of industry and agriculture, away with them, wherever they may show themselves and under whatever colors they may sail. 57. The causes of national enmity. But it does not suffice that the communists should declare war on the oppression of nationalities and upon national prejudices, that they should advocate international unity in the struggle against capitalism, and that they should desire to found a worldwide economic alliance of the victorious proletariat. We must seek a far quicker way towards the overthrow of all jingoism and national egoism, of national stupidity and pride, of mutual mistrust among the workers of the various nations. This legacy from a brutal period of human life and from the brutal nationalist quarrel of the feudal and capitalist epochs still hangs like a heavy burden round the neck of the world proletariat. National enmities are of very ancient date. There was a time when the different tribes were not content with fighting one another for lands and forests, but when the men of one tribe would actually eat those of another. Remnants of this brutal mistrust and enmity between nation and nation, between race and race, continue to exist between the workers and peasants of all lands. These vestiges of intertribal enmity are gradually dying out, in proportion as world commerce develops, as economic contact ensues, as migrations and minglings bring people of various stocks into close association on the same territory. But especially do they die out owing to the universality of the class struggle of the workers of all lands. Yet these vestiges of intertribal enmity do not merely fail to become extinct, but actually glow with renewed life, when to the old causes of national ill-feeling there is superadded an antagonism of class interests, or the appearance of such antagonism. The bourgeoisie in each country exploits and oppresses the proletariat of its own land. but it does its utmost to convince its own proletariat that the latter's enemies are not to be found among bourgeois fellow countrymen, but among the peoples of other lands. The German bourgeoisie cries to the German workers, "Down with the French! Down with the English!" The British bourgeoisie cries to the British workers, "Down with the Germans!" The bourgeoisies of all countries, especially of late, join in the cry, "Down with the Jews!" The aim of this is to switch off the class struggle of the workers against their capitalist oppressors into a struggle between nationalities. The bourgeoisie, however, in its desire to divert the workers' minds from the struggle for socialism, is not content with inflaming national hatred. It endeavors in addition to give the workers a material interest in the oppression of other peoples. During the recent war, when the bourgeois were chanting the German national anthem "Germany, Germany above all," the bourgeois economists of Germany tried to convince the German workers that the latter stood to gain a great deal from the victory, stood to gain from the oppression and plunder of the workers of the conquered lands. Before the war, the bourgeoisie made a practice of bribing the leaders of the working class with the lure of the profits derivable from colonial plunder and from the oppression of backward and weakly nationalities. The workers of the more advanced European lands, acting on the instigation of the most highly paid members of the working class, acceded to the proposals of the capitalists, and allowed themselves to be talked over by the jingo socialists into accepting the belief that they too would have a fatherland if only they would acquiesce in the plunder of the colonies and of the partially dependent nations. The worker who, under capitalism, proclaims himself a patriot, is selling for a copper or two his real fatherland, which is socialism, and thereby he becomes one of the oppressors of the backward and weak nations. 58. The equal rights of the nations and the right to self-determination, federation. The Communist Party, declaring a relentless war upon all oppression of man by man, takes a decisive stand against that oppression of subject nationalities which is indispensable to the existence of the bourgeois system. Even more relentlessly do communists resist the slightest participation in this oppression on the part of the working class. It does not suffice, however, that the proletariat of a great and strong country should repudiate all attempts at the oppression of the other peoples which the bourgeoisie or the aristocracy of its own land has crushed. It is also essential that the proletarians of oppressed nations should not feel any mistrust of their comrades who belong to the lands of the oppressors. When the Czechs were oppressed by the German bourgeoisie of Austria, the Czech workers looked upon all Germans as their oppressors. Our Tsarist government oppressed the Poles, and the population of Poland has continued to cherish mistrust of all Russians, not merely of the Russian Tsar, the Russian landlord, and the Russian capitalist. If we are to eradicate the mistrust felt by the workers of oppressed nations for the workers of oppressor nations, we must not merely proclaim national equality, but must realize it in practice. This equality must find expression in the granting of equal rights in the matter of language, education, religion, etc. Nor is this all. The proletariat must be ready to grant complete national self-determination, must be ready, that is, to concede to the workers who form the majority in any nation the full right to decide the question whether that nation is to be completely integrated with the other, or is to be federated with it, or is to be entirely separated from it. Is it possible, the reader will ask, that the communists can advocate the severance of the nations? How then will come into existence that unified proletarian world-embracing state which the communists aspire to found? There seems to be a contradiction here. There is no contradiction, however. In order to secure as speedily as possible the full union of all the workers of the world, it is sometimes necessary to countenance the temporary separation of one nation from another. Let us consider the circumstances in which such a course may be requisite. We will suppose that in Bavaria, which now forms part of Germany, a Soviet republic has been declared, while at Berlin the bourgeois dictatorship of Noske and Scheidman still prevails. Is it right for the Bavarian communists, in that case, to strive for the independence of Bavaria? Certainly. And not only the Bavarian communists, but also the communists of other parts of Germany, must welcome the separation of Soviet Bavaria, for this will not be a separation from the German proletariat, but will be a deliverance from the yoke of the German bourgeoisie. Here is the obverse example. A Soviet republic has been proclaimed throughout Germany, Bavaria alone excepted. The Bavarian bourgeoisie desires separation from Soviet Germany, but the Bavarian proletariat desires union. What should the communists do? It is obvious that the communists of Germany should help the Bavarian workers, and should offer armed resistance to the separatist endeavors of the Bavarian bourgeoisie. This would not be the oppression of Bavaria, but the oppression of the Bavarian bourgeoisie. Again, the Soviet power has been proclaimed both in England and in Ireland, both in the land of the oppressors and in the land of the oppressed. Furthermore, the Irish workers will not trust the English workers, who belong to a country which has oppressed Ireland for centuries. From the economic point of view, the separation will be harmful. What course should the English communists pursue in these circumstances? Whatever happens, they must not use force, as the English bourgeoisie has done, to maintain the union with Ireland. They must grant the Irish absolute freedom to separate. Why must they do this? First of all, because it is necessary to convince the Irish workers that the oppression of Ireland has been the work of the English bourgeoisie and not of the English proletariat. The English workers have to win the Irish workers' confidence. Secondly, because the Irish workers will have to learn by experience that it is disadvantageous for them to form a small independent state. They will have to learn by experience that production in Ireland cannot be properly organized unless Ireland is in close political and economic union with proletarian England and other proletarian lands. Finally, take the case of a nation with a bourgeois government which wishes to separate from a nation with a proletarian regime, and let us suppose that, in the nation which desires to separate, the majority of the workers or a notable proportion of them are in favor of the separation. We may suppose that the workers of the separating country are distrustful, not only of the capitalists, but also of the workers belonging to the country whose bourgeoisie has oppressed them in the past. Even in this case, it would be better to allow the proletariat of the separating land to come to terms in its own way with its own bourgeoisie, for otherwise the latter would retain the power of saying, "It is not I who oppress you, but the people of such and such a country." The working class will speedily realize that the bourgeoisie has desired independence that it may independently flay its own proletariat. The workers will speedily realize, moreover, that the proletariat of the neighboring Soviet state desires the union, not for the sake of exploiting or oppressing the workers of the smaller land, but that all the workers may join in a common struggle for deliverance from exploitation and oppression. Although, therefore, communists are, as a general principle, opposed to the severance of one nation from another, especially when the lands in question have close economic ties, they can nevertheless countenance temporary separations. They will act as a mother acts when she allows her child to burn its fingers once that it may dread the fire evermore. 59. Who expresses the will of the nation? The Communist Party recognizes that the nations have the right to self-determination even up to the point of secession. But it considers that the working majority of the nation and not the bourgeoisie embodies the will of the nation. It would, therefore, be more accurate to say that when we speak of recognizing the right of the nations to self-determination, we are referring to the right of the working majority in any nation. As far as the bourgeoisie is concerned, inasmuch as during the period of civil war and proletarian dictatorship we deprive it of civic freedoms, we deprive it also of the right to any voice in the question of national affairs. What have we to say concerning the right of self-determination and the right of secession in the case of nations at a comparatively low or extremely low level of cultural development? What is to happen to nations which not only have no proletariat, but have not even a bourgeoisie, or if they have it only in an immature form? Consider, for example, the Tunguses, the Kalmucks, or the Buryats, who inhabit Russian territory. What is to be done if these nations demand complete separation from the great civilized nations? Still more, what is to be done if they wish to secede from nations which have realized socialism? Surely to permit such secessions would be to strengthen barbarism at the expense of civilization? We are of opinion that when socialism has been realized in the more advanced countries of the world, the backward and semi-savage peoples will be perfectly willing to join the general alliance of the peoples. The imperialist bourgeoisie which has seized its colonial possessions and has annexed them by force has good reason to fear the secession of the colonies. The proletariat, having no desire to plunder the colonies, can procure from them by the exchange of goods such raw materials as are required, and can leave to the natives of backward lands the right to arrange their own internal affairs as they please. The Communist Party, therefore, wishing to put an end forever to all forms of national oppression and national inequality, voices the demand for the national right of self-determination. The proletariat of all lands will avail itself of this right, first of all in order to destroy nationalism, and secondly in order to form a voluntary federative league. When this federative league proves incompetent to establish a worldwide economic system, and when the great majority has been convinced of its inadequacy by actual experience, the time will have come for the creation of one worldwide socialist republic. If we examine the manner in which the bourgeoisie propounded and solved the problem of nationality, or, as mostly happened, complicated the issue, we see that in the days of its youth the capitalist class dealt with questions of nationality in one fashion, and that in the days of its old age and decay it is dealing with them quite differently. When the bourgeoisie was an oppressed class, when the aristocracy headed by a king or a czar held the reins of power, when kings and czars gave away whole peoples as their daughters' dowries, then the bourgeoisie was not merely accustomed to say fine things about the freedom of the nations, but actually attempted to realize such freedoms in practice, or at least the bourgeoisie of each nation did so as far as its own case was concerned. For example, when Italy was ruled by the Austrian crown, the Italian bourgeoisie headed the movement for national independence, endeavoring to secure the deliverance of Italy from the foreign yoke and its union to form a single state. When Germany was split up into a large number of petty princedoms and was crushed beneath the heel of Napoleon, the German bourgeoisie endeavored to promote the union of Germany into a single great state, and it fought for the deliverance of the country from the French enslavers. When France, having overthrown the autocracy of Louis XVI, was attacked by the monarchical states of the rest of Europe, the revolutionary French bourgeoisie led the defense of the country, and composed the national anthem known as the Marseillaise. In a word, the bourgeoisie of the oppressed nations always took the van in the struggle for deliverance. It created a rich national literature. It produced numerous men of genius, painters, prose writers, poets, and philosophers. This is what happened in earlier days, when the bourgeoisie was an oppressed class. Why did the bourgeoisie of oppressed nations strive on behalf of national freedom? If we are to listen to bourgeois poets, if we are to heed the works of bourgeois artists, the motive which animated the bourgeoisie was its hatred of all national oppression, its longing for the freeing and self-determination of every national stock, however small. In truth, when the bourgeoisie in any country fought for the deliverance of that country from a foreign yoke, it was fighting for the establishment of its own bourgeois state, for the power of fleecing the people of its own land without any competition on the part of other exploiters, for the right to the whole of the surplus value created by the town and country workers of their own land. The history of all capitalist countries bears witness to this truth. When the bourgeoisie is oppressed in conjunction with the working people of its own nation, it clamors for the freedom of the nations in general, and insists upon the wrongfulness of any kind of national enslavement. But as soon as the capitalist class has secured power, and has expelled the foreign conquerors, be these aristocrats or bourgeois, it does its utmost to subjugate any weak nationality whose subjugation may seem profitable. The revolutionary French bourgeoisie, as represented by Danton, Robespierre, and the other noted figures of the first epoch of the Revolution, appealed to all the people of the world on behalf of deliverance from every form of tyranny. The Marseillaise, written by Rouget de Lisle, and sung by the armies of the Revolution, is dear to the hearts of all oppressed peoples. But this same French bourgeoisie, having entered the second phase of its revolution under the regime of Napoleon, subjugated the peoples of Spain, Italy, Germany, and Austria, to the strains of the aforesaid Marseillaise, and continued to plunder them throughout the Napoleonic Wars. When the German bourgeoisie was subject to oppression, such writers as Schiller with his Wilhelm Tell voiced the struggle of the peoples against foreign tyrants. But this same German bourgeoisie under the leadership of Bismarck and Moltke forcibly annexed the French provinces of Alsace-Lorraine, seized Schleswig from the Danes, tyrannized over the Poles of Posen, etc. The Italian bourgeoisie, having delivered itself from the yoke of the Austrian aristocracy, was perfectly ready to shoot down the conquered Bedouins of Tripoli, the Albanians and the Dalmatians on the shores of the Adriatic, and the Turks in Anatolia. Why did these things happen, and why do they happen now? Why has the bourgeoisie invariably voiced the demand for national freedom, and why has it never been able to realize such freedom in actual fact? The explanation is that every bourgeois state which has freed itself from the yoke of another nation inevitably strives to extend its own dominion. In any capitalist country you please to select, you will find that the bourgeoisie is not content with the exploitation of its own proletariat. The capitalists need raw materials from all the ends of the earth. They therefore strive to acquire colonies, whence, after subjugating the natives, they can without hindrance procure the raw materials they need for their factories. They require markets for the sale of their wares, and they endeavor to find such markets in backward lands, being quite unconcerned as to how this may affect the general population or the still immature bourgeoisies of such countries. They need territories to which they can export surplus capital, so that they may extract profits from these distant workers, and they enslave such territories, disposing of them as freely as they do of their own land. If during the conquest of colonies and during the economic enslavement of backward lands, another powerful bourgeoisie is encountered as a competitor, the dispute is settled by war, and this tends to take the form of such a world war as the one which has just been finished in Europe. The Great War did not end the enslavement of the colonies and of the backward lands. If any change has taken place for these, it has only been a change of masters. Furthermore, as the outcome of the war, Germany, Austria, and Bulgaria, which were free countries, have been enslaved. In this manner it has come to pass that the development of the bourgeois system, far from leading to a reduction in the number of the countries which are enslaved by other countries and by the bourgeoisies of these, has led to a positive increase in the number of enslaved lands. The bourgeois dominion has culminated in universal national oppression, for the whole world is now enslaved by the victorious group of capitalist states. 60. Anti-Semitism and the proletariat. One of the worst forms of national enmity is anti-Semitism, that is to say, racial hostility towards the Jews, who belong to the Semitic stock, of which the Arabs form another great branch. The Tsarist autocracy raised the hunt against the Jews in the hope of averting the workers' and peasants' revolution. "You are poor because the Jews fleece you," said the members of the Black Hundreds, and they endeavored to direct the discontent of the oppressed workers and peasants away from the landlords and the bourgeoisie, and to turn it against the whole Jewish nation. Among the Jews, as among other nationalities, there are different classes. It is only the bourgeois strata of the Jewish race which exploit the people, and these bourgeois strata plunder in common with the capitalists of other nationalities. In the outlying regions of Tsarist Russia, where the Jews were allowed to reside, the Jewish workers and artisans lived in terrible poverty and degradation, so that their condition was even worse than that of the ordinary workers in other parts of Russia. The Russian bourgeoisie raised the hunt against the Jews, not only in the hope of diverting the anger of the exploited workers, but also in the hope of freeing themselves from competitors in commerce and industry. Of late years, anti-Jewish feeling has increased among the bourgeois classes of nearly all countries. The bourgeoisie in other countries besides Russia can take example from Nicholas II in the attempt to inflame anti-Jewish feeling, not only in order to get rid of rival exploiters, but also in order to break the force of the revolutionary movement. Until recently, very little was heard of anti-Semitism in Germany, Great Britain, and the United States. Today, even British ministers of state sometimes deliver anti-Semitic orations. This is an infallible sign that the bourgeois system in the West is on the eve of a collapse, and that the bourgeoisie is endeavoring to ward off the workers' revolution by throwing Rothschilds and Mendelssohns to the workers as sops. In Russia, anti-Semitism was in abeyance during the March Revolution, but the movement regained strength as the civil war between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat grew fiercer, and the attacks on the Jews became more and more bitter in proportion as the attempts of the bourgeoisie to recapture power proved fruitless. All these considerations combine to prove that anti-Semitism is one of the forms of resistance to socialism. It is disastrous that any worker or peasant should in this matter allow himself to be led astray by the enemies of his class. Chapter 8. The Program of the Communists in Relation to Army Organization. 61. Our Old Program, and the Question of War in a Socialist State. In 12 we explained how the standing army of the bourgeois state is constructed and for what purposes it is used. The socialists of all countries, including the Russian Social Democrats, used to demand the abolition of standing armies. Instead of a standing army, the socialists wanted the general arming of the people, a citizen army. They demanded the abolition of the officers' caste, and the election of officers by the rank and file. Let us consider what should be the communists' attitude towards these demands. The first question that arises in this connection is, on behalf of what form of social order the beforementioned demands were made. Were they made for a bourgeois society, or for a socialist society, or for a society in the throes of the struggle between bourgeoisdom and socialism? The socialist parties adhering to the Second International had no clear ideas concerning the nature of the society in relation to which their program was drawn up. For the most part, indeed, their program related to a bourgeois society. What the socialists usually had in their minds as model was the Swiss Republic, where there is no standing army but a national militia. It is obvious that the army program of the socialists was unrealizable in bourgeois society, above all during an epoch in which the class struggle was continually growing more acute. To abolish barracks signifies the abolition of the places where the workers and the peasants are trained to become the executioners of their own class brothers. It signifies the abolition of the only places in which it is possible to transform the workers into an army which will be ready to use its weapons against other nations at any moment which may suit the capitalists. To abolish the officers' caste signifies the abolition of the beast tamers who are alone competent to maintain an iron discipline, and who are alone able to subject the armed people to the will of the bourgeois class. The election of officers would enable the armed workers and peasants to choose officers from among themselves, officers who would not be bourgeois. For the bourgeoisie to agree to such proposals would mean that it was consenting to the formation of an army which was intended to subvert its own regime. The whole history of capitalism in Europe has demonstrated and continues to demonstrate the impossibility of carrying out the old army program of the Socialist Party within the framework of bourgeois society, of carrying it out while society is divided into classes and in days when the class struggle is growing more acute. In proportion as the class struggle is intensified do we find that the bourgeois rulers are disinclined to arm the whole nation and are determined to put arms in the hands of their trusted white guards only. The army program of the socialists, in so far as they hoped to realize it in the bourgeois regime, was, therefore, nothing but petty bourgeois utopism. Is it not possible, however, that the program was formulated with the definite aim of overthrowing the bourgeois regime? This was not the case. The bourgeoisie wishes to defend itself against the working class, which hopes to seize power. It will therefore never entertain the idea of arming the workers. The bourgeoisie has introduced universal military service and has entrusted the worker soldier with a rifle only for so long as it can hope that the soldiers drawn from the people will continue to obey the orders of their capitalist rulers. But directly the people thinks of fighting for its own land, the people must be disarmed. All shrewd bourgeois politicians are well aware of this. Conversely, it would be quite unreasonable for the workers and peasants to think of arming the whole nation, when what they wish is to arm themselves that they may overthrow the bourgeoisie and seize power. It follows, therefore, that for the transitional period in which the proletariat is struggling for power, the old army program of the socialists is futile. Such a program is only applicable for the very brief period during which the pre-existing bourgeois standing army is being broken up. It is only applicable during the period when the officers' caste is being abolished, and when the question of the election of officers by the rank and file arises. In the year 1917, the Bolsheviks actually carried out this idea, which was part of their old program. By suppressing the officers' caste in what had been the Tsarist army and in the Kerenskyite army, the Bolsheviks deprived that army of its sting, so that it was no longer subject to the bourgeois landlord class. On the other hand, for a society in which socialism has been victorious, the old army program is fully applicable. When the proletariat has overthrown the bourgeoisie and has abolished class in quite a number of countries, it will be possible to carry out a general arming of the people. Then the working population alone will be armed, for in a socialist society all will be workers. It will be possible to do away with barrack life completely. It will also be possible to introduce the election of officers, a method which during the period of accentuated civil war is, except in rare and fortunate cases, unsuitable for the proletarian army. A very natural question now arises. What need can there be for the general arming of the people in lands where a socialist regime prevails? In certain countries, let us suppose, the bourgeoisie has been conquered, those who were bourgeois have become workers. There can be no question of war between socialist states. But it is necessary to remember that socialism cannot gain the victory simultaneously in all the countries of the world. Some countries will, of course, lag behind the others in the matter of abolishing class and of realizing socialism. In such circumstances, the countries in which the bourgeoisie has been overthrown and where all the bourgeois have become workers may have to fight or to be prepared to fight against the bourgeoisies of those states in which the dictatorship of the proletariat has not yet been established. Or they may have to give armed assistance to the proletariat of those lands in which the dictatorship of the working class has been inaugurated but in which the struggle with the bourgeoisie has not yet been carried to a successful issue. 62. The need for the Red Army, its class composition. Most of the socialists who adhere to the Second International consider that socialism can be realized by securing a parliamentary majority. Since the socialists of this caliber were cradled in such ideas, since they were nurtured in the peaceful atmosphere of petty bourgeois villadom, it was natural that they should give no heed to the possibility of or the need for organizing a proletarian army in the period of the fight for socialism. Other socialists, though they recognized the inevitability of a forcible transformation effected by the armed workers, failed nevertheless to foresee that this armed struggle would be long drawn out, that Europe would have to pass through a phase, not only of socialist revolutions, but also of socialist wars. Consequently, not one of the socialist programs voiced the need for the organization of the Red Army, that is to say, of an army consisting of the armed workers and peasants. First in all the world, the Russian working class was able to create such an army. We mean that, first in all the world, the Russian workers were able to get a firm grip of the state authority, and were able to defend what they had gained against the attacks of the Russian bourgeoisie and against the onslaughts of international capitalism. It is perfectly clear that without the Red Army the Russian workers and peasants would have found it impossible to maintain a single one of the achievements of their revolution. Without the Red Army they would have been crushed by the forces of reaction at home and abroad. A Red Army cannot be established upon the foundation of universal military service. While the struggle is still in progress, the proletariat, even though success is in sight, cannot venture to entrust rifles to members of the urban bourgeoisie or to the rich peasants. The proletarian army must be exclusively composed of persons belonging to the working class, of persons who do not exploit labor, and who are directly interested in the victory of the workers' revolution. Only the industrial workers of the towns and the poor peasants from the villages should form the nucleus and the foundation of the Red Army, which will be converted into an army of all the working population by the adhesion of the middle peasants. As far as the members of the bourgeoisie and of the rich stratum of the peasantry are concerned, they must fulfill their military obligations to the proletarian state by militia duties at a distance from the fighting front. Of course, this must not be considered to imply that a sufficiently powerful proletarian authority will refrain, in its turn, from compelling the exploiters to shoot at their white friends in the opposing trenches, just as the bourgeoisie, with the aid of its standing army, forced the proletarians to shoot their class brothers. The standing army of the bourgeoisie, although it is established upon the basis of universal military service, and although in appearance it is an army of the whole people, is in reality a class army. But the proletariat need not hide the class character of its army, any more than it hides the class character of its dictatorship. The Red Army is one of the organs of the Soviet state, and is, generally speaking, constructed upon the same type as the other state organs of the proletarian dictatorship. Just as in the Soviet elections the Soviet constitution gives no vote to persons whose whole economic and political position that constitution aims at undermining, so in the Red Army there is no place for those for whose destruction in the Civil War the Red Army exists. 63. Universal military training of the workers. One of the primary aims of the system of military training for the workers which the Russian Soviet Republic has set out to realize must be to reduce barrack life to a minimum. As far as possible, the workers and peasants must not be withdrawn from the work of production while they are being trained for military service. This will greatly diminish expenditure upon the army and will obviate the slackening down and disorganization of production. Workers and peasants who are trained to arms in their spare time fit themselves to be soldiers of the revolution without ceasing to be producers of value. The second great need in connection with the universal military training of the workers is to create in every town, and in every rural district, proletarian and peasant reserves able to take the field at a moment's notice on the approach of the enemy. The experience of the Civil War in Russia has shown how important such reserves are for the success of the socialist campaign. It suffices to remember how the regiments of the Workers' Reserve successfully defended Petrograd from the White Guards, or to think of the workers of the Ural region and the Donets Basin, or of the workers and peasants in the town and province of Orenburg, in the town of Uralsk, etc. 64. Self-imposed discipline versus discipline imposed from above. Self-imposed discipline is impossible in an imperialist army. The very nature of such an army forbids the idea. An imperialist army consists of various social groups. The workers and peasants have been forcibly herded into the barracks of the bourgeois army. Should they begin to realize their own interests, far from consciously submitting to the discipline imposed by their epauletted superiors, they would consciously resist this discipline. For this reason, the discipline of bourgeois armies must be maintained by force. For this reason, flogging, tortures of every kind, and mass shootings are not simply occasional incidents, but the foundations of order, discipline, military education. On the other hand, in the Red Army, which is formed by the workers and the peasants, and which defends their interests, coercive discipline must to an ever greater extent be replaced by the workers' voluntary acceptance of the discipline of the Civil War. As the Red Army grows more clearly aware of its own nature, the Red soldiers come to realize that in the last resort they are commanded by the whole working class, through the instrumentality of the workers' state and its military staff. Thus the discipline of the Red Army is the submission of the minority, the soldiers, to the interests of the majority of the workers. Every reasonable order is backed, not by the commanding officer and his arbitrary will, not by the bourgeois minority and its predatory interests, but by the whole workers' and peasants' republic. In the Red Army, therefore, propaganda and agitation, the political education of the rank and file, assume peculiar importance. 65. The political commissars and the communist groups. In the Russian Soviet Republic, in which all workers can express their will through the Soviets, the workers and peasants have for the last 2 years been electing communists to the various executive organs. The Communist Party, we put the matter in bourgeois phraseology, has become by the will of the masses the ruling party of the Republic, for no other party was capable of conducting the victorious workers' and peasants' revolution to a successful issue. As a result of this, our party has become as it were a huge executive committee of the proletarian dictatorship. This is why the communists filled the leading role in the Red Army. The political commissars are the representatives of the class who left the proletariat in the army. They are mandated by the party and the military centers. Thereby are determined the mutual relationships of the commissar alike with the military staff and with the communist groups of the division to which he is assigned. The communist group is a section of the ruling party. The commissar is a plenipotentiary of the party as a whole. Thence derives his leading role, both in the army division and in the communist groups of that division. Thence, likewise, his right to supervise the military staff. He is a political leader who acts as overseer to watch the technical experts performing their duties. The task of the communist groups is to give to the soldiers of the Red Army clear ideas concerning the Civil War, and concerning the need that they should subordinate their interests to the interests of all the workers. A further duty of the members of the communist groups in the army is, by personal example, to display their devotion to the revolution, and to arouse in their fellow soldiers a desire to emulate this example. The members of the communist groups are further entitled to watch how their own commissar and other commissars perform their communist duties, and they can endeavor, by appealing to the supreme party organizations or to responsible commissars, to secure that necessary measures shall be carried into effect. Thus only can the Communist Party, without any infringement of general military discipline on the part of Red soldiers who are communists, secure complete control over all its members and prevent any misuse of power on their side. Apart from the communist groups in the army and apart from the political commissars, the political education of the Red Army is supervised by a whole network of political sections in the divisions and in the armies at the various fronts, and it is also supervised by the propaganda sections of the Commissariat for War. In its various departments, the proletarian state of Russia has created a mighty instrument for the enlightenment and organization of its army, and it endeavors to secure the maximum of result with the minimum of effort. Thanks to the existence of this apparatus, the work of agitation and enlightenment in our army is not carried on fortuitously, but has a systematized character. The newspaper, the spoken word at meetings, and scholastic instruction are ensured for every soldier of the Red Army. Unfortunately, however, the above-described organizations have not escaped the common lot of all the organizations of the Soviet power. They have succumbed to bureaucracy. They have tended towards a detachment from the masses, on the one hand, and from the party, on the other, and in practice they have often shown themselves to be harbors of refuge for idlers and incapables who belong to the party War Office officialdom. A vigorous campaign against such abuses would seem to be of far more urgent importance to the Communist Party than the campaign against bureaucracy and slackness in the general Soviet mechanism, for upon the success of the former campaign our speedy victory in the Civil War must be said in a sense to depend. 66. Structure of the Red Army. In our system of universal military training, barrack life must be reduced to a minimum, so that ultimately the Red Barracks may completely disappear. The structure of the Red Army must be gradually approximated to the structure of the productive units of the workers, whereby the artificial character of military unification will be overcome. We may express the matter more clearly by saying that the typical standing army of Tsarist days, the standing army in the state of the bourgeoisie and the landed gentry, was composed of persons belonging to the most diverse classes. Those who were called up for service were forcibly dragged from their natural surroundings, the worker from the factory, the peasant from the plough, the clerk from the desk, the shopman from the counter. The recruits were then artificially assembled in barracks, and distributed in the various army divisions. It was advantageous to the bourgeois state to break off all connection between the proletarian recruit and his factory and between the peasant recruit and his village, so as to make of worker and peasant alike blind tools for the oppression of the laboring masses, and so that it might be easy to employ the workers and peasants of one province to shoot down those of another. In the upbuilding of the Red Army, the Communist Party works in the opposite way. Although the conditions of the Civil War have frequently compelled the party to make the best of the old methods of organization, the essential aspiration is towards something utterly different. Our aim has been to ensure that the army subdivisions in the course of their construction, the company, the battalion, the regiment, the brigade, etc., shall harmonize as far as may be with the factory, the workshop, the village, the hamlet, and so on. In other words, our aim is to remodel the artificial military unity, a unity which existed only for its own sake, into a natural, productive unity of the workers, and thus to reduce the artificiality of army life. The proletarian divisions built up in this manner are more compact. They are disciplined by the very method of production, and there is, therefore, the less need for a discipline imposed from above. The formation of a sturdy, class-conscious proletarian nucleus is of primary importance to the Red Army. In such a country as Russia, in which peasants constitute the enormous majority of the population, The dictatorship of the proletariat necessarily means that the proletarian minority shall lead and organize the peasant majority, the middle peasantry, and that the peasant majority shall follow the lead of the organizing proletariat, and shall have complete confidence in the political wisdom and constructive capacity of the urban workers. This statement is fully applicable to the Red Army, which is strong and disciplined precisely in proportion as its skeletal framework is proletarian and communist. To assemble this skeletal material, to distribute it properly, and to clothe the framework with a sufficient quantity of the disintegrated but far more abundant peasant material, this constitutes the fundamental organizatory task of the Communist Party in the upbuilding of the Red Army. 67. The officers of the Red Army. The upbuilding of the Red Army was begun upon the ruins of the old Tsarist army. The proletariat, when it gained the victory in the November Revolution, had not a Red Officers' Corps of its own. There were only three ways in which the workers could make effective use of the experiences of the World War, could apply them to the Civil War, could apply to the military training of its own army the technical military experiences that has been accumulated in the fallen regime. The first possibility was to create entirely new staffs out of the Reds, and to use members of the old officers' caste only as instructors. A second way would have been to hand over the command of the new army to the officers of the old army under the supervision of commissars. A third possible course was a combination of these two methods. Time pressed, the Civil War had begun, the new army must be quickly created, and must be sent to the fight without delay. The proletarian authorities, therefore, had to adopt the third method. They began to organize schools for Red officers, who in general were only fitted for the lower grades. In addition, quite a number of the officers of the old army were invited to participate in the upbuilding of the Red Army and to share in its command. The utilization of the officers of the old army involved difficulties which were numerous and grave, and which have not yet been overcome. These officers could be divided into three groups, two small and one large. Some were more or less strongly sympathetic towards the Soviet power. Others were definitely opposed to the new regime. They sided with the class enemies of the proletariat, and have continued to give these enemies active assistance. The third group, larger than both the others put together, consisted of the average officers who inclined to the winning side, and who were willing to serve the Soviet government just as the wage worker serves the capitalist who buys labor power. Now the Communist Party had obviously to make all possible use of the services of the sympathetic minority. As regards the other minority, every means of repression had to be employed to render these reactionaries harmless. Finally, as far as the average officers were concerned, those whose political attitude in the Civil War was neutral, the proletariat had to retain them in its service, and to ensure that they did their work conscientiously whether at the front or at the rear. The utilization of the old officers gave valuable results in the upbuilding of the Red Army. In this matter we were able to turn to useful account the technical experience in military affairs that had been acquired by the bourgeois and landlord regime. Their utilization, however, entailed terrible dangers, for it occasionally involved widespread treachery on the part of the officers, and enormous sacrifices of the Red soldiers, who were betrayed and handed over in masses to the enemy. The principal task of the Communist Party in this connection is, in the first place, the effective training of our own commanders for the Red Army, the training of Red officers, of communists who shall be fitted for work on the General Staff by a course of training at the Red Academy which has been established by the Soviet power. Secondly, we have to ensure a closer association between the Communist commissars and all the other members of the party in the fighting forces, for the effective supervision and control of all the non-communist officers. 68. Should army officers be elected, or should they be appointed from above? The army of the capitalist state, based upon universal military service, is mainly composed of peasants and workers, under the command of officers drawn from the nobility and the bourgeoisie. When in our old program we demanded the election of officers, our aim was to ensure that the army command should be taken out of the hands of the exploiting classes. We were assuming that the army might be democratized while political power still remained in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Of course, the idea was utterly unrealizable, for no bourgeoisie in the world could ever be expected to hand over without resistance the military apparatus of oppression. But in the struggle against militarism, in the campaign against the privileges of the officers' caste, our demand for the election of officers proved of enormous importance, and it was no less important owing to the way in which it contributed to the general disintegration of the imperialist armies. The Red Army, on the other hand, is under proletarian control. The workers administer it through the Central Soviet organs, which they themselves elect. In all grades of army life, the proletariat is in control through the instrumentality of the communist commissars, who both at the front and at the rear are mainly drawn from among the workers. In these circumstances, the question of electing officers becomes a question of purely technical significance. The matter of real importance is that we should know what will make the army, in its present condition, the most efficient fighting force. From this point of view, will it be best to elect the officers, or to appoint them from above? When we take into consideration that our Red Army is mainly recruited from among the peasantry, when we recall the hardships to which it is exposed, its exhaustion by 2 wars, and the low level of class consciousness among the peasants who have joined the army, it will become obvious to us that the practice of electing officers cannot fail to exercise a disintegrating influence in our forces. Of course, this does not exclude the possibility that in different circumstances the election of officers might do no harm. For instance, in volunteer units, firmly compacted out of men who all possess strong, revolutionary sentiments. Here, election would throw up practically the same officers as those who would have been appointed from above. As a general rule, however, the election of officers, although it may be regarded as an ideal method, would for practical reasons prove dangerous and harmful at the present juncture. But by the time the working masses who are now enrolled in the Red Army have risen to a level at which the election of officers will be useful and necessary, it is probable that there will be no further need for armies in the world. 69. The Red Army is provisional. The bourgeoisie looks upon the capitalist system as the natural ordering of human society. It regards its own regime as everlasting, and it therefore constructs the instrument of its power, the army, solidly, builds it to last for years and years if not forever. The proletariat regards its own Red Army in quite another light. The Red Army has been created by the workers for the struggle with the White Army of capital. The Red Army issued out of the Civil War. It will disappear when a complete victory has been gained in that war, when class has been abolished, when the dictatorship of the proletariat has spontaneously lapsed. The bourgeois army is born of bourgeois society, and the bourgeoisie wishes this child to live forever because it reflects the imperishability of the bourgeois regime. The Red Army, on the other hand, is the child of the working class, and the workers desire for their child a natural and glorious death. The day when the Red Army can be permanently disbanded will be the day on which will be signalized the final victory of the communist system. The Communist Party must make it clear to the soldiers of the Red Army that if that army should gain the victory over the White Guards of capital, the victors would be the soldiers of the last army in the world. But the party must also make it perfectly clear to all who participate in the upbuilding of the Red Army, it must convince all the proletarian and peasant troops, that the workers have only become soldiers for a brief space and owing to a temporary need, that the field of production is the natural field for their activities. That work in the Red Army must on no account lead to the formation of any caste permanently withdrawn from industry and agriculture. When the formation of the Red Army was first begun, the formation of the army which sprang from the proletarian Red Guards, the Mensheviks and the social revolutionaries fiercely attacked the communists, declaring that the latter were false to the watchword of the general arming of the people, and accusing them of creating a standing army consisting of only one class. But the fact that civil war cannot last forever makes it obvious that the Red Army cannot be a standing army. The real reason why our army is a class army is because the class struggle has reached the last extremity of bitterness. No one but a petty bourgeois utopist, no one who is not hopelessly stupid, can object to the existence of a class army while recognizing the class war. It is characteristic that the bourgeoisie, in this epoch which has ensued upon the settlement of the World War, no longer thinks it necessary, or even possible, to conceal the class character of its army. Most instructive, in this connection, has been the fate of the standing army in Germany, Britain, and France. The German National Assembly was elected by universal suffrage. Its main support was Noski's force of volunteer counter-revolutionary troops. At the stage of the embitterment of the class struggle and at the stage of the decay of bourgeois society which Germany has now reached, it is impossible that an army based on universal military service can be used for the maintenance of bourgeois institutions. Similarly, in France and Britain, during the year 1919 the government was mainly dependent upon the support, not of the army which had been raised by universal service and had gained the victory in the Great War, but upon a voluntary force of counter-revolutionary soldiers and police. Thus, not merely in Russia from the close of 1917, but likewise all over Europe from the close of 1918, a characteristic phenomenon was the abandonment of universal military service and the adoption of a system of class armies. In Russia, the traitors to socialism, the Mensheviks and the social revolutionaries, were strongly opposed to the formation of the Red Army of the proletariat, at the very time when in Central Europe their friends Noski and Scheiderman were organizing the White Army of the bourgeoisie. Thus the struggle against the creation of the class army of the proletariat, a struggle conducted in the name of universal military service and in the name of democracy, showed itself in practice to be a struggle to found the class army of the bourgeoisie. Passing now to consider the question of a national militia, we find that the example of Switzerland, the example of the most democratic of all the bourgeois republics, has shown the part which such a militia plays in the hour when the class struggle is accentuated. The national militia, the people's militia, of Switzerland under a bourgeois regime proves to be precisely the same weapon for keeping the proletariat down as any standing army in less democratic lands. The arming of the whole nation will inevitably lead to this result whenever and wherever it is effected under the political and economic regime of capitalism. The Communist Party does not advocate the universal arming of the people, but the universal arming of the workers. Only in a society consisting of none but workers, only in a classless society, will it be possible to arm the whole people. Chapter 9: Proletarian Justice. 70. The administration of justice in bourgeois society. Among the various institutions of bourgeois society which serve to oppress and deceive the working masses, must be mentioned bourgeois justice. This estimable institution is carried on under the guidance of laws passed in the interests of the exploiting class. Whatever the composition of the court, its decisions are restricted in accordance with the volumes of statutes in which are incorporated all the privileges of capital and all the lack of privileges of the toiling masses. As far as the organization of bourgeois justice is concerned, this is in perfect harmony with the characteristics of the bourgeois state. Where the bourgeois state is comparatively frank in its methods, where it is free from hypocrisy in its determination that the decision of the courts shall be favorable to the ruling class, there the judges are appointed from above. But even when they are elected, only the members of the privileged stratum are entitled to vote. When the masses have been sufficiently brought to heel by capital, so that they are duly submissive and regard the laws of the bourgeois state as their own laws, the workers are permitted to a certain extent to be their own judges, just as they are allowed to vote exploiters and their henchmen into Parliament. Thus originated trial by jury, thanks to which legal decisions made in the interests of capital can masquerade as decisions made by the whole people. 71. The election of the judiciary by the workers. The program of the Socialists adhering to the Second International contained a demand for the popular election of the judiciary. In the epoch of the proletarian dictatorship, this demand assumes a no less impracticable and reactionary complexion than the demand for universal suffrage or the demand for the general arming of the people. When the proletariat is in power, it cannot permit the enemies of its class to become judges. The workers could hardly accept the representatives of capital or of the landed interest as administrators of the new laws which are intended to overthrow the capitalist regime. In fine, in the long succession of civil and criminal affairs, the proceedings of the courts must be conducted in the spirit of the new socialist society which is in course of construction. For these reasons the Soviet power did not merely destroy all the old machinery of justice which, while serving capital, hypocritically proclaimed itself to be the voice of the people. It went farther, and constituted new courts, making no attempt to conceal their class character. In the old law courts, the class minority of exploiters passed judgment upon the working majority. The law courts of the proletarian dictatorship are places where the working majority passes judgment upon the exploiting minority. They are specially constructed for this purpose. The judges are elected by the workers alone. The judges are elected solely from among the workers. For the exploiters, the only right that remains is the right of being judged. 72. Unified Popular Law Courts. In bourgeois society, the administration of justice is an exceedingly cumbrous affair. Bourgeois jurists proudly declare that, thanks to the gradation of lower courts, higher courts, courts of appeal, and so on, absolute justice is ensured, and the number of miscarriages of justice reduced to a minimum. In actual fact, in the past and today, the working of this graded series of law courts has been and is to the unfailing advantage of the possessing classes. Well-to-do persons, being able to command the services of highly paid lawyers, can carry a case from court to court until they secure a favorable decision, whereas a plaintiff who is poor often finds it necessary to abandon his suit on grounds of expense. The right of appeal secures an equitable decision only in this sense, that it secures a judgment in the interest of exploiting groups. The unified popular law court of the proletarian state reduces to a minimum the time which elapses from the moment when the case is brought before the court to the moment when it is finally decided. The law's delay is greatly diminished, and if proceedings are still sluggish, this is only because all Soviet institutions are imperfect during the first months and years of the proletarian dictatorship. But the general upshot is that the courts have been made accessible to the poorest and most unenlightened strata of the population, and they will become still more accessible as soon as the epoch of intensified civil war is over, and as soon as all the mutual relationships of the citizens of the Republic have assumed a more stable character. Inter arma legis silent, in wartime, the laws are in abeyance, the Romans used to say. But during the time of civil war the laws are not in abeyance as far as the workers are concerned. The popular law courts continue to do their work, but it is impossible as yet for the whole population to realize the nature of the new courts of justice, and rightly to appreciate their advantages. During this era when the old society is being destroyed and the new society is being upbuilded, the popular courts have a gigantic task to perform. The process of change has been so rapid that Soviet legislation has not been able to keep pace with it. The laws of the bourgeois landlord system have been annulled, but the laws of the proletarian state have as yet merely been outlined, and will never be committed to paper in their entirety. The workers do not intend to perpetuate their dominion, and they therefore have no need for endless tomes of written laws. When they have expressed their will in one of the fundamental decrees, they can leave the interpretation and application of these decrees, as far as practical details are concerned, to the popular courts in which the judges are elected by the workers. The only important matter is that the decisions of these courts shall bear witness to the complete breach with the customs and the ideology of the bourgeois system, that the people's judges shall decide the cases which come before them in accordance with the dictates of proletarian ideology, and not in accordance with those of bourgeois ideology. Dealing with the unending series of disputes which arise during the breakup of the old relationships, and during the realization of the rights of the proletariat, the people's judges can carry to its proper issue the transformation which began with the November Revolution of the year 1917, and which must inevitably involve all the mutual relationships of the citizens of the Soviet Republic. On the other hand, in dealing with the vast number of cases which occur independently of the peculiar conditions of the revolutionary era, minor criminal cases of a petty bourgeois character, the popular courts must give expression to the entirely new attitude towards such offenses which has been adopted by the revolutionary proletariat, thus effecting a revolution in the whole character of penal measures. 73. Revolutionary tribunals. These popular courts to which the judges are elected, from which the judges can be recalled, and in which every worker must fulfill his judicial duty when his turn comes, are looked upon by the Communist Party as the normal law courts of the proletarian state. But in the epoch of the extremist intensification of the Civil War, it has been found necessary to supplement the popular courts by the appointment of revolutionary tribunals. The function of the revolutionary tribunals is to deal speedily and mercilessly with the enemies of the proletarian revolution. Such courts are among the weapons for the crushing of the exploiters, and from this point of view they are just as much the instruments of proletarian offense and defense as the Red Guard, the Red Army, and the extraordinary commissions. Consequently, the revolutionary tribunals are organized on less democratic lines than the popular courts. They are appointed by the Soviets, and are not directly elected by the workers. 74. Proletarian penal methods. In the sanguinary struggle with capitalism, the working class cannot refrain from inflicting the last extremity of punishment upon its declared enemies. While the Civil War continues, the abolition of the death penalty is impossible. But a dispassionate comparison of proletarian justice with the justice of the bourgeois counter-revolution shows the marvelous leniency of the workers' courts in comparison with the executioners of bourgeois justice. The workers passed death sentences in extreme cases only. This was especially characteristic of the legal proceedings during the first months of the proletarian dictatorship. It suffices to recall that in Petrograd the notorious Purishkevich was condemned to only 2 weeks' imprisonment by the Revolutionary Tribunal. We find that the progressive classes, the inheritors of the future, have dealt very gently with their enemies, whereas the classes that are dying have displayed almost incredible ferocity. When we come to consider the punishments inflicted by proletarian courts of justice for criminal offenses which have no counter-revolutionary bearing, we find them to be radically different from those inflicted for similar offenses by bourgeois courts. This is what we should expect. The great majority of crimes committed in bourgeois society are either direct infringements of property rights or are indirectly connected with property. It is natural that the bourgeois state should take vengeance upon criminals, and that the punishments inflicted by bourgeois society should be various expressions of the vengeful sentiments of the infuriated owner. Just as absurd have been and are the punishments inflicted for casual offenses, or for offenses which arise out of the fundamentally imperfect character of personal relationships in bourgeois society, offenses connected with the family relationships of society, those resulting from romanticist inclinations, those due to alcoholism or to mental degeneration, those due to ignorance, or to a suppression of social instinct, etc. The proletarian law court has to deal with offenses for which the ground has been prepared by bourgeois society, by the society whose vestiges are still operative. A large number of professional criminals, trained to become such in the old order, survive to give work for the proletarian courts. But these courts are entirely free from the spirit of revenge. They cannot take vengeance upon people simply because these happen to have lived in bourgeois society. This is why our courts manifest a revolutionary change in the character of their decisions. More and more frequently do we find that conditional sentences are imposed, punishments that do not involve any punishment, their chief aim being to prevent a repetition of the offense. Another method is that of social censure, a method that can only be effective in a classless society, one in which a social consciousness and a social sense of responsibility have greatly increased. Imprisonment without any occupation, enforced parasitism, the penal method so frequently employed under the Tsarist regime, is replaced by the enforcement of social labor. The aim of the proletarian courts is to ensure that the damage done to society by the criminal shall be made good by him through the performance of an increased amount of social labor. Finally, when the court has to deal with a habitual criminal, one whose liberation after his sentence has been performed will entail danger to the lives of other citizens, isolation of the criminal from society is enforced, but in such a way as to give the offender full opportunities for moral regeneration. Most of the measures above described, involving a complete transformation of the customary penal methods, have already been recommended by the best bourgeois criminologists. But in bourgeois society they remain a dream. Nothing but the victory of the proletariat can ensure their realization. 75. Proletarian justice in the future. As far as the revolutionary tribunals are concerned, this form of proletarian justice has no significance for future days, any more than the Red Army will have any significance for the future after it has conquered the White Guards, or any more than the extraordinary commissions have any significance for the future. In a word, all the instruments created by the proletariat for the critical period of the Civil War are transient. When the counter-revolution has been successfully crushed, these instruments will no longer be needed, and they will disappear. On the other hand, proletarian justice in the form of the elective popular courts will unquestionably survive the end of the Civil War, and will for a long period have to continue the use of measures to deal with the vestiges of bourgeois society in its manifold manifestations. The abolition of classes will not result in the immediate abolition of class ideology, which is more long-lived than are the social conditions which have produced it, more enduring than the class instincts and class customs which have brought it into being. Besides, the abolition of class may prove a lengthy process. The transformation of the bourgeoisie into working folk and that of the peasants into the workers of a socialist society will be a tardy affair. The change in peasant ideology is likely to be very slow, and will give plenty of work to the law courts. Moreover, during the period which must precede the full development of communist distribution, the period during which the articles of consumption are still privately owned, there will be ample occasion for delinquencies and crimes. Finally, antisocial offenses arising out of personal egoism, and all sorts of offenses against the common weal, will long continue to provide work for the courts. It is true that these courts will gradually change in character. As the state dies out, they will tend to become simply organs for the expression of public opinion. They will assume the character of courts of arbitration. Their decisions will no longer be enforced by physical means, and will have a purely moral significance. Chapter 10: Communism and Education. 76. The school under the bourgeois regime. In bourgeois society, the school has three principal tasks to fulfill. First, it inspires the coming generation of workers with devotion and respect for the capitalist regime. Secondly, it creates from the young of the ruling classes cultured controllers of the working population. Thirdly, it assists capitalist production in the application of sciences to technique, thus increasing capitalist profits. As regards the first of these tasks, just as in the bourgeois army the right spirit is inculcated by the officers, so in the schools under the capitalist regime the necessary influence is mainly exercised by the caste of officers of popular enlightenment. The teachers in the public elementary schools receive a special course of training by which they are prepared for their role of beast tamers. Only persons who have thoroughly acquired the bourgeois outlook have the entry into the schools as teachers. The ministries of education in the capitalist regime are ever on the watch, and they ruthlessly purge the teaching profession of all dangerous, by which they mean socialist, elements. The German public elementary schools served prior to the Revolution as supplements to the barracks of William II, and were shining examples of the way in which the landed gentry and the bourgeoisie can make use of the school for the manufacture of faithful and blind slaves of capital. In the elementary schools of the capitalist regime, instruction is given in accordance with a definite program perfectly adapted for the breaking in of the pupils to the capitalist system. All the textbooks are written in an appropriate spirit. The whole of bourgeois literature subserves the same end, for it is written by persons who look upon the bourgeois social order as natural, perdurable, and the best of all possible regimes. In this way the scholars are imperceptibly stuffed with bourgeois ideology. They are infected with enthusiasm for all bourgeois virtues. They are inspired with esteem for wealth, renown, titles, and order. They aspire to get on in the world. They long for personal comfort, and so on. The work of bourgeois educationists is completed by the servants of the Church with their religious instruction. Thanks to the intimate associations between capital and the Church, the law of God invariably proves to be the law of the possessing classes. In capitalist society, the second leading aim of bourgeois education is secured by carefully withholding secondary education and higher education from the working masses. Instruction in the middle schools, and still more in the high schools, is extremely costly, so that it is quite beyond the financial resources of the workers. The course of instruction, in middle and higher education, lasts for 10 years or more. For this reason it is inaccessible to the worker and the peasant who, in order to feed their families, are compelled to send their children at a very early age to factory work or field work, or else must make the youngsters work at home. In actual practice, the middle and higher schools are the preserves of bourgeois youth. In them, the younger members of the governing classes are trained to succeed their fathers in careers of exploitation, or to fill the official and technical posts of the capitalist state. In these schools, likewise, instruction has a definitely class character. In the domains of mathematics, the technique of industry, and the natural sciences, this may be less striking, but the class character of the teaching is conspicuous in the case of the social sciences, whereby the pupil's outlook on the world is in reality formed. Bourgeois political economy is inculcated with all the most perfected methods for the annihilation of Marx. Sociology and history are likewise taught from a purely capitalist outlook. The history of jurisprudence concludes with the treatment of bourgeois jurisprudence as the natural right of the man and the citizen, etc., etc. To sum up, the higher and middle schools teach the children of the capitalists all the data that are requisite for the maintenance of bourgeois society and the whole system of capitalist exploitation. If any of the children of the workers, happening to be exceptionally gifted, should find their way into the higher schools, in the great majority of instances the bourgeois scholastic apparatus will serve as a means of detaching them from their own class kin, and will inoculate them with bourgeois ideology, so that in the long run the genius of these scions of the working class will be turned to account for the oppression of the workers. Turning, finally, to the third task of capitalist education, we find that the school fulfills it as follows. In a class society where capitalism is dominant, science is divorced from labor. Not only does it become the property of the possessing classes. More than this, it becomes the profession of a small and comparatively narrow circle of individuals. Scientific instruction and scientific research are divorced from the labor process. In order that it may avail itself of the data of science, and may turn them to account in production, bourgeois society has to create a number of institutions serving for the application of scientific discoveries to manufacturing technique. And it has to create a number of technical schools which will facilitate the maintenance of production at the level rendered possible by the advance of pure science, by which is meant science divorced from labor. Furthermore, the polytechnic schools of capitalist society do not merely serve to supply capitalist society with technical experts. They supply in addition those who will act as managers, those who will function as captains of industry. In addition, to provide the personnel which will supervise the circulation of commodities, there have been founded numerous commercial schools and academies. In all these organizations, whatever is linked up with production will endure. But everything which is concerned merely with capitalist production will die out. There will persist everything which promotes the advancement of science. There will perish that which promotes the severance of science from labor. There will be preserved the methods of technical instruction, but instruction in technical methods altogether apart from the performance of physical labor will be abolished. There will be preserved and extended the utilization of science to further production. On the other hand, any hindrances to such utilization of science, in so far as capital tends to make use of science only to the degree in which at any given moment science tends to raise profits, will be swept out of the way. 77. The destructive tasks of communism. In the matter of education, as in all other matters, the Communist Party is not merely faced by constructive tasks, for in the opening phases of its activity it is likewise faced by destructive tasks. In the educational system bequeathed to it by capitalist society, it must hasten to destroy everything which has made of the school an instrument of capitalist class rule. In capitalist society, the higher stages of school life were the exclusive property of the exploiting classes. Such schools, in their unending series of higher classical schools, higher modern schools, institutes, cadet corps, etc., have to be destroyed. The teaching staff of the bourgeois schools serve the purposes of bourgeois culture and of fraud. We must ruthlessly expel from the proletarian school all those teachers of the old schools who either cannot or will not become instruments for the communist enlightenment of the masses. In the schools of the old regime, teachers were engaged who had been indoctrinated with the bourgeois spirit, In these schools, methods of instruction were practiced which served the class interests of the bourgeoisie. In our new schools, we must make a clean sweep of all such things. The old school was intimately associated with religion by compulsory religious teaching, compulsory attendance at prayers, and compulsory church-going. The new school forcibly expels religion from within its walls, under whatever guise it seeks entry and in whatever diluted form reactionary groups of parents may desire to drag it back again. The old university created a close corporation of professors, a teachers' guild, which prevented the introduction of fresh teaching strength into the university. The close corporation of bourgeois professors must be dissolved, and the professorial chairs must be thrown open to all competent instructors. Under the Tsar, Russian was the only permissible language in the state service and in the school. The non-Russian subjects of the Tsar were not allowed to receive instruction in their native tongue. In the new schools, all trace of national oppression disappears from the realm of instruction, for those of every nationality are entitled to receive education in their respective tongues. 78. The school as an instrument of communist education and enlightenment. The bourgeoisie comprises a very small minority of the population. This, however, does not prevent it from supplementing the other instruments of class oppression by the use of the school to educate and break in the millions of workers, to inoculate them with bourgeois ideology. In this way, the majority of the population is constrained to accept the outlook and the morality of a numerically insignificant fraction. In capitalist countries, the proletariat and the semi-proletariat comprise the majority of the population. In Russia, the urban workers, though a minority, have in political matters become the leaders and the organizers of the struggle on behalf of all the toilers. It is natural, therefore, that the urban proletariat, having seized power, should use it primarily to this end, that it may raise all the backward strata of the working population to the requisite level of communist consciousness. The bourgeoisie used the school for the enslavement of all who live by labor. The proletariat will use the school to enfranchise them, to sweep away the last traces of spiritual slavery from the consciousness of the workers. Thanks to the schools, the bourgeoisie was able to impose upon proletarian children a bourgeois mentality. The task of the new communist schools is to impose upon bourgeois and petty bourgeois children a proletarian mentality. In the realm of the mind, in the psychological sphere, the communist school must effect the same revolutionary overthrow of bourgeois society, must effect the same expropriation that the Soviet power has effected in the economic sphere by the nationalization of the means of production. The minds of men must be made ready for the new social relationships. If the masses find it difficult to construct a communist society, this is because in many departments of mental life they still have both feet firmly planted upon the soil of bourgeois society, because they have not yet freed themselves from bourgeois prejudices. In part, therefore, it is the task of the new school to adapt the mentality of adults to the changed social conditions. Still more, however, it is the task of the new school to train up a younger generation whose whole ideology shall be deeply rooted in the soil of the new communist society. The attainment of this end must be promoted by all our educational reforms, some of which have already been inaugurated, whilst others still await realization. 79. Preparation for school life. In bourgeois society, the child is regarded as the property of its parents, if not wholly, at least to a major degree. When parents say, "my daughter, my son," the words do not simply imply the existence of a parental relationship. They also give expression to the parents' view that they have a right to educate their own children. From the socialist outlook, no such right exists. The individual human being does not belong to himself, but to society, to the human race. The individual can only live and thrive owing to the existence of society. The child, therefore, belongs to the society in which it lives, and thanks to which it came into being, and this society is something wider than the society of its own parents. To society, likewise, belongs the primary and basic right of educating children. From this point of view, the parents claim to bring up their own children and thereby to impress upon the children's psychology their own limitations, must not merely be rejected, but must be absolutely laughed out of court. Society may entrust the education of children to the parents, but it may refuse to do anything of the kind, and there is all the more reason why society should refuse to entrust education to the parents, seeing that the faculty of educating children is far more rarely encountered than the faculty of begetting them. Of 100 mothers, we shall perhaps find 1 or 2 who are competent educators. The future belongs to social education. Social education will make it possible for socialist society to train the coming generation most successfully, at lowest cost, and with the least expenditure of energy. The social education of children, therefore, must be realized for other reasons besides those of pedagogy. It has enormous economic advantages. Hundreds of thousands, millions of mothers will thereby be freed for productive work and for self-culture. They will be freed from the soul-destroying routine of housework, and from the endless round of petty duties which are involved in the education of children in their own homes. That is why the Soviet power is striving to create a number of institutions for the improvement of social education, which are intended by degrees to universalize it. To this class of institutions belong the kindergartens, to which manual workers, clerks, etc., can send their children, thus entrusting them to experts who will prepare the children for school life. To this category, too, belong the homes or residential kindergartens. There are also children's colonies, where the children either live permanently, or for a considerable period, away from their parents. There are in addition the CRHEs, institutions for the reception of children under 4 years of age. In these the little ones are cared for while their parents are at work. The Communist Party, therefore, must, on the one hand, ensure, through the working of Soviet institutions, that there shall be a more rapid development of the places where children are prepared for school life, and it must ensure that there shall be a steady improvement in the training given at such places. On the other hand, by intensified propaganda among parents, the party must overcome bourgeois and petty bourgeois prejudices concerning the necessity and superiority of home education. Here theoretical propaganda must be reinforced by the example of the best conducted educational institutions of the Soviet power. Only too often, the unsatisfactory condition of the homes, CRHEs, kindergartens, etc., deters parents from entrusting their children to these. It must be the task of the Communist Party, and especially of the women's sections, to induce parents to strive for the improvement of social education, not by holding aloof from it, but by sending their children to the appropriate institutions, and by exercising the widest possible control over them through parents' organizations. 80. The Unified Labor School. The preparatory institutions are for children up to the age of 7. After that age, education and instruction must be effected in the school, not in the home. Education must be compulsory, which marks a great advance upon Tsarist times. It must be gratuitous, and this also marks a great advance, for even in the most progressive bourgeois lands only elementary education is gratuitous. Education is naturally open to all, for the educational and cultural privileges of special groups of the population have now been abolished. Universal, equal, and compulsory education is made available for all children from the ages of 7 to 17. The school must be unified. This means, first of all, that the segregation of the sexes in the school must be done away with, that boys and girls must be educated together, that there must be coeducation. Unification further signifies the abolition of the classification of schools as elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, having no connection one with another, and working in accordance with programs which are quite independent of one another. It implies that there must no longer be a division of the elementary, middle, and high schools into general schools on the one hand and specialist or technical schools on the other, or into common schools and schools for special classes of the population. The unified school provides a single gradated system, through which every learner in the Socialist Republic can and must pass. Boys and girls will begin with kindergarten, and will work their way together through all stages to the top. This will conclude general compulsory education and also such technical education as is compulsory for every pupil. It will be obvious to our readers that the unified school is not merely the ideal of every advanced educationist, but is the only possible type of school in a socialist society, that is to say, in a classless society, or in one that is striving to abolish class. Socialism alone can realize this ideal of the unified school, although certain bourgeois educationists have entertained aspirations towards it. The school of the Socialist Republic must be a labor school. This means that instruction and education must be united with labor, and must be based upon labor. The matter is important for many reasons. It is important, first of all, because of its bearing upon successful instruction. A child learns more easily, more willingly, and more thoroughly that which it learns, not from books or from the words of the teacher, but from the personal experience of what it is doing with its own hands. We can more easily understand our natural surroundings when we get to work upon nature in our attempts to modify it. This unification of instruction with labor has already begun in the most progressive bourgeois schools. It is impossible, however, to carry it out thoroughly in the bourgeois system, in which parasitic elements are deliberately cultivated, and in which physical work is separated from mental work by an impassable gulf. Labor is necessary, not only for the healthy physical development of the children, but also for the proper development of all their faculties. Experience shows that the time they spend at school in practical work, far from retarding their progress in all kinds of theoretical knowledge, contributes greatly to their advance in the theoretical field. Finally, for communist society, the labor school is absolutely indispensable. Every citizen in such a society must be acquainted with the elements, at least, of all crafts. In communist society there will be no closed corporations, no stereotyped guilds, no petrified specialist groups. The most brilliant man of science must also be skilled in manual labor. To the pupil who is about to leave the unified labor school, communist society says, you may or may not become a professor, but in any case you must produce values. A child's first activities take the form of play. Play should gradually pass into work by an imperceptible transition, so that the child learns from the very outset to look upon labor, not as a disagreeable necessity or as a punishment, but as a natural and spontaneous expression of faculty. Labor should be a need, like the desire for food and drink. This need must be instilled and developed in the communist school. In communist society, with its vigorous technical progress, there will inevitably be vast and rapid transferences of labor power from one department to another. For example, a discovery in the weaving or the spinning industry may reduce the need for weavers and spinners, and may increase the number of workers required for cotton growing. In such cases, a redistribution of energies and occupations will be essential, and it can only be carried out with success if every worker in communist society is a master of several crafts. Bourgeois society meets these difficulties by the expedient of the industrial reserve army, which means that there is always a greater or smaller residue of unemployed. In communist society there will be no army of unemployed. The reserve of workers requisite for any branch of production in which a deficiency of labor power makes itself apparent will be constituted by the competence of workers in other branches of production to fill the vacant places. The unified labor school, and nothing else, can provide for the training of workers who will be able to perform the most diverse functions of communist society. 81. Specialist education. Up to the age of 17, all the young people in the Republic must attend the unified labor school, acquiring there the sum of theoretical and practical knowledge indispensable to every citizen of communist society. But instruction must not end there. Specialist knowledge is requisite in addition to general knowledge. The totality of the most indispensable sciences is so vast that no individual can grasp it in its entirety. The unification of education in the unified labor school is by no means intended to exclude specialist training. Our aim merely is to defer specialist training till the last stage is reached. Already during the later stages of work in the unified labor school, in the case of pupils between the ages of 14 and 17, inclination towards one occupation or another will invariably become manifest. It is not merely possible, but it is also necessary, to give an outlet to the natural desire for a more intimate acquaintance with certain of the sciences. But of course this must not be done to the detriment of the general educational program of the labor school. Real specialist training should not, however, begin until after the age of 17. The age limit is selected for various reasons. Until 17, the pupils at the labor school are scholars rather than workers. The fundamental aim of the labor processes in the school is not that of creating values and of contributing to the state budget, but that of conveying instruction. After the age of 17, the pupil becomes a worker. He must perform his quota of labor, must play his due part in producing goods for the human community. He can receive specialist instruction only in so far as he has first fulfilled his fundamental duty towards society. For this reason, as is right, specialist instruction for young people after the age of 17 can only be given out of working hours. With the advance of manufacturing technique, we may expect the working day to become less than 8 hours, and in this way there will be provided for every member of communist society plenty of time for specialist education. In certain cases, and where persons of unusual talent are concerned, it may prove desirable to make exceptions in the form of exemption from labor for a certain number of years, in order to provide opportunity for study or for research work. If complete exemption from labor should seem undesirable in the social interest, there may be a special reduction of the working hours for such individuals. 82. The University. At the present time, it is still impossible to foresee precisely what character the higher schools for specialist training will assume under communism. They will probably be of various types. There will be places where brief courses will be given. There will be polytechnics and laboratory schools, at which instruction will be furnished while at the same time experimental research is being carried on. In these, all distinction between professors and students will have disappeared. But even today we can be perfectly sure that the universities in their present form, with their present professorial staffs, have ceased to be serviceable institutions. They carry a stage farther the same sort of instruction which was provided in the bourgeois middle schools of the old type. For the time being, these universities may be reformed by leavening the professorial staffs through the addition of persons who may not perhaps attain the standard of the learned specialists of bourgeois society, but who will be fully competent to effect the necessary revolution in the teaching of the social sciences, and will be able to expel bourgeois culture from its last refuge. Furthermore, the composition of the audiences will be changed, for most of the students will be workers, and of course in this way technical science will pass into the possession of the working class. But the attendance of the workers at the universities will necessarily involve their maintenance at the cost of the state throughout the period of instruction. All this is considered in the educational section of the party program. 83. Soviet schools and party schools. During the Kerensky regime, the Tsarist school apparatus was left practically intact. The Communist Party, having attained to power, made it its business to destroy this apparatus entirely. Upon the ruins of the old class school, the Communists have begun the construction of the Unified Labor School, as the embryo of the normal labor school of communist society. They are endeavoring to eradicate from the bourgeois university everything which used to promote the maintenance of the capitalist dominion. The knowledge that has been accumulated during the ages when the possessing classes were in power is being made accessible to all the workers. Thus is being begun the construction of the normal type of university for communist society. But among all the sciences known to bourgeois culture, there was not one which gave any information as to how the proletarian revolution was to be achieved. Among all the schools which the bourgeoisie has founded and which communist society has begun to reconstruct, there was not one to teach how the proletarian state is to be upbuilded. The transitional period between capitalism and communism has given birth to a special type of school, which is intended to be serviceable to the revolution now in progress and to assist in the construction of the Soviet apparatus. Such were the aims of the party in Soviet schools which have grown up under our own eyes, in order to give brief and occasional courses of instruction, and which are being transformed into permanent institutions for the training of those who work in the party and in the Soviets. The transformation was inevitable. The upbuilding of a Soviet state is an entirely new undertaking. There is no historical precedent for anything of the kind. The work of the Soviet institutions develops and improves day by day. It is essential to success that every worker in the Soviets should be able to avail himself of all the experience of his predecessors. Self-education in administrative work, such as can be effected by the participation of all the workers in the Soviets, would seem to be insufficient. This experience must be collected, systematized, elaborated, and made available to all the workers who are engaged in the upbuilding of the Soviet system, so that each relay of workers which comes to participate in the administration can be saved from committing the faults of its predecessors, so that the new arrivals can learn, not from their own mistakes, but from the mistakes which have been made by others, and for which the state has once already had to pay. Now the schools for Soviet work must also serve this end, and we already have in the Soviet Republic a Central School of Soviet Work in the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, which is a permanent school. Soon, doubtless, similar schools of Soviet work will be established in the capitals of all the provinces. Passing now to consider the party schools, we find that they have undergone a radical change in character during the period of actual transition to communism. At first there were the schools of a definite party, supported by the proletariat, and in this stage they had a purely political character. Now they have become places where instruction is given in the communist transformation of society, and they are therefore state schools. At the same time they are military academies for the purposes of the Civil War. It has only been thanks to these schools that the proletariat has been able to form an idea of the objective significance of the transformation which it is undergoing half unwittingly, almost instinctively narrower concrete aims, and for as yet it only realizes the is incompetent to grasp the nature of the revolutionary process as a whole. The party schools are not only able to provide the proletariat with a scientific explanation of the nature and goal of the revolution, but they can also teach the workers how to achieve the aims of the revolution by the shortest route and with the least expenditure of effort. 84. Extrascholastic instruction. Under the Tsarist regime, the vast majority of the working population was deliberately kept in a permanent state of ignorance and illiteracy. An enormous percentage of illiterates was handed down by the autocracy to the Soviet power, which has naturally been compelled to adopt heroic measures in order to deliver itself from the legacy. The departments of public instruction have opened schools for adults unable to read and write, and have taken a number of additional steps to put an end to illiteracy. But apart from the utilization of the scholastic apparatus of the Commissariat for Education, the Communist Party must do its utmost to ensure that the masses shall avail themselves of the opportunities that offer for the instruction of illiterates. Here the Soviets for Popular Culture, elected from among all the workers and peasants who are interested in educational matters, must play their part. A further means has been the mobilization of all who can read and write for the instruction of all the illiterates. Such a mobilization is beginning in various parts of the Republic, and it is the business of the party to ensure that the movement shall everywhere be conducted in accordance with a definite plan. In addition to carrying on the struggle against illiteracy, the Soviet power must devote much energy and much material means to the assistance of the self-cultural endeavors of the population, and especially of adults. Numerous libraries have been inaugurated to satisfy the demands of the working population. Wherever possible, people's houses and clubs have been established and people's universities have been created. The cinema, which has hitherto served as a means for demoralizing the masses and for enriching the owners, is gradually, though very slowly, becoming one of the most potent instruments for the enlightenment of the masses and for their education in the spirit of socialism. Lecture courses of various kinds, gratuitous and accessible to all, can now, thanks to the shorter working day, become a general possession of the workers. In the future, of great significance in the matter of enlightenment will be the careful organization of holiday excursions, which will enable the workers to become acquainted with their own land and with the foreign world. There can be no doubt that in days to come such excursions will have immense importance for the workers of all countries. 85. New workers on behalf of enlightenment. The educational reforms of the Soviet power have been more successful than the reforms and innovations effected in any other department. There is an additional reason for this besides the fact that the Soviet state devotes to popular education an enormously greater proportion of its revenues than is devoted to this purpose by any bourgeois state. Over and above, we have to remember that the way for the realization of the idea of the unified labor school had already to a notable extent been prepared by the most advanced educationists of bourgeois society. The leading Russian educationists have been able under the Soviet regime to realize and practice, to a notable extent, that which from a purely pedagogical outlook they had already come to regard as socially necessary. Among the educational workers who have rallied from the side of the bourgeoisie and the landed interest to the side of the Soviet power, we find quite a number of individuals who were and still are opposed to the proletarian revolution in general, but who are heartily in favor of the revolution that has been achieved by the proletariat in the educational field. These favorable conditions, however, by no means suffice to overcome the difficulties of the proletarian state as far as concerns the provision of genuinely communist educational workers. The number of communists among the teachers, as among specialists in general, is but an insignificant minority. Most teachers are opposed to communism. The majority of them, however, are persons with an official type of mind, who are ready to serve any government and to work to any schedule, but who have a special fondness for a program which was familiar to their fathers and their grandfathers. As concerns this matter, therefore, the communists have a twofold task. In the first place, they must mobilize all the best elements of the teaching profession, and by intensified activity must create among them nuclei of communist endeavor. In the second place, the Communist Party has to create out of the younger generation an entirely new school of educationists, consisting of persons who have from the very first been trained in the spirit of communism, and above all in the spirit of the communist educational program. 86. The treasures of art and science made available to the workers. Under capitalism, talent is looked upon as the private property of its immediate possessor, and is regarded as a means of enrichment. In capitalist society, the product of talented activity is a commodity which can be sold for one price or another, and thus becomes the possession of the person with the longest purse. A work of genius, a thing with infinite social significance, and one whose essential nature is that of a collective creation, can be purchased by a Russian named Kolyapeyev or by an American named Morgan, and the buyer is then entitled to change it or to destroy it as fancy dictates. If Tretyakov, the famous Moscow merchant, had one fine day made up his mind to burn down his picture gallery instead of presenting it to the town of Moscow, there was no law in capitalist society by which he could have been called to account. As a result of the private purchase and sale of works of art, rare books, manuscripts, etc., many of them are rendered inaccessible to the broad masses of the people, and these rarities become the exclusive possessions of members of the exploiting class. The Soviet Republic has declared all works of art, collections, etc., to be social property, and it removes every obstacle to their social utilization. The same purpose is served by the decrees aiming at the withdrawal from private ownership of great libraries, so that these also have become social property. The Communist Party must see to it that the state authority continues to advance along such lines. In view of the present lack of books and of the impossibility of speedily issuing large editions and reprints, it is necessary that there should be a further restriction of private ownership, and that books should be assembled in public libraries, in schools, etc. Furthermore, in the interests of enlightenment, and in order to secure for the widest possible number of persons the opportunity of visiting the theater, all the theaters have been nationalized, and thus in an indirect way there has been achieved the socialization of dramatic, musical, and vocal art. By degrees, therefore, all the works of science and art which were created in the first instance by the exploitation of the toiling masses, were a burden upon their backs, were produced at their cost, have now been restored to the real owners. 87. The state propaganda of communism. Now that the capitalist system has been overthrown, and now that upon its ruins the new communist society is being built up, the propaganda of communist ideas cannot be left solely to the Communist Party, and cannot be conducted with its modest means alone. Communist propaganda has become a necessity for the whole society now undergoing regeneration. It must accelerate the inevitable process of transformation. To the innovators, who often work without being fully aware of what they are doing, communist propaganda must reveal the significance of their energies and their labors. It is therefore necessary that not merely the proletarian school but in addition the whole mechanism of the proletarian state should contribute to the work of communist propaganda. This propaganda must be carried on in the army. It must be carried on in and by all the instruments of the Soviet power. The most powerful method of state communist propaganda is the state publishing activity. The nationalization of all the reserves of paper and of all the printing establishments makes it possible for the proletarian state, despite the great scarcity of paper, to publish by the million any literature which is peculiarly important for the masses at a given moment. Everything issued from the state presses is made available to the generality of the people by publication at a very low price, and by degrees it is becoming possible to issue books, pamphlets, newspapers, and posters gratuitously. The state propaganda of communism becomes in the long run a means for the eradication of the last traces of bourgeois propaganda dating from the old regime, and it is a powerful instrument for the creation of a new ideology, of new modes of thought, of a new outlook on the world. 88. Popular education under Tsarism and under the Soviet power.
State expenditure upon popular education in Russia is set forth in the following table. 1891-22, 1,810,260 rubles. 1911, 27, 1,883,000 rubles. 1916, 195,624,000 rubles. 1917, 339,831,687 rubles. 1918, 2,914,082,124 rubles. 1919, half year, 3,888,000,000 rubles. We see that the transference of power to the proletariat was immediately followed by nearly a tenfold increase in the expenditure upon popular education. In the year 1917, there were on 1 September 38,387 elementary schools in 26 provinces. In the school year 1917-18, there were 52,274 elementary schools, with 4,138,982 pupils. In the school year 1918-19, there were approximately 62,238 elementary schools. As regards middle schools, in the school year 1917-18, there were 1,830, and in the school year 1918-19, there were 3,783. Preparatory schools and similar institutions were quite unknown under the Tsarist regime. In this matter, the Soviet power had to make an entirely new start. Notwithstanding the unfavorable circumstances, by October 1, 1919, in 31 provinces, the kindergartens, play schools, and homes numbered 2,615, and cared for 155 greater than 443 children. At this date, about 2.5% of all the children from 3 to 5 years of age were attending such institutions. In the towns, the percentage of children cared for in this way is now low, and the proportion continually rises. Chapter 11. Communism and Religion. 89. Why religion and communism are incompatible. Religion is the opium of the people, said Karl Marx. It is the task of the Communist Party to make this truth comprehensible to the widest possible circles of the laboring masses. It is the task of the party to impress firmly upon the minds of the workers, even upon the most backward, that religion has been in the past and still is today one of the most powerful means at the disposal of the oppressors for the maintenance of inequality, exploitation, and slavish obedience on the part of the toilers. Many weak-kneed communists reason as follows. Religion does not prevent my being a communist. I believe both in God and in communism. My faith in God does not hinder me from fighting for the cause of the proletarian revolution. This train of thought is radically false. Religion and communism are incompatible, both theoretically and practically. Every communist must regard social phenomena, the relationships between human beings, revolutions, wars, etc., as processes which occur in accordance with definite laws. The laws of social development have been fully established by scientific communism on the basis of the theory of historical materialism, which we owe to our great teachers Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. This theory explains that social development is not brought about by any kind of supernatural forces. Nay more. The same theory has demonstrated that the very idea of God and of supernatural powers arises at a definite stage in human history, and at another definite stage begins to disappear as a childish notion which finds no confirmation in practical life and in the struggle between man and nature. But it is profitable to the predatory class to maintain the ignorance of the people and to maintain the people's childish belief in miracles. The key to the riddle really lies in the exploiters' pockets. And this is why religious prejudices are so tenacious, and why they confuse the minds even of persons who are in other respects able. The general happenings throughout nature are, moreover, in no wise dependent upon supernatural causes. Man has been extremely successful in the struggle with nature. He influences nature in his own interests and controls natural forces, achieving these conquests not thanks to his faith in God and in divine assistance, but in spite of this faith. He achieves his conquests thanks to the fact that in practical life and in all serious matters he invariably conducts himself as an atheist. Scientific communism, in its judgments concerning natural phenomena, is guided by the data of the natural sciences, which are in irreconcilable conflict with all religious imaginings. In practice, no less than in theory, communism is incompatible with religious faith. The tactic of the Communist Party prescribes for the members of the party definite lines of conduct. The moral code of every religion in like manner prescribes for the faithful some definite line of conduct. For example, the Christian code runs, "Whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also." In most cases, there is an irreconcilable conflict between the principles of communist tactics and the commandments of religion. A communist who rejects the commandments of religion and acts in accordance with the directions of the party ceases to be one of the faithful. On the other hand, one who, while calling himself a communist, continues to cling to his religious faith, one who in the name of religious commandments infringes the prescriptions of the party, ceases thereby to be a communist. The struggle with religion has two sides, and every communist must distinguish clearly between them. On the one hand, we have the struggle with the church, as a special organization existing for religious propaganda, materially interested in the maintenance of popular ignorance and religious enslavement. On the other hand, we have the struggle with the widely diffused and deeply ingrained prejudices of the majority of the working population. 90. Separation of the church from the state. The Christian Catechism teaches that the church is a society of the faithful who are united by a common creed, by the sacraments, etc. For the communist, the church is a society of persons who are united by definite sources of income at the cost of the faithful, at the cost of their ignorance and lack of true culture. It is a society united with the society of other exploiters such as the landlords and the capitalists, united with their state, assisting that state in the oppression of the workers, and reciprocally receiving from the state help in the business of oppression. The union between church and state is of great antiquity. The association between the church and the feudalist state of the landowners was exceedingly intimate. This becomes clear when we remember that the autocratic aristocratic state was sustained by the landed interest. The church was itself a landlord on the grand scale, owning millions upon millions of acres. These two powers were inevitably compelled to join forces against the laboring masses, and their alliance served to strengthen their dominion over the workers. During the period in which the urban bourgeoisie was in conflict with the feudal nobility, the bourgeoisie fiercely attacked the church because the church owned territories which the bourgeoisie wanted for itself. The church, as landowner, was in receipt of revenues extracted from the workers, revenues which the bourgeoisie coveted. In some countries, France for instance, the struggle was extremely embittered. In other countries, England, Germany, and Russia, it was less fierce. But this conflict explains why the demand for the separation of church and state was made by the liberal bourgeoisie and the bourgeois democracy. The real basis of the demand was a desire for the transfer to the bourgeoisie of the revenues allotted by the state to the church. But the demand for the separation of the church from the state was nowhere fully realized by the bourgeoisie. The reason is that everywhere the struggle carried on by the working class against the capitalists was growing more intense, and it seemed inexpedient to the bourgeoisie to break up the alliance between state and church. The capitalists thought it would be more advantageous to come to terms with the church, to buy its prayers on behalf of the struggle with socialism, to utilize its influence over the uncultured masses in order to keep alive in their minds the sentiment of slavish submissiveness to the exploiting state. All power comes from God. The work which the bourgeoisie in its struggle with the church had left unfinished was carried to an end by the proletarian state. One of the first decrees of the Soviet power in Russia was the decree concerning the separation of the church from the state. All its landed estates were taken away from the church and handed over to the working population. All the capital of the church became the property of the workers. The endowments which had been assigned to the church under the Tsarist regime were confiscated, although these endowments had been cheerfully continued under the administration of the socialist Kerensky. Religion has become the private affair of every citizen. The Soviet power rejects all thoughts of using the church in any way whatever as a means for strengthening the proletarian state. 91. Separation of the school from the church. The association of religious propaganda with scholastic instruction is the second powerful weapon employed by the clergy for the strengthening of the ecclesiastical regime and for increasing the influence of the church over the masses. The future of the human race, its youth, is entrusted to the priests. Under the Tsars, the maintenance of religious fanaticism, the maintenance of stupidity and ignorance, was regarded as a matter of great importance to the state. Religion was the leading subject of instruction in the schools. In the schools, moreover, the autocracy supported the church, and the church supported the autocracy. It began to take charge of the whole of popular education, and for this purpose Russia was covered with a network of church schools. Thanks to the union of school and church, our young people were from their earliest years thralls to religious superstition, this making it practically impossible to convey to their minds any integral outlook upon the universe. To one and the same question, for instance, concerning the origin of the world, religion and science give conflicting answers, so that the impressionable mind of the pupil becomes a battleground between exact knowledge and the gross errors of obscurantists. In many countries, young people are trained, not only in a spirit of submissiveness towards the dominant regime, but also in a spirit of submissiveness towards the overthrown autocratic, ecclesiastico-feudal order. This happens in France. Even from the outlook of the bourgeois state, propaganda of such a kind is reactionary. The program of bourgeois liberalism used to contain a demand for the separation of the school from the church. The liberals fought for the replacement of religious instruction in the schools by instruction in bourgeois morality, and they demanded the closing of schools organized by religious associations and by monasteries. Nowhere, however, was this struggle carried through to an end. In France, for instance, where for 2 decades all the bourgeois ministries had solemnly pledged themselves to dissolve the religious orders, to confiscate their property, and to forbid their educational activities, there has been one compromise after another with the Catholic clergy. An excellent example of such a compromise between state and church was the recent action of Clemenceau. This minister in his day had been fiercely opposed to the church. In the end, however, he forgot his hostility and personally distributed orders of distinction among the Catholic clergy as a reward for their patriotic services. In the struggle for the exploitation of other lands, the war with Germany, and in the domestic struggle with the working class, the bourgeois state and the church have entered into an alliance and give one another mutual support. This reconciliation of the bourgeoisie with the church finds expression not merely in the abandonment by the bourgeoisie of its old anti-religious watchwords and of its campaign against religion, but in something more significant. To an increasing extent, the bourgeoisie is now becoming a believing class. The forerunners of the contemporary European bourgeoisie were atheists, were free thinkers, were fiercely antagonistic to priests and priestdom. Their successors have taken a step backwards. A generation ago, the bourgeois, though they were themselves still atheistically inclined, though they did not believe in religious fairy tales, and though they laughed covertly at religion, nevertheless considered that the fables must be treated with respect in public, since religion was a useful restraint for the common people. Today, the scions of the bourgeoisie are not content with looking upon religion as providing useful fetters for the people, but but they have themselves begun to wear the chains. Under our very eyes, after the November Revolution, the liberal bourgeois and the members of the professional classes crowded into the churches and prayed fervently to that which in happier days they had regarded with contempt. Such is the fate of all dying classes, whose last resource it is to seek consolation in religion. Among the bourgeoisies of Central and Western Europe, which still hold the reins of power, a similar movement in favor of religion is observable. But if the bourgeois class begins to believe in God and the heavenly life, this merely means it has realized that its life here below is drawing to a close. The separation of the school from the church aroused, and continues to arouse protest from the backward elements among the workers and peasants. Many of the older generation persist in demanding that religion should still be taught in the schools as an optional subject. The Communist Party fights resolutely against all such attempts to turn back the teaching of ecclesias to call obscurantism in the schools, even though the instruction should be merely optional, would imply the giving of state aid to the maintenance of religious prejudices. In that case, the church would be provided with a ready-made audience of children who are assembled in school for purposes which are the very opposite of those contemplated by religion. The church would have at its disposal schoolrooms belonging to the state, and would thereby be enabled to diffuse religious poison among our young people almost as freely as it could before the separation of the school from the church. The decree whereby the school is separated from the church must be rigidly enforced, and the proletarian state must not make the slightest concession to medievalism. What has already been done to throw off the yoke of religion is all too little, for it still remains within the power of ignorant parents to cripple the minds of their children by teaching them religious fables. Under the Soviet power, there is freedom of conscience for adults. But this freedom of conscience for parents is tantamount to a freedom for them to poison the minds of their children with the opium which when they were young was poured into their own minds by the church. The parents force upon the children their own dullness, their own ignorance. They proclaim as truth all sorts of nonsense, and they thus greatly increase the difficulties which the unified labor school has to encounter. One of the most important tasks of the proletarian state is to liberate children from the reactionary influence exercised by their parents. The really radical way of doing this is the social education of the children, carried to its logical conclusion. As far as the immediate future is concerned, we must not rest content with the expulsion of religious propaganda from the school. We must see to it that the school assumes the offensive against religious propaganda in the home, so that from the very outset the children's minds shall be rendered immune to all those religious fairy tales which many grown-ups continue to regard as truth. 92. Struggle with the religious prejudice of the masses. It has been comparatively easy for the proletarian authority to effect the separation of the church from the state and of the school from the church, and these changes have been almost painlessly achieved. It is enormously more difficult to fight the religious prejudices which are already deeply rooted in the consciousness of the masses, and which cling so stubbornly to life. The struggle will be a long one, demanding much steadfastness and great patience. Upon this matter we read in our program. The Russian Communist Party is guided by the conviction that nothing but the realization of purposiveness and full awareness in all the social and economic activities of the masses can lead to the complete disappearance of religious prejudices. What do these words signify? Religious propaganda, belief in God and in all kinds of supernatural powers, find their most grateful soil where the institutions of social life are such as to incline the consciousness of the masses towards supernatural explanations of the phenomena of nature and society. The environment created by capitalist methods of production has a strong tendency in this direction. In capitalist society, production and the exchange of products are not effected with full consciousness and in accordance with a preconceived plan. They proceed as if they were the outcome of elemental forces. The market controls the producer. No one knows whether commodities are being produced in excess or in deficiency. The producer does not fully understand how the great and complicated mechanism of capitalist production works, why crises occur and unemployment suddenly becomes rife, why prices rise at one time and fall at another, and so on. The ordinary worker, knowing nothing of the real causes of the social happenings amid which his life takes place, readily inclines to accept the will of God as a universal explanation. In organized communist society, on the other hand, The realms of production and distribution will no longer contain any mysteries for the worker. Every worker will not merely perform his allotted portion of social work. He will in addition participate in the elaboration of the general plan of production and will at least have clear ideas upon the matter. Throughout the entire mechanism of social production, there will no longer be anything mysterious, incomprehensible, or unexpected, and there will therefore be no further place for mystical explanations or for superstition. Just as the joiner who has made a table knows perfectly well how the table came to exist, and that he need not lift his eyes towards heaven in order to find its creator, so in communist society, all the workers will clearly understand what they have produced with their collective energies and how they have produced it. For this reason, the mere fact of the organization and strengthening of the socialist system will deal religion an irrecoverable blow. The transition from socialism to communism, the transition from the society which makes an end of capitalism to the society which is completely freed from all traces of class division and class struggle, will bring about the natural death of all religion and all superstition. But this must by no means be taken to imply that we can sit down at our ease, satisfied with having prophesied the decay of religion at some future date. It is essential at the present time to wage with the utmost vigor the war against religious prejudices, for the Church has now definitely become a counter-revolutionary organization and endeavors to use its religious influence over the masses in order to marshal them for the political struggle against the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Orthodox faith, which is defended by the priests, aims at an alliance with the monarchy. This is why the Soviet power finds it necessary to engage at this juncture in widespread anti-religious propaganda. Our aims can be secured by the delivery of special lectures, by the holding of debates, and by the publication of suitable literature. Also by the general diffusion of scientific knowledge, which slowly but surely undermines the authority of religion. An excellent weapon in the fight with the Church was used recently in many parts of the Republic when the shrines were opened to show the incorruptible relics. This served to prove to the wide masses of the people, and precisely to those in whom religious faith was strongest, the base trickery upon which religion in general, and the creed of the Russian Orthodox Church in particular, are grounded. But the campaign against the backwardness of the masses in this matter of religion must be conducted with patience and considerateness, as well as with energy and perseverance. The credulous crowd is extremely sensitive to anything which hurts its feelings. To thrust atheism upon the masses, and in conjunction therewith to interfere forcibly with religious practices and to make mock of the objects of popular reverence, would not assist but would hinder the campaign against religion. If the Church were to be persecuted, it would win sympathy among the masses, for persecution would remind them of the almost forgotten days when there was an association between religion and the defense of national freedom. It would strengthen the anti-Semitic movement, and in general it would mobilize all the vestiges of an ideology which is already beginning to die out. We propose to append a few figures, showing how the Tsarist regime paid over the people's money to the Church, how the Church was directly supported by the common people, who drained their slender purses to this end, and how wealth accumulated in the hands of the servants of Christ. Through the synods, and in other ways, the Tsarist government annually supplied the Church with the average amount of 50 million rubles, at a time when the ruble was worth 100 times as much as today. The synods had 70 million rubles to their credit in the banks. The churches and the monasteries owned vast areas of land. In the year 7905, the churches owned 1,872,000 desiatinas, and the monasteries owned 740,000 desiatinas. 6 of the largest monasteries owned 782,000 desiatinas. The Soloveytsky Monastery owned 66,000 desiatinas, the Surovskaya, 26,000, the Alexandrinevskaya, 25,000, and so on. In 7903, the churches and monasteries of Petrograd owned 266 rent-producing properties in the form of houses, shops, building sites, etc. In Moscow, they owned 1,054 rent-paying houses, not to mention 32 hotels. In Kiev, the churches owned 114 houses. Here are the stipends of the metropolitans and the archbishops. The Metropolitan of Petrograd received 300,000 rubles per annum. The metropolitans of Moscow and of Kiev were paid 100,000 rubles per annum each. The stipend of the Archbishop of Novgorod was 370,000 rubles. There were about 30,000 church schools, and these were attended by 1 million pupils. More than 20,000 teachers of religion were at work in the elementary schools of the Ministry for Education. Everyone knows that the autocracy supported the Orthodox Church as the dominant and only true church. Many millions of rubles were raised by taxing Musulmans, Tartars, and Bashkirs, Catholics, Poles, and Jews. This money was used by the Orthodox clergy to demonstrate that all other faiths were false. Under the Tsarist regime, religious persecution attained unprecedented proportions. In the population of Russia, for every 100 inhabitants there were, besides the 70 Orthodox, 9 Catholics, 11 Mohammedans, 9 Protestants, 4 Jews, and 7 of various creeds. As for the number of the Orthodox clergy, the following were the figures for the year 1909. The 52,869 churches of Russia were served by archpriests 2,912, priests 46,730, deacons 14,670, readers 43,518. In the 455 monasteries were monks 9,987, lay brethren 9,582. In the 418 nunneries were nuns 14,008, lay sisters 46,811. Total 188,218. The figures relate exclusively to the Orthodox Church. A similar parasitic caste is found in every nation, though of course, professing some other religion. These masses of people, instead of extracting vast sums of money from the population in order to promote popular ignorance, would have been able, had they been engaged in manual work, to produce immense quantities of values. The socialist state, when its economic apparatus has been perfected, will introduce labor service for the clergy as for all unproductive classes, so that they will have to become workers or peasants. Of the state revenues paid to the church under the Tsarist regime, more than 12 million rubles went every year to the urban and rural clergy. It is plain enough why the Reverend Fathers were opposed to the separation of the church from the state, since this implied the separation of 12 million rubles from their pockets. This sum, however, was but a fraction of the clerical incomes, which for the most part were derived from professional fees, land rents, and interest upon the capital of the church. No one has been able to ascertain the precise amount of the revenues of the Russian church. Approximately the sum may be considered to have been 150 million rubles, at a time, we repeat, when the ruble was worth 100 of our present rubles. A considerable proportion of this income is still paid by the people to the clergy. Chapter 12. The Organization of Industry. 93e. The expropriation of the bourgeoisie and the proletarian nationalization of large-scale industry. The very first task of the proletariat and of the Soviet power as instrument of the proletarian dictatorship was to wrest the means of production from the bourgeoisie, or, as the phrase runs, to expropriate the bourgeoisie. It is self-evident that we were not concerned with the expropriation of small-scale industry or with the expropriation of artisan production, but with the seizure of the means of production that were in the hands of the great capitalists, with establishing large-scale industry upon a new foundation, and with organizing it in accordance with new principles. How could the Soviet power do these things? In Part 1 we learned that the proletariat must not attempt to divide up the factories and workshops, and must not plunder them, but must undertake the social, the cooperative, organization of production. Obviously, in the epoch of proletarian dictatorship there is only one way of doing this, namely by proletarian nationalization, by which we mean the transfer of all the means of production, distribution, and exchange into the hands of the proletarian state, the greatest and most powerful of working-class organizations. We must carefully avoid confusing the nationalization of production under the bourgeois regime with the nationalization of production under the proletarian regime. Nationalization means transfer into the hands of the state. But one who speaks of the state without qualification and without inquiring whether the state is a bourgeois state or a proletarian state misses the whole point. When the bourgeoisie is the ruling class and when it nationalizes its trusts and syndicates, this nationalization nowise involves the expropriation of the bourgeoisie. All that happens is that the bourgeoisie takes its goods out of one pocket and puts them into the other. Everything is transferred into the possession of its own state, the master state. The bourgeoisie continues to exploit the working class as heretofore. The working class, as heretofore, works not for itself but for the enemies of its class. Such nationalization is bourgeois nationalization. The result of such nationalization is to produce the social order we considered in Part 1 under the name of state capitalism. It is a very different matter when nationalization is effected under the rule of the proletariat. Now the factories, the workshops, the means of transport, and so on, are transferred to the proletarian power. They do not pass under the control of the organization of the masters, but under the control of the organization of the workers. In this case, therefore, there is actually effected the expropriation of the bourgeoisie. The capitalists actually forfeit the foundations of their wealth, their dominion, their energy, and their power. The whole basis of exploitation is destroyed. The proletarian state cannot exploit the proletariat, for the simple reason that it is itself an organization of the proletariat. A man cannot climb upon his own back. The proletariat cannot exploit its own self. Under state capitalism, the bourgeoisie loses nothing by the fact that the private entrepreneurs have ceased to work separately and have joined hands to fleece the public. In proletarian nationalization, obversely, the workers in the separate factories lose nothing by the fact that they are not independent masters in their own factories, by the fact that all the enterprises belong to the working class in its entirety, to the greatest of all workers' organizations, which is known as the Soviet state. The expropriation of the bourgeoisie, which was begun immediately after the November Revolution, has now been practically completed. Within the confines of Soviet Russia, the entire transport system, railways and waterways, has been nationalized, and from 80 to 90% of large-scale production is in the hands of the proletarian state. According to the reports of the Department for Factory and Workshop Statistics of the Supreme Economic Council, by September 1919, there had been nationalized, in 30 provinces, 3,330 enterprises, at which 1,012,000 workers and 27,000 employees were occupied. These figures underrate the amount of nationalization, for we learn from other data that more than 4,000 enterprises have already been nationalized. The biggest of the 3,330 enterprises mentioned in the report are functioning. This is plain from the following figures. By September 1919, 1,375 national enterprises were actually at work, and in 1,258 of these, 782,000 workers and 26,000 employees were occupied. Out of the million workers, nearly 800,000 are actually at work, notwithstanding the terribly difficult conditions prevailing in industry. There were 69 enterprises closed down, at which 170,000 workers should have been occupied. Details are lacking concerning 1,248 enterprises occupying 57,000 workers. These are comparatively small enterprises. In the autumn of 1919, the nationalized undertakings actually at work and combined into chiefs or into centers were as follows. 1. Mining and kindred industries, under the general management of the Mountain Soviet. 1. Chief coal, chief administration of coal production. 2. Chief mines. 3. Chief petroleum. 4. Chief peat. 5. Chief slate. 6. Chief salt. 7. Chief gold. 2. Metal industries, under the general management of the Department for Metals of the Supreme Economic Council. 1. Gamza, portmanteau word for state machine shops. 2. Chief aviation. 3. Centrocopper. 4. Chief nails. S.E. motor car manufacture. 6. Group of Malzov workshops. 7. Group of Kaluga and Ryazan workshops. 8. Locomotive works in Podolia. 3. Electrotechnical industries, OJEP, a portmanteau word like Gamza. OJEP means United States Electrical Enterprises. 4. Textile industries, Chief Textile. 5. Chemical industries, under the general management of the Department for Chemical Industries of the Supreme Economic Council. 1. Raw chemicals. 2. Chief aniline dyes. 3. Centrovarnish. 4. Chief drugs. S.U. Chief matches. 6. Chief glass. 7. E. Chief potash. 8. Centro cement. 9. E. Centro paints. 10. Centro asbestos. 11. Chief hides. 12. Chief furs. 13. Centro bristles. 14. Chief bone. 15. Centrofat. 16. Chief paper. 17. Chief rubber. 18. Chemical woodworking. 19. Chief vegetable oils. 20. Centrospirits. 21. Chief tobacco. 22. Chief starch. 23. Chief sugar. 6. Preparation of foodstuffs. Department for the Preparation of Foodstuffs of the Supreme Economic Council. 1. Chief flour. 2. Chief sweets. 3. Centro tea. 4. Centro milk. SU Chief tin goods. 6. Centro cold storage. 7. Chief timber committee. 8. Printing industries. Printing department of the Supreme Economic Council. 9. Central auto section. Assembly and repair of motor cars. 10. Centro garment working, small tailoring shops, etc. 11. Utilization of waste products, Centro-Util. 12. War transport. 13. Building materials and the building industry, Committee of State Building. 14. Munitions of war, Department of Munitions of War, Centrovoyanzag, portmanteau word. 15. Transport, Lading, and Storage Department of the Supreme Economic Council, Tramit Department for the Transport of Material of the Supreme Economic Council. The expropriation of the bourgeoisie, based upon principle, must be carried to its logical conclusion. This is the first task which is incumbent on our party. But we must be careful not to forget that petty proprietors are not to be expropriated. The nationalization of small-scale industry is absolutely out of the question. First of all, because it is beyond our powers to organize the dispersed fragments of petty industry. And secondly, because the Communist Party does not and cannot wish to alienate the many millions of small masters. Their adhesion to socialism will be quite voluntary and will not result from their forcible expropriation. This fact must be especially borne in mind in those regions where small-scale production is widely prevalent. Subject to this reservation, the first task we have to face is the completion of nationalization. 94E. Our goal, the development of productivity. The foundation of our whole policy must be the widest possible development of productivity. The disorganization of production has been so extensive, the post-war scarcity of all products is so conspicuous, that everything else must be subordinated to this one task. More products. More boots, scythes, barrels, textiles, salt, clothing, corn, etc. These are our primary need. How can the desired end be secured? Only by increasing the productive forces of the country, by increased productivity. There is no other way. But here we encounter a formidable difficulty, arising out of the onslaught made upon us by the worldwide forces of the counter-revolution. We are blockaded and put upon our defense, so that we are simultaneously deprived of labor power and cut off from the material means of production. We have to wrest by force of arms petroleum and coal from the landlords and capitalists. Here is our first great task. We have to set the work of production upon a proper footing. Here is our second great task. We are hard put to it indeed. Before the working class had become master of the whole country, this was not our affair. But now the working class is in power. Everything is at its disposal. It is responsible for the destiny of the country. Upon its shoulders rests the whole burden of saving the Soviet Republic from the miseries of famine, cold, and disorder. Before the working class rose to power, its main task was to destroy the old order. Now its main task is to construct the new order. Formerly, it was the business of the bourgeoisie to organize production. Now it is the business of the proletariat. Evidently, therefore, in the days of the most widespread disorganization, all the thoughts of the proletariat, as far as this matter is concerned, must be concentrated upon the organization of industry and the increase of production. To increase production means to increase the output of labor, to produce more goods, to work better in every possible way, and day by day to achieve better results. The time for fine phrases is past, and the time for hard work has come. No longer does it devolve upon us to fight for our rights in Moscow or in Petrograd. The working class has secured its rights and is defending them at the front. What we have to do now is to increase the number of nails, horseshoes, plows, locks, machines, greatcoats. These things have become absolutely vital if we are to avoid dying of hunger amid the ruin resulting from the war, if we are to be clothed, if we are to regain our strength, if we are to advance by rapid strides along the road to the new life. The problem of increased production comprises a number of problems. How can we increase the quantity of the material means of production, machinery, coal, and raw materials? And how can we increase the amount of labor power? How can we best organize production? What is the best way of planning our economic life as a whole? How should one branch of production be linked up with another? How should production be administered? What is the best and most economical way of allotting the reserves of raw material? How can we best dispose of the available labor power? How can we secure better work, insofar as this depends upon the workers themselves? The question of a comradely labor discipline, that of the struggle against slovenliness, slackness, idleness, etc. All these questions are of immense importance. We have to solve them practically, to solve them in action. We have to solve them, not in a single factory or for a single factory, but for the whole of a huge country, where the working class and the semi-proletariat are numbered by millions. It is evident that in this matter we must stick to one point of view, must drive the nail home, must increase the productivity of the whole country which is building its economic life upon the new foundation of communist labor. Our opponents, the social revolutionaries, the Mensheviks, the bourgeois, etc., declare that we are not Marxists at all, that our communism is only a consumer's communism, a communism of distribution. The Bolsheviks, they say, shear the bourgeois, compel the bourgeois to give up their houses. The Bolsheviks divide up the articles of consumption, but they do not organize production. The charge is utterly unfounded. The productive forces of society consist of two things: of the material means of production, on the one hand, and of living persons, the workers, on the other. The working class is the basic force of production. If machinery, tools, etc., have been destroyed, this is unfortunate, but the loss is not vital, for experienced workers can, even though at the cost of much labor, reproduce everything that is lacking. Very different is the state of affairs when the living force of production is destroyed, when the workers migrate to the villages, when cold and hunger lead them to abandon the towns, when the working class crumbles to pieces. This must be prevented at all costs. The organized expropriation of the means of consumption is in such a case the best way to protect living labor power. Communism of the articles of consumption is thus no more than an indispensable preliminary to our real aim, the organization of production. The bourgeoisie everywhere wishes to impose upon the proletariat all the costs of the war, all the poverty which arises out of it, all the cold, all the hunger. For the sake of its own future, the proletariat must force the bourgeoisie to shoulder the burdens of the post-war period. But of course our leading task is the organization of production and the development of productivity. 95e The purposive organization of economic life, the breakup of capitalism left as its legacy to the proletariat. Not only a widespread lack of the means of production, but also widespread confusion. Russia was utterly disintegrated. The connection between the various regions of the country had been destroyed. Intercourse between one industrial district and another had become extraordinarily difficult. As a result of the revolution, the factory owners had dropped the reins of administration, and at first, in many places, the factories were simply masterless. There then ensued an unsystematic seizure of the enterprises by the workers, who could wait no longer. A local nationalization of this kind had begun before the November Revolution. Of course, it was not really nationalization, but only the unorganized seizure of enterprises by the workers who had been employed in them. Not until later did the seizure become transformed into nationalization. Even after the November Revolution, nationalization was at first conducted haphazardly. Manifestly, the primary need was to nationalize the largest and best-equipped enterprises. But things did not always work out this way. The general tendency was to nationalize those enterprises which the owners had abandoned and which could not be left uncared for. In many cases, however, enterprises were nationalized because their owners were especially hostile to the workers. It was natural that in the days of the Civil War there should be a great many such enterprises, but it was equally natural that among these there were not a few which were in bad order and practically unworkable. Quite a number of them, in especial, were mushroom growths of the war period, inaugurated for defensive purposes. Having been hastily put together, they collapsed with equal speed during the revolution. All this inevitably led at first to increased disorganization. At the outset, the Soviet power and its instruments had no accurate reports of what was going on. There was no list of undertakings. There were no tabulated statements of the supplies of raw materials, fuel, and finished commodities. There was no account of the productive possibilities, no definite idea concerning how much the undertakings that were being nationalized were competent to produce. The bourgeoisie was dying, but it was dying intestate. The proletariat became the heir to the wealth of the bourgeoisie, but it became the heir in virtue of a seizure of the property in an embittered civil struggle. Obviously, therefore, in these early days, there could be no talk of any general economic plan. The old organization, the capitalist system, had collapsed. The new organization, the socialist system, had not yet come into being. Nevertheless, one of the fundamental tasks of the Soviet power was, and is that of uniting all the economic activities of the country in accordance with a general plan of direction by the state. Thus only is it possible to retain productivity at such a level as will permit a subsequent farther development. We have learned in Part 1 that one of the great merits of the communist system is that it puts an end to the chaos, to the anarchy, of the capitalist system. Herein lies the very essence of communism. It would of course be absurd to expect that within a brief space of time, when hunger and cold are rife, when there is a lack of fuel and raw materials, it will be possible rapidly to achieve permanent and satisfactory results. But while it is true that people do not live in the foundations of their house, and that they cannot live in the house at all till it has been erected upon its foundations, and until the scaffolding has been removed, nevertheless the foundation is absolutely indispensable. This comparison may be applied to the upbuilding of communist society. The foundations of communist society are laid by the organization of industry, and first of all by a purposive unification of industry under state control. To carry out this design in practice, it was necessary, first of all, to take stock. We had to know precisely what resources were available for the proletarian power. We had to know what supplies there were, how many enterprises, etc. By degrees, ties arose between what had formerly been independent enterprises. Central instruments came into existence for the supply of raw materials, fuel, and accessories. A network of organs for the local and central administration of industry was created, and this was already in a position to elaborate a general plan and to apply the plan all over the country. The administrative apparatus of industry, regarded from above, is constructed as follows. At the head of each factory there is the workers' factory administration. This usually consists of the workers in the enterprise, who are members of the appropriate trade unions, and of members of the technical staff who are appointed subject to the approval of the Central Committee of the Workers' Trade Union. 2/3 of the members of the factory administration are ordinary workers, and 1/3 belong to the technical staff. In certain cases, where we have to do with a number of comparatively small undertakings, there are district administrations in close touch with the local economic councils, and these in their turn are in touch with the local soviets of workers' delegates. Larger undertakings are directly subordinated to the so-called chiefs and centers. These chiefs and centers constitute unions of whole branches of P reduction. For example, the chief textiles supervises the whole textile industry. Chief nails supervises all the production of nails. Chief coal supervises all the production of coal. Refer back to the small type list in 93. The organizations which, under state capitalism, had been state trusts P residing over specific branches of production, have in our system become chiefs and centers. The composition of these chiefs and centers is decided by the P Residium or Executive Committee of the Supreme Economic Council, see below, and by the Central Committee of the respective trade union. Should any dissension arise, the place of this trade union is taken by the All-Russian Central Soviet of Trade Unions, which decides the composition of such a center in conjunction with the Presidium of the Supreme Economic Council. The local economic councils are usually responsible for the organization of minor enterprises. The chiefs and the centers, in their turn, are united into groups of kindred industries. For example, such unions of chiefs constitute, respectively, the Gamza, state machine shops, the Centrocopper, the Chief Gold, the Chief Nails, etc. Here, for instance, is a list of the groups comprising the Department for Metals. In the textile industry, at the head of which is Sintra Textile, we have in addition the so-called CUS, especially in the cotton industry. These unite undertakings which produce half-manufactured products in various stages of manufacture and also finished products. Speaking generally, it may be said that all this organization is still in a state of flux. New forms are continually arising, and old forms are continually dying out. This is inevitable during a time of febrile constructive activity, and when the conditions are so unfavorable because we may own the Ural region today and lose it to the enemy tomorrow, because we may be excluded from Ukraine today and may be in control there tomorrow. Not only, then, are the individual branches of production unified, but these branches of production are further integrated into larger unities. It need hardly be said that such combinations of branches are formed, first of all, between branches of a kindred character. For example, the production of nails, that of machinery, that of copper, and that of copper utensils, etc., are combined into a metal group. This group of chiefs constitutes the Department for Metals of the Supreme Economic Council. There are several such departments. Besides the Department for Metals, we have the Department for Chemical Industries, the Department for Foods, the Printing Department, etc. In the autumn of 1919, the structure of these various departments was still far from uniform. In the Department for Metals, the predominant influence was exercised by the Central Committee of the All-Russian Union of Metal Workers. The metal workers belong to the workers' vanguard. They are mentally alert. They are splendid workers. For these reasons, they have excellent administrative capacity. In some of the other departments, the conditions are less favorable. For example, it was not until the autumn of 1919 that the workers began to participate in the administration of the Department for Chemical Industries, for not until that date had there been constituted any corporative unity in this class of work. All the departments are subordinated to the Supreme Economic Council, Vysovnaras, or SEC. This consists of representatives of the Soviet of Trade Unions, of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of Soviets, and of the People's Commissaries. Its affairs are managed by a presidium. Thus, the SEC coordinates all the economic activities of the country, and the primary duty of the Council is to draw up and to carry out a unified scheme for the state administration of economic life. The activities of the Gamza demonstrate the capacity of the workers, with the aid of the requisite types of organization, to increase production. The Union of Metalworkers, IT will be remembered, has the decisive influence here. The period of time to which the second line in the table relates was 3 times as long as the period to which the first line relates. It will be seen that the production was more than 3 times as great. With the aid of a certain amount of organization, which is already progressing satisfactorily, it has become possible to make a more purposive use of the apparatus for controlling the supply of raw material than has hitherto been made by the chiefs, and also to secure a better centralization of production by restricting it to the best-equipped undertakings. The latter is a logical consequence of the general plan. Plainly, it is more advantageous to utilize the best-equipped undertakings, to concentrate all our energies upon the maintenance of these, rather than to trouble ourselves fruitlessly by having recourse to inefficient and badly equipped undertakings. In this matter, likewise, we have of course to reckon with the general scarcity of fuel and raw materials. Owing to the scarcity, we have often been compelled to close down some of the largest works, in the textile industry, for instance. Even today, we owe to these causes the still persistent partial disorganization of production. The main trouble here, however, is not the lack of organization properly speaking, but the lack of material things requisite for production. Nevertheless, the centralization of production advances with irresistible strides. The Gamza, for instance, has closed a considerable number of second-rate enterprises and has concentrated production in 16 of the best-equipped works. The electrotechnical industry, which was quite disintegrated under capitalism, has now been unified. The same thing has happened in various other branches of production: tobacco, farinaceous foods, sugar, textiles, etc. The wise and thrifty utilization of the extant supplies of materials and energy is a matter of immense importance. At first, as we have seen, there were no inventories. A number of warehouses were destroyed, and the stores they contained were pillaged, or they disappeared no one knew whither, before there had been any discussion of the right utilization of these resources. But in this field, likewise, order was gradually introduced, although with great difficulty. In the case of many articles, we now have definite information as to the amount available. It is perfectly plain that a great deal still remains to be done to perfect the regulation and organization of economic life. Confusion and disorder are still widely prevalent. The apparatus does not yet dovetail properly, but the general framework has already been constructed. Our task now consists in advancing the work along 3 lines. First, we must perfect the unification of all the economic activities of the country. Secondly, we must perfect our general plan of economic administration, must centralize production more completely, must organize it better, and must continue to improve our administrative apparatus. Lastly, we must learn to make a still better use of all the raw materials and stores in the country. The following table gives a comparative statement relating to the supply of fuel and of raw material in the years 1918 and 1919 respectively. The data have been furnished by Comrade Miliut. The table shows that order was being established in many departments. It likewise shows that our chief trouble has been the loss of the petroleum supplies. 96. The development of economic cooperation with other lands. The question of our relationships to the foreign world is closely connected with the question of the organization of large-scale industry. Soviet Russia is encircled by a blockade, and this does immense harm to the country. The figures in the following table show how important the interruption of economic intercourse with other lands has been in its influence upon Russian manufacturing industry and agriculture. Our chief imports were manufactured articles, and between 1909 and 1913 the quantity of these imports increased by 65%. The import of raw materials and half-manufactured goods increased in the same period by 60%. Thus the importance of imports notably augmented. The most notable imports were industrial machinery apparatus of various kinds, hardware, agricultural machinery, chemical products, electrical accessories, and other means of reduction. But there was also a steady increase in the import of articles of consumption, textiles, leather goods, etc. All intercourse with Germany was broken off at the outset of the war. When Soviet Russia was blockaded, trade relations with the Entente likewise came to an end. According to pre-war estimates, our total imports of goods amounted to nearly 1.5 milliards of rubles. This shows what a loss the blockade has inflicted upon us. The policy on our part must therefore aim at the reopening of economic relationships with other states, insofar, of course, as this is compatible with our general aims. The best guarantee, in this connection, would be a decisive victory over the counter-revolution. A second task concerns the mutual economic relationships between Russia and those countries in which the proletariat gains the upper hand. We must aim, not merely at economic exchanges with such countries, but if possible we must collaborate with them in accordance with a common economic plan. Should the proletariat prove victorious in Germany, we should establish a joint organ which would direct the common economic policy of the 2 Soviet republics. It would decide what quantity of products German proletarian industry should send to Soviet Russia, how many skilled workers should migrate from Germany to the Russian locomotive factories, for instance, and, conversely, what quantity of raw materials should be sent from Russia to Germany. We are perfectly well aware that Europe will be able to recover far more rapidly from the present state of disorganization in the event of a union being formed between the various countries. Naturally, we have no intention to unite with any capitalist land. On the other hand, we can and must enter into a close economic alliance with Soviet republics, must collaborate with them in accordance with a common economic plan. The economic proletarian centralization of production up an international scale, such is our goal. 97. The organization of small-scale industry, handicraft, and home industry. We have seen that the chief obstacles to the upbuilding of communism in Russia arises from the fact that in general our country, like all undeveloped and backward lands, is one of petty enterprise. Above all this true of Russian agriculture. But the manufacturing industry of Russia likewise retains vestiges of the old type of relationships. We have large numbers of home workers, independent artisans, and small-scale producers. According to pre-war statistics, in 34 provinces there were in all about 1,700,000 petty enterprises carried on by home workers. In the following statement, These home industries are numerically classified according to the nature of the products. According to some estimates, the number of independent home workers was reduced by 1 million during the war, and this despite the fact that, owing to the disorganization of large-scale manufacture, many workers took to home industry. The reduction is to be explained by the migration and dispersal of home workers in search of regions where there was more to eat. In the provinces of Vologda, Novgorod, and similar regions, where the food conditions were particularly bad, the falling off ranged from 20 to 25%. On the other hand, in the provinces of Kursk, or Simbirsk, and Tambov, there was an increase of from 15 to 20%. The proletarian power is faced by the question, how is this mass of petty producers to be incorporated into the general system of the socialist economy now in course of construction? In the first place, it is absolutely clear that forcible expropriation is here quite inadmissible. The petty producers must not be bludgeoned into the socialist realm. We must do everything in our power to make it easy for them to undergo the necessary change, and to understand that it is not merely necessary but advantageous. This can be achieved by surrounding the home worker with certain conditions. What are these conditions? How can they be secured? First of all, we must include home industry in the general scheme for the state provision of fuel and raw materials. For if the home worker receives from the state organization of the proletariat the fuel and the raw materials which are requisite for his productive occupation, then he will become dependent upon that proletarian organization. In former days, under capitalism, the dealer or the factory owner often supplied the home worker with raw materials, and thereby the latter became dependent upon the former. Of course, the dealer or the factory owner looked after the home worker in this way in order to exploit him. The home worker was really working, not for himself, but for a capitalist. Of a very different character is the dependence of the home worker upon the proletarian state. The proletarian state, the workers' state, neither wants to, nor will, nor can, exploit the home worker. The proletarian state only wants to help the home workers to organize themselves jointly with the other workers. The proletarian state will not extract profit from the home workers. It does not extract profit from anyone. Its aim is to attract the home workers and their organizations into the general labor organization of industry. The home worker who is dependent upon the dealer or the factory owner works for the dealer or the factory owner. He becomes their beast of burden. The home worker who is dependent upon the proletarian state is a social worker. Thus, the first requisite is to include the home worker in the general scheme for the supply of fuel and raw materials. Secondly, it is essential that the home worker should receive financial aid from the state. Formerly, under capitalism, the usurious dealer likewise helped out the home worker in money matters. But he supported the home worker much as the cord supports the man who has been hanged. The dealer enslaved the home worker in the most barbarous fashion, for the dealer, spider-like, sucked the golden juice out of the home worker. The proletarian state can really help the home worker with money, supplying the money to enable the home worker to execute state orders, with no intention of extracting profits, with no usurious aim whatever. Thirdly, it is self-evident that the proletarian state must place its orders with the home worker in accordance with a centralized system. Supplying the home worker with raw materials, with fuel, with accessories, and in case of need with implements, the proletarian state authority places its orders in accordance with a definite plan, and is enabled to include the home worker in the general scheme of social production. Thus, the home workers will by degrees be drawn within the general system of production now being organized upon socialist foundations. They will be drawn within that system, not only by being supplied with certain products of social production, but also because they themselves will be directly working for the proletarian state in accordance with a plan prescribed for them by the instruments of the proletarian state. Fourthly, the help given to the home workers, in the manner just described, must be conditional upon their organizing themselves like other workers. The proletarian state must give the preference to those home workers who unite, who organize themselves into artels or cooperatives of production. More important still, it must give preference among such organizations to those which are undertaking large-scale cooperative production instead of petty production. Every entrepreneur, however small the scale of his rations, and even the independent home worker, has at the bottom of his heart a desire to become a great entrepreneur, a desire to get on in the world, a desire to have an establishment of his own, to engage hands, and so on. Under capitalism, artels or cooperatives of production have tended, as they have grown stronger, to degenerate, in actual fact, into capitalist undertakings. It will be very different under the proletarian dictatorship. Here there is no scope for capitalism. Instead, we have the state authority of the workers, which organizes all possible kinds of unions among the workers, and which holds in its hands all the financial resources of the community and, still more important, all the means of production. Formerly, it was absurd to believe that artels could bring us nearer to socialism. Inevitably, in the course of their development, they became transformed into capitalist companies. But now, when we are able to draw them within the organization of the workers' state, such bodies can be helpful in the upbuilding of socialism. They can be helpful, not because the home workers are themselves eager for communism. Many of the home workers, like petty entrepreneurs in general, are prejudiced against communism, but because new roads are being opened, while the old roads have been completely closed. By encouraging the home workers to form labor organizations, we encourage their painless transformation into workers of the great united, organized, mechanized system of social production. Much has already been done in this direction. For the winter season of 1919 to 1920, for example, state orders were extensively placed among home workers: 2 million pairs of felt boots, 2,200 pairs of woolen mitts, large quantities of knitted goods, bast shoes, sheepskin jackets, etc. An improvement in production has already become noticeable. For the winter season 1918 to 1919, the deliveries of felt boots down to March 1, 1919 were only 300,000 pairs. For the winter season I-1919 to 1920, there have already been delivered 500,000 pairs by November 1919.
The advances were given in accordance with a definite plan. Raw materials, petroleum, illuminants, and fuel were supplied. In the years 1918 to 1919, the work of organization took the following form. Conferences were summoned consisting of the representatives of cooperative organizations, of the Home Workers' Leagues, Centrosoyas, Centroseksha, Moska, Kustersbit, etc., and representatives of the Section for Home Industry of the Supreme Economic Council. These conferences drew up a general plan. Kustersbit, the Central League of Cooperatives for the Production and Distribution of Goods Manufactured by Home Workers and Artels, is the largest organization of home workers which has been drawn into the general organizational scheme. It embraces 29 leagues with 1,306 cooperatives, representing in all 631,860 home-working enterprises. They receive their supplies either from the central organization or through the local economic councils. Under the Soviet regime, the number of associations is steadily increasing. It need hardly be said that, since the links between the various parts of the economic Soviet apparatus are now in course of construction, no final forms have yet been attained. Everything is still in a state of flux. But there is one matter upon which we have to keep our attention fixed: the regulation of the apparatus, the harmony of organization, the purposiveness of all our activities. 98. The organization of industry and of trade unions. In Russia, the apparatus which has proved preeminently suitable for the new tasks in the domain of organizing and administering industry has consisted of the trade unions. In capitalist society, the function of the trade unions, constituted first upon a craft basis and subsequently upon an industrial, productive basis, was primarily to serve as a means for the struggle against capitalism, as a means for the economic struggle. During the days of storm and stress, the trade unions joined forces with the party of the working class, with the Bolsheviks, to lead the general onslaught upon capital. The party, the unions, and the Soviets marched side by side against the capitalist social order. To the conquest of political power, the role of the trade unions naturally underwent a change. Hitherto, for example, they had engaged in strikes against the capitalists. Now the capitalists no longer existed as ruling class, as masters, as entrepreneurs. Hitherto, the principal aim of the trade unions had been to effect the destruction of the system which then prevailed in the factories. But after November 1917, the time had arrived for the establishment of the new order. The organization of production. This was the new task of the trade unions in the epoch of proletarian dictatorship. The unions were able to bring together immense numbers of the proletarian organizations, and they were directly associated with the work of production. In Russia, moreover, at the time of the revolution, they were in entire agreement with the idea of the proletarian dictatorship. It is not surprising, therefore, that it proved necessary to hand over to these organizations the actual responsibility for the management of production, including the management of the most important of all the elements of production, the management of labor power. What should be the relationship between the trade unions and the state power of the proletariat? Let us recall what the bourgeoisie did in order to secure its greatest successes. It built up the system of state capitalism, associating all its other organizations more closely with the state power, this applying in especial to its economic organizations, syndicates, trusts, and employers' associations. The proletariat, which has to carry to a successful issue its struggle against capital, must in like manner centralize its organizations. It has its Soviets of workers' delegates, which constitute the instruments of state authority. It has trade unions. It has cooperatives. Manifestly, if their work is to be effective, they must be mutually interconnected. The question now arises, with which organization must the others be linked up? The answer is simple. We must select the greatest and most powerful of all. Such an organism is constituted by the state organization of the working class, by the Soviet power. It follows, therefore, that the trade unions and cooperatives must develop in such a way that they will be transformed into economic departments and instruments of the state authority. They must be statified. The social solidarians, those who continually overlook the significance of the class struggle, when considering the part that must be played by the trade unions in the epoch of the proletarian dictatorship, usually adopt the point of view of those who demand independence for the trade union movement. The unions, these gentry assure us, are class organizations, and for this reason they must remain entirely independent of the state authority. It is quite easy to detect the fallacy which underlies what here masquerades as a class outlook. The state cannot be thus contrasted with class organizations, for the state is itself a class organization. When Mensheviks and others protest against the union with the workers' state, they are in fact expressing their hostility towards the workers' state. They are taking sides with the bourgeoisie. We note that they likewise advocate independence of the bourgeois state. They speak slightingly of unions supported by state funds. But now, in Russia, the state treasury belongs to the workers. Apparently the Mensheviks would prefer that the state revenues should still belong to the bourgeoisie. Independence of the workers' state power really means dependence upon the bourgeoisie. The new tasks which were incumbent upon the trade unions made it essential that with all possible speed they should become huge industrial, productive unions. It is obvious that if the members of the trade unions are to be responsible for the organization of production, the workers must be organized upon the lines of productive industry, and not upon craft lines. In other words, for the proper fulfillment of the new function it was requisite that the trade unions should be so organized that all the workers and employees in any enterprise should be united in one union, and that for each enterprise no other union should be available. Previously, the unions were so constructed that the workers were organized in accordance with their petty crafts. When subsequently endeavors were made to organize on the lines of industry, production, confusion still prevailed. For example, the metalworkers' union accepted as members, not only the workers who were really engaged in the metallurgical industry, but any worker whose craft had something to do with metals, although the industry with which he was connected had nothing to do with metallurgy. Of course, we do not achieve real industrial, productive organization when each undertaking or each branch of production is treated as a separate organism. To achieve the industrial organization of production, we must organize in an appropriate manner, in accordance with whole branches of production, and must organize in a single union all the workers and employees engaged in any particular branch. As an example of the fusion of a number of small craft unions to form a great industrial union, we may take the organization of the Petrograd metalworkers. In this way, in place of large numbers of little unions organized upon a craft basis, there have come into existence the great centralized industrial, productive unions. The task of our party in this connection is to hasten the transformation and to favor the transformation of industrial, productive unions, each of which shall enroll all the workers and employers without exception engaged in a specific branch of industrial production. According to the data made available by the Statistical Department of the All-Russian Central Soviet of Trade Unions, the membership of the unions was as follows. The total membership of the trade unions was more than 3,700,000. They have 33 central executive committees. In addition, there are still quite a number of trade unions which have not yet been centralized. The Statistical Department estimates that the total number of organized workers, including the provinces occupied by the enemy, is 4 million. We must not forget that the workers belonging to the factories which are not running are still reckoned as workers of these factories, and remain members of their respective unions. In accordance with the laws of the Soviet Republic, and in accordance with established practice, the trade unions, industrial or productive unions, participate in the work of all the central and local organs of the administration of industry. They participate in the work of the commissariats, of the economic councils, of the Supreme Economic Council, of the chiefs and dissenters, of the workers' factory administration. In a word, everywhere the trade unions play an important, nay a decisive role. Nevertheless, this taking control of production on the part of the trade unions is still far from complete. There are many branches of economic life in which the workers have not yet assumed, as they should assume, control. Especially does this apply to the chiefs and centers. In these we frequently find that bourgeois specialists are at work, persons who are not subject to any proper control, and who would like to reconstruct economic organization in accordance with their own plans, hoping for a return of the good old times, for the speedy transformation of the centers into capitalist trusts. To counteract any such designs, it is essential that the trade unions should take an ever-increasing share in the administration of industry, until the day when the whole of economic life, from the bottom to the top, shall constitute a unity which is effectively controlled by the industrial, productive unions. On the lower levels of industrial administration, we must refer in especial to the activity of the factory committees. These are really cells of the trade unions, subordinated in each case to the guidance of the respective union. Elected by the workers of a given factory or workshop, these factory or workshop committees control affairs within the enterprise so far as labor is concerned. They are responsible for engaging and dismissing workers. They care for the workers' families. They supervise the pay, regulate the hours of work, are supreme in matters of discipline, etc. They are, moreover, admirable elementary schools of administrative work for the broad masses of the people. In this way the trade, industrial or productive, unions effect the closest association between the central organs of state administration, economic life, and the broad masses of the workers. The first, the most important, function of the industrial, productive, unions is to an ever-increasing degree to ensure that the masses shall participate in the control of economic life. Taking the factory committees as their foundation, and uniting practically all the workers, the industrial, productive, unions must induce more and ever more workers to interest themselves in the organization of production. Direct practical experience of administrative work is here especially valuable, for example, on the factory committees, in the workers' factory administrations, in the economic councils, the chiefs, etc. Of great value, likewise, is a special work of enlightenment undertaken by the unions, courses of instruction, etc. This introduction of the masses to participation in constructive work is also the best way of counteracting the tendency to bureaucracy in the economic apparatus of the Soviet power. In places where there are very few workers but a great number of Soviet employees, bureaucracy is apt to assume formidable proportions. Routinism, red tape, bad manners, slackness, sabotage — there is too much of all these in the economic organizations. We know only one way of getting rid of such abuses, and it is by lifting the lower grades of workers to a higher level. For thus only can be ensured a genuine, popular control of the activities of all our economic institutions. 99. The utilization of labor power. Of extreme importance to the future of Russia is the right utilization of the available supplies of labor power. When means of production are nearly exhausted and raw materials are very scarce, everything depends upon the right application of labor power. We have, then, the following duties to perform. We must utilize all the available labor power. In other words, we must take care that all the elements capable of work have something to do, that they are all employed. We have to remember that in days of famine everyone who eats without doing useful work is a dead weight upon society. There are plenty of such persons. Nevertheless, there is a great deal of work which can be done without any complicated means, for example, the removal of town refuse, the repair of streets, high roads, and railways, street cleaning, emergency fortification work, the cleaning of barracks, etc. There are various kinds of work connected with the provision of fuel and raw materials, the felling of trees, the transport of timber, the procuring of peat, etc. Here, of course, we encounter a great many difficulties. We may have men and axes, but may lack food for the men, so that our wood-cutting schemes come to nothing. It is obvious, however, that the only way out of our many difficulties is through the right utilization of the labor power at our disposal. Associated with this problem is that of carrying out general mobilizations for the performance of one kind of social work or another. When work of fortification was urgently required, an excellent use was made of the labor power of the masses which would otherwise have run to waste. This task must be systematically performed. The universal obligation to labor is part of the constitution of the Russian Socialist Federative Soviet Republic, but in practice we are a long way from its realization. Our first duty, then, is to see to it that all the labor power of the Workers' Republic shall be adequately utilized. Our second duty concerns the distribution and redistribution of labor power. It is sufficiently obvious that the productivity of labor will depend upon how far we can effect a purposive distribution of labor power throughout the various districts and throughout the various branches of work. This distribution of labor power, the supply of labor power to the places where it is required, will need an enormous amount of registration of labor power, if the assignments are to be made intelligently. Unless we know precisely what means we have to dispose of, we cannot dispose of them to advantage. Here is work which the Soviet power cannot perform properly without the collaboration of the trade unions, and indeed the work must be done through the instrumentality of the trade unions. 100. Comradely labor discipline. The productivity of a country is not solely determined by the quantity of machinery, raw materials, and other material means of production it contains. Its productivity depends also upon labor power. In Russia at the present time, since the material means of production are so scanty, the condition of labor power, of living labor, assumes enormous importance. The capitalist method of production kept the workers in subjection, compelled them to work for their masters, imposed upon them, in effect, the discipline of the lash. The revolution undermined and overthrew this discipline of capitalist labor, completely abolished it, just as in the army it abolished the imperialist discipline, and made an end of the obedience of the soldiers to the Tsarist officers. It is plain, however, that the task of socialist reconstruction will never be achieved without a new discipline. Here, likewise, comparison with the army holds good. We destroyed the old army. For a season, there was anarchy, disorder, confusion. But we constructed a new army, on new foundations, and for new ends an army which is in the hands of the proletariat, and fights against the landlords and capitalists to whom the old army belonged. The same thing is happening in the case of the army of the toilers, in the case of the working class. The period of the destruction of the old discipline is over. There is now being inaugurated a new, a comradely labor discipline, not imposed and sustained by the masters, not imposed and sustained by the capitalist whip, but by the labor organizations themselves, by the factory committees, the workshop committees, and the trade unions. When we are organizing production, we cannot leave out of account the organization of labor in the factory. A comradely labor discipline is one of the most important means for the organization of social production and for the increase of productivity. Comradely discipline must be accompanied by the complete spontaneity of the working class. The workers must not wait for orders from above, must not lack initiative. Far from this, every improvement in production, every discovery of new methods of organizing labor, must break trail for itself. Backward strata of the workers often fail to recognize how their work ought to be managed. But the means are to hand. The workers are organized in unions, and these unions control production. Every day the workers have before their eyes the factory and workshop committees and the workers' factory administrations. Everything that is needed can be effected from below upwards through the instrumentality of the labor organizations, provided only that a little more zeal is displayed, less timidity, a fuller realization that the working class has now become the master of life. Labor discipline must be based upon the feeling and the consciousness that every worker is responsible to his class, upon the consciousness that slackness and carelessness are treason to the common cause of the workers. The capitalists no longer exist as a dominant caste. The workers no longer work for capitalists, usurers, and bankers, they work for themselves. They are engaged upon their own affairs. The edifice they are constructing belongs to the workers. Formerly, under the capitalist regime, it was not our business to trouble ourselves how their purses might best be filled. Now, another day has dawned. This sense of responsibility towards the whole working class must animate the mind of every worker. Finally, labor discipline must be based upon the strictest mutual control. Since all the comrades know that a decline in the productivity of labor will involve the ruin of the whole working class, that if we fail to improve in this respect we shall inevitably perish, they must all supervise with a proprietary eye the common task of utilizing the life-giving energies of nature. For labor is a struggle, it is a struggle with nature. We have to win the victory over nature, we must transform nature's crudities into clothing, fuel, and bread, and just as in the forefront of the struggle with the enemies of our class, with the capitalists, the landlords, and the military officers, we measure our successes, and keep a vigilant eye upon all who are afraid, all who are slack, all who are treacherous, so, here, we must control one another mutually. He betrays the workers' cause who fails now to help in getting the workers' cart out of the mire. Such a one is a blackleg. It is plain that the work of creating a new labor discipline will be arduous, for it will involve the re-education of the masses. A slave's psychology and slavish habits are still deeply ingrained. It is just as it was in the case of the army. When the Tsar drove, the soldier moved on. But when it was a case of defending his own cause, the soldier scratched his head and did nothing. Still, we were able to deal with this question of the army because the members of the workers' vanguard were well aware of what was at stake, and they did all that was necessary. Now we have to achieve similar results in the case of production. The re-education of the workers will be facilitated by the fact that the toiling masses themselves realize, and have been taught by daily experience, that their fate is in their own hands. They had a very good lesson when for a time, in various regions, the Soviet power was overthrown by the counter-revolution. For instance, in the Urals, in Siberia, etc. The Communists, the workers' vanguard, gave a striking example of the new, comradely discipline when they instituted the so-called Communist Saturdays, when they worked voluntarily and gratuitously, increasing the productivity of labor far beyond the ordinary. Comrade Lenin spoke of the Communist Saturdays as the great initiative. The Moscow railwaymen were the first among the communists to organize Communist Saturdays, and from the very outset there was a notable increase in the productivity of their labor. On the Alexander Railway, 5 turners in 4 hours made so cylinders, 213% more than the ordinary production. 20 laborers, in 4 hours, assembled 600 poods of scrap iron and 70 carriage springs, each weighing 3 poods, 300% more than the ordinary production. This was the beginning. Thereupon Petrograd adopted the Communist Saturdays, and organized them on the grand scale. From Petrograd and Moscow, the Communist Saturdays made their way into the provinces, and non-members of the party began to work in the same way. The initiative of the Moscow railwaymen was so effective because they were the pioneers of a new discipline. It need hardly be said that the establishment of the new labor discipline would be impracticable without the cooperation of the trade unions. Nay, more, it is incumbent upon the trade unions to advance along this road, to try new methods and new paths. For here everything is experimental, we have no precedents. Among the measures which have already been adopted, and which have in every possible way to be developed and perfected, our party lays stress upon the following. 1. The introduction of account-taking. In Russia, we have been very backward in this respect. But without proper records no kind of organization, investigation, or control can be achieved. Without records it is impossible to get to the root of the matter. 2. The introduction of a normal working day and of a normal intensity of labor. Here, too, we are as yet only in the first stage of development. The capitalists in their enterprises had fixed hours and a fixed standard of speed for the workers, with the aim of extracting surplus value. The hours and speed were fixed by the masters' organizations. In Soviet Russia, the hours of work and the intensity of labor are settled by the trade unions, that is to say, by the workers' organizations whose business it is to take further action in this field. The workers' organizations decide the possibilities of work, taking into account cold, hunger, the scarcity of materials, and the general disrepair of the machinery. As soon as hours and intensity have been prescribed, the worker does ill who fails to work up to the standard. We must establish a workers' code of honor, so that any worker who, without good reason, fails to contribute his quota to the common cause, shall be regarded as a contemptible loafer. 3. The establishment of responsibility to comradely labor courts. This implies not merely that everyone will be under the supervision of his workmates, but that everyone will be positively called to account for bad work. In this matter, once more, it is not a master supervising his slaves, but the working class and its organizations enforcing the responsibility of individual members. Many similar measures might be considered. They would one and all be directed towards the same end, which is to marshal the ranks of the army of the toilers, the army of the pioneers who are building the way to the new social order. 101. The employment of bourgeois experts. Contemporary large-scale production is inconceivable without managing engineers, technicians, learned specialists, investigators, and persons with peculiar practical experience. Among the ranks of the workers, very few come within these categories. Neither in the Tsarist and feudalist regime nor in the bourgeois regime were the workers given any opportunity to learn. But we have to get on with the work, and there is only one way out of the difficulty. We must make use of those persons with specialized skill who serve the bourgeoisie, not from fear, but from inclination. The party is well aware that this stratum of technicians and intellectuals, no less than the stratum of ex-managers and capitalist organizers, is saturated with bourgeois ideology. Nay, more. Many such persons are directly hostile to us, and would like to betray us to our class enemies. Nevertheless, we have to take these bourgeois into our service. There is nothing else for us to do. The experts and technicians have carried on a fierce struggle against the proletariat, in the first instance by sabotage. But the Soviet power was able to put an end to sabotage. By degrees, many groups came over to our side, when they saw that the workers were creating as well as destroying, and that our party by no means intended to betray Russia to the Gen and imperialists. Some of them are beginning to realize that the knell of capitalism has really sounded. A split in their ranks has begun. It devolves upon the proletariat to widen this breach to the utmost. We should be wrong, of course, to expect fidelity from these experts, to expect from them devotion to communism. It would be absurd to hope that such people, who are connected with the bourgeoisie by 1,000 ties, will undergo a sudden transformation. But here the proletariat must act like a far-seeing employer. It needs the bourgeois experts, and it must compel them to work for it. We must employ the following methods. Economic considerations dictate our giving every possible encouragement to those who work well, we must not be stingy in the matter of their salaries. But towards any who prove to be counter-revolutionaries, who fight against the proletariat, who are traitors or saboteurs, we must be absolutely ruthless. The proletariat must prize those who serve it faithfully, and it knows how to prize them. But the workers cannot allow anyone to inflict an injury upon them unpunished, above all at such a time as this, when they have to suffer the pangs of hunger and 1,000 additional evils. \V must, therefore, exercise strict control, more particularly when we are dealing with experts drawn from among the circles of the managers of great businesses and from among those who were capitalists on the grand scale. Such persons will frequently attempt to serve their own side in secret. We have to adopt the same measures in civil life that we have had to adopt at the front to deal with treachery on the part of ex-officers of the Tsarist regime who have entered our service. On the other hand, the party has to set its face against the unsound and childish view that we can entirely dispense with the services of experts. This would be preposterous. Such an idea can be entertained only by opinionated but ignorant persons who have never given any serious thought to the tasks which have now to be shouldered by the proletariat. The proletariat has to carry on contemporary production with the aid of the latest acquirements of science. Such, at least, must be its aim. It will, of course, create, it is already creating, its own red managing engineers and technicians, just as it is producing its own red commanding officers. But time presses. We have to use the materials that lie ready to hand, and need only be careful that when we are using them we take precautions against any ill results, by an organized control of the work of all persons who are hostile to us in sentiment. In this connection, we have another question to consider, the question of remuneration. The aim of communism is to secure equal pay for all. Unfortunately, however, we cannot reach communism at one stride. We are only taking the first steps towards it. In this matter, likewise, we must be guided by utilitarian considerations. If we were to give the experts the same pay that is received by a common laborer, it would not matter to them whether they were common laborers, engineers, or messenger boys. We should be stupid were we to attempt the enforcement of good work from such persons, who are accustomed to a different kind of life. It is better to give them more money if thereby we can secure better results. In this matter the proletariat must follow the example set by any intelligent employer. It must pay more in order to get better work from persons whose services happen to be indispensable at this juncture. Manifestly, nevertheless, it remains our fundamental policy to work for a system of equal pay for all. The Soviet power has already done a great deal in this direction. At one time the pay of the higher employees, managers, head bookkeepers, important engineers and organizers, scientific advisory experts, etc., with the addition of various special fees, was many dozen times more than the pay of the ordinary laborer. Now the former are paid on the average only 4 times as much as the latter. Notwithstanding what was said above, we have already advanced a considerable distance towards the equalization of rates of pay. An equalization is likewise being effected as regards the different grades of workers. According to the data furnished by Comrade Schmidt, in the year 1914 a daily wage of 50 kopecks was being paid to 4.43% of the workers, and in the same year there were a few workers, 0.04%, who were earning more than IO rubles a day. Thus the latter were in receipt of more than 20 times as much as the former. No doubt the lucky ones who earned such high wages in 1914 were very few in number, but there were some. In the year 1916, the percentage of male workers whose daily earnings were only 50 kopek was 0.5%, whilst the percentage of those who earned more than 10 rubles was 1.15%. In accordance with the decree issued in the autumn of 1919, the minimum income was 1,200 rubles and the maximum was 4,800 rubles, the latter figure being the maximum for the specialists as well. The detachment of many groups of technically skilled intellectuals from the bourgeoisie, and their espousal of the cause of the proletariat, will be accelerated in proportion as the Soviet power becomes more perfectly stabilized. Inasmuch as the strengthening of the Soviet power is inevitable, the adhesion of the intellectuals is likewise inevitable. It would, of course, be absurd of us to repulse them. Far from this, we must accept them into our service upon a basis of comradely collaboration so that in intercourse with us they may have their angles rubbed off, so that through joining us in the common task they may become our own folk. They have a mass of foolish or mischievous prejudices, but under certain conditions they can and will cooperate with us. Already, through the instrumentality of the trade unions, they are gradually becoming associated with us in our work, are growing accustomed to the new state of affairs, and are even beginning to take kindly to us. Our main task, therefore, is to help in this development, and to go out to meet those elements which are themselves tending to draw near to us. In and through the industrial unions, because they and we are collaborating in the organization of work, the two great divisions of those who labor, the mental workers and the manual workers, kept asunder by capitalism, will at length be reunited. 102. The Union of Production and Science. For the proper development of productivity, it is essential that science should be wedded to production. Under capitalism, large-scale production was already making extensive calls upon science. In the United States and in Germany, the great manufacturing institutions had special laboratories in which, by prolonged research, new methods and new apparatus were discovered. All this was done in the interest of profits upon privately owned capital. We, in our turn, must now organize in like manner for the sake of the whole of working society. The investigators of those days kept their discoveries secret. The valuable results of their researches went to fill the pockets and the strong boxes of the entrepreneurs. In contemporary Russia, no undertaking hides its discoveries from other undertakings. Whatever is learned becomes the common property of all. In this matter, the Soviet power has instituted a whole series of measures. It has established a number of scientific institutions of a technical and economic character, and has organized various laboratories and experimental stations. Scientific expeditions have been sent out, and among the fruitful results of these may be mentioned the discovery of petroleum wells and of deposits of schist. A means for manufacturing sugar out of sawdust has been discovered. In general, the scientific resources of the Republic have been tabulated and have been turned to account. We still lack many things, and some of these are things urgently necessary, beginning with fuel and ending with delicate scientific instruments. We must clearly realize the extreme importance of such work, and we must do our utmost to promote the union of science with technique and with the organization of production. Communism signifies intelligent, purposive, and consequently, scientific production. We shall, therefore, do everything in our power to solve the problem of the scientific organization of production. 103. Agrarian conditions in Russia prior to the Revolution. Even before the Revolution, Russian agriculture was preeminently peasant agriculture. After the November Revolution, after the expropriation of the landlords' estates, our agriculture became almost exclusively peasant agriculture, and almost exclusively small farming. In these circumstances, the Communist Party encountered well-nigh insuperable difficulties in the way of its campaign on behalf of large-scale collective farming. But the campaign is in progress, and even in this most difficult period, at the very outset, certain results have been achieved. To understand the environment, to understand the conditions in which, as far as the rural districts are concerned, our party has to realize its program, we must study the data concerning Russian agriculture prior to the revolution and those concerning the changes which the revolution has brought about. As far as concerns the peasants' lands, according to the statistics of the year 1905, these comprised 12,227,355 farms, so that the average size of a peasant farm was 1137 desiatinas. In the outlying provinces, where much of the land is unsuitable for cultivation, the peasant farms are considerably larger than this average, which means, of course, that land hunger prevails among the peasantry of the central provinces of Russia. In actual fact, the average size of farms owned by the ex-serfs who comprise the majority of our peasant population is only 6-7 desiatinas. In some of the provinces, and in some of the counties, the farms are only half that size. By the year 1916, The number of peasant farms had risen to 15,492,202, although the share of the peasantry in the total cultivable land had increased very little. The land hunger, therefore, had been greatly aggravated. Since, however, most of the crown lands were unsuitable for cultivation, the only way in which the peasants could increase their holdings was at the expense of the land owned by private individuals and by institutions. Among these private individuals, those who had to be deprived of their estates were for the most part great landlords. Owning 53,169,008 desiatinas, merchants, and rich peasants, and various cooperatives and companies of a money-making, bourgeois type. Individually owned estates exceeding 20 desiatinas comprised in all 82,841,413. The cooperatives owned 15,778,677 desiatinas. It was in these directions that the main onslaught of the peasant revolution moved. As far as concerns the land owned by institutions, the peasants were chiefly interested in the estates held by the church, the monasteries, and the nunneries, and also to some extent in the crop lands. 104. Agrarian conditions in Russia subsequent to the Revolution. Before the Revolution, privately owned land, and especially the land in the possession of the great landowners, was heavily embarrassed. Over 60 million desiatinas were mortgaged, for a total sum of 3,497,894,600 rubles. In other words, the real owners of these estates were Russian and foreign banks. This explains why the various parties of the social solidarians, the social revolutionaries in especial, although they had clamored for the assignment of all the privately owned lands to the peasants without compensation to the owners, were afraid to face the issue, or desired to postpone the confiscation when the day of realization approached. It was only the party of Communist Bolshevik.ks, the party of those whose sole relationships with capitalism were the relationships of war to the knife, which, in contrast with the social solidarians, pushed to its logical conclusion the peasant revolution directed against the landlords. This revolution secured legislative expression in the land decree brought forward by the Communist Party and adopted by the Second Soviet Congress. By the terms of this decree and by those of the fundamental land law adopted by the Third Congress, private ownership of the soil was formally abolished. All the land of the Republic was placed at the disposal of any and every person who is a working occupier and cultivates the soil by his own labor. There are no restrictions on account of nationality. Above all, throughout Great Russia, landed proprietorship, whether large-scale or small-scale, has been abolished. Thus, as regards land ownership, the rich peasants have been placed upon the same footing as the medium-rich peasants. On the other hand, the utilization of the land by the poor and land-hungry peasants has been leveled up, and they have profited by a share in the cattle and farming implements of the rich peasants, and as a result of the division of the great estates. As regards the equalization of land holdings throughout the various rural districts, counties, and provinces, the matter is still in progress, and is far from being completed. At the present time it is impossible to give a conclusive picture of the results of the agrarian revolution. Speaking generally, we may say that almost all the land owned by private individuals, either in very large estates or in those of a considerable size, has passed into the hands of the peasants who work their own farms. The private estates have been put under cultivation. The Soviet power reserved for Soviet agriculture approximately 2 million desiatinas. The peasants are also cultivating part of the municipal territories. Furthermore, the peasants have received all the church lands, all the monastery and nunnery lands, and part of the crown lands. All in all, the peasants have secured about 40 million desiatinas of land that was privately owned before the revolution. In addition to the reserves of the Soviet power, and in addition to the territories of the sugar refineries, there still remain at the disposal of the Soviet state nearly all the areas that used to be state land, and also the nationalized forests that used to belong to private landowners. In this way, the Russian Communist Party has carried on its fight for socialism despite the unfavorable conditions that prevail as far as the land question is concerned. By far the greater part of the land actually held by the state is unsuitable for cultivation. Most of the land fit for cultivation has been allotted to the lesser peasants, to those who work their own farms. But however unfavorable the conditions for the socialization of agriculture in Russia, and however stubborn the resistance made by the petty bourgeois agricultural system, in rural Russia the future belongs exclusively to large-scale socialist agriculture. 105. Why does the future belong to large-scale socialist agriculture? Large-scale capitalist methods have gained the victory over the methods of artisan production and peasant production, although it must be noted that in manufacturing industry this victory has been speedier and more complete than in agriculture. The communist economic system is yet more advantageous, yet more productive, than the capitalist economic system. In like manner, communist farming on the large scale will prove more productive than peasant farming on the small scale. If a pound is heavier than an ounce, and a hundredweight is heavier than a pound, it is obvious that a hundredweight is a great deal heavier than an ounce. We must, however, discuss the matter in detail, and make it perfectly plain. The first requisite is that in socialist agriculture all the land of the Republic should be utilized in such a way that in every district, farm, and field, that particular crop should be raised: rye, oats, hay, flax, hemp, beetroot, Jerusalem artichoke, etc., which, having regard to the quality and the peculiarity of the soil, would grow most advantageously. Precisely which crop is the most suitable is a matter for agricultural experts to determine. In our peasant system of agriculture the very opposite frequently happens. For instance, wheat is planted, and yields a very poor crop, in places where flax would thrive, or rye is sown where wheat would do much better, or something even more stupid may be done. The general introduction of scientific methods in the utilization of the land under cultivation, were the change simply to be one of a better choice of crops, would greatly increase the yield, even though in other respects everything should continue as before. But the many-field system can only be introduced by the adopting of medium-scale or large-scale agriculture in place of petty agriculture, and of course the large scale is more advantageous than the medium scale. By the rotation of crops we are enabled to utilize the land far more thoroughly. Today, our peasants, with the three-field system, leave at any given moment practically one-third of the land fallow. For the peasants it is a practical impossibility to introduce a proper rotation of crops and the many-field system. It is impossible to the peasant who farms his land in isolation, for he has not enough land for a proper system. It is even more impossible when the communal land is cut up into strips. In large-scale agriculture we avoid the waste of land which is inevitable, under petty culture, at the corners and edges of the fields. Our peasants waste hundreds of thousands of desiatinas in this way. According to my calculations the loss is equivalent to from 60 million to 80 million poods of grain. Manuring is the principal means for maintaining the fertility of the soil. In large-scale agriculture, since a smaller number of horses will suffice for the work on any particular area of land, more horned cattle can be kept and there is therefore more manure from stall-fed beasts. In large-scale agriculture it is profitable to use artificial manures, or even artificially to make various kinds of manure, whereas these things are much less practicable in the case of petty agriculture. Especially difficult, in small-scale agriculture, is it to arrange for plowing at appropriate times, sufficiently deeply, and in a labor-saving manner. In this matter the isolated peasant is a mere dwarf when compared with his rival in socialist agriculture, and indeed, as compared with his large-scale capitalist rival. The cheapest, quickest, and deepest plowing is done with the aid of tractors. On the small strips of peasant culture, tractors have no place. Besides, it is less advantageous to work with a single tractor than with groups of 8 or 10 tractors in unison. The same considerations apply to various other labor-saving machines. Steam threshers and steam harvesters can ly be used in large-scale agriculture. Finally, the full utilization of all the farming implements is only possible in large-scale agriculture. For example, for the full utilization of the use of steam plows and tractors will by itself suffice. though other conditions remain unaltered, to increase the productivity of the soil by fully 1/3. Even when we have to farm any area merely with the aid of horses, large-scale agriculture is more advantageous than petty agriculture, seeing that in the former each individual horse is utilized for a larger area. It has been calculated that in this respect large-scale agriculture requires only about 1/3 the number of horses. Electricity can be used only in large-scale agriculture. And by the use of electricity on one large farm we can dispense with the need for 100 small and badly constructed stables, for 100 little kitchens, etc. We can conduct everything in one large and well-equipped building. Dairy farming can only be economically conducted on the large scale. But the greatest saving of all is the economizing of labor. Power, the possibility of reducing to 1/2 or 1/3 the countryman's hours of labor, not only without reducing the productivity of the land, but actually while increasing it 3-fold or 4-fold. Here is an example. According to the last census returns, those for the year 1916, there were in Russia 71,420,800 desiatinas of cultivable land. If we assume that this area is tilled once every year, every agriculturist knows that this is far too liberal an estimate. The peasants will have to use all the available labor power, that of 20 million men, and all the available farm beasts. But to plow the same area with the aid of tractors, a tractor can plow from 8 to 10 desiatinas in one day, or considerably more if it works continuously. The labor of 1 million workers would suffice. One man does the work of 20. If in place of preparing 100 meals in separate kitchens, we prepare one dinner for the same number of persons in the kitchen of the village commune, 90 cooks out of the 100 will no longer be needed. Their services can be devoted to some other useful purpose, whereby the labor of yet others will be lightened. Thus the task of the Communist Party is to do its utmost to establish a more perfect system of agriculture, a communist system, which will be competent to deliver our rural population from the barbaric waste of energy which occurs in the extant system of dwarf agriculture, to save Russia from the barbaric exhaustion of the soil which is now going on, from the barbaric and Asiatic methods of cattle keeping, from the barbaric method of individual cookery. How will the Communist Party achieve this great aim? There are various lines of advance. Let us consider the speediest first. 106. Soviet agriculture. When the landlords' estates were seized by the peasants at the end of the year 1917, there were among these estates many on which model farms existed, where there was pedigree stock, and where up-to-date agricultural machinery was used. Some of these farms, which the Soviets took under their care promptly, were saved from destruction, and they have become known as Soviet farms. In addition, there passed into the system of Soviet agriculture certain estates which could not be wholly distributed among the peasants because these already had as much land as they could work. The Soviet farms are the only ones in which large-scale socialist model farming, with all its advantages, can be carried on. Only by means of the Soviet farms can we demonstrate to the peasants the advantages of large-scale collective agriculture. On the Soviet farms we can introduce a proper rotation of crops, and can give practical proof of all the drawbacks of the three-field system. Here, too, we can use all kinds of agricultural machinery, including the most complicated. The Soviet farms are the only places where pedigree stock can be preserved from destruction and can be bred. Only by the use of the Soviet stud farms shall we be able by degrees to improve the farm stock of the surrounding peasantry. At the Soviet farm it will be easy to have demonstration fields for the peasants, and also to improve the seed by selective methods. Already on these farms we have sorting machines for the selection of the best seeds, and the neighboring peasant farmers have the use of the machines. The Soviet farms organize agricultural schools, arrange for lectures on agriculture, inaugurate agricultural exhibitions, etc. They institute workshops for the repair of agricultural implements, primarily for their own immediate use, but secondarily for the assistance of the peasant farmers of the district. The task of the Communist Party is to increase, wherever possible, the number of the Soviet farms, and to enlarge them, as far as may be without interfering with the interests of peasant agriculture. By degrees we must assemble here the best breeding stock in the Republic. Here we must organize the most perfect technical elaboration of agricultural produce. We must make an end of bureaucracy, must be careful to avoid the transformation of the Soviet farms into something like monasteries, concerned only with the prosperity of their own employees and workers, and caring nothing for the Soviet state. The farms must gather together a staff of highly skilled workers. They must not merely inaugurate workers' control, but must proceed in due course to the actual management of the estates by the workers. The peasants of the environing regions must be induced to interest themselves in the farms, must be led to examine the agricultural methods and plans of these, until they are gradually induced to regard the Soviet farms as the direct concern of the entire working population. In the autumn of 1919 there were 3,536 Soviet farms, the cultivable area of land upon these, without counting forest land, being 2,170,000 desiatinas. 107. Urban and suburban agriculture, market gardening. In view of the terrible food crisis which has been the inevitable outcome of the war and the revolution, a sound system of market gardening has become of extreme importance to the safety of the urban proletariat. This form of agriculture is beginning to flourish, and it will have a great future. The immediate task of municipal agriculture is to secure that every town shall have a sufficient area of cultivable land for the proper development of market gardening upon a large scale. Prior to the revolution, our towns owned about 2 million desiatinas. The greater part of this area, occupied by buildings, pastures, parks, and vegetable gardens, still belongs to the towns. Part of the arable was assigned to the peasants, and has therefore been lost to the towns. But possession of such areas should be resumed by the towns. Further than this, all the environs of the towns should be expropriated, in so far as such a measure is requisite for a sound and generalized system of market gardening. Already in the year 1919, in some of the towns, the agricultural sections of the Soviets were successfully engaged in market gardening, and were securing supplies of vegetables sufficient for the population of these towns throughout an entire year. Further advance must be made along such lines. Every town must have at its disposal for market gardening an area large enough to supply the whole population of the town with kitchen garden produce. Furthermore, it is essential that every town should have a large dairy farm supplying at least enough milk for all the invalids and children in the town, and therefore having a sufficiency of land to provide fodder for the cattle. If the municipalities conduct their agriculture properly, they can supply the urban workers, not only with potatoes and cabbages, but also with meal, buckwheat, millet. In this way every town will be enabled to provide out of its own resources for the feeding of all the town's horses, which will make it easier to arrange for the nationalization of the transport system. If we leave the two capital cities out of account, the experience already accumulated has shown that within the next year the practical realization of such a scheme is possible for all the towns of the Republic, provided they do not attempt to realize the utopian design of supplying their own inhabitants with corn. Municipal Soviet agriculture is of great importance for two additional reasons. The first of these is that it provides opportunity for the better utilization of the enormous quantity of manure produced in every town in the form of street and household refuse, stable manure, and night soil. At present, the greater part of such manure is simply wasted. The second is that it provides for a better association of manufacturing industry with agriculture. Next year it will be possible for a definite proportion of the urban population to participate, without any interference with manufacturing industry, in agricultural production, by working in the large-scale market gardens adjoining the towns. It is important that Soviet agriculture and municipal market gardening should be something more than model enterprises. They must definitely help to relieve the food crisis. Experience has shown that in the most difficult season, just before the new crops are harvested in the rural districts, and when the peasants have not begun, or are only just beginning to thresh, the situation has been saved by the existence of the Soviet farms. In the years 1918 and 1919, the first corn of the new harvest was provided by the Soviet farms. In the future, the importance of the Soviet farms in this respect will be greatly increased. By the utilization of all the land on the Soviet farms, the Soviet Republic will be enabled to provide about half of the corn needed to feed the urban workers and employees. This will tend to a notable extent to reduce the dependence of the townsfolk upon the peasants. 108. Communism and cartels. The Soviet farms can increase only at the expense of those areas which now lie fallow in their environment, or at the expense of the crown lands which are brought under cultivation by improved methods, by reclamation and drainage. As regards Russian agriculture in general, this cannot become socialist agriculture until peasant agriculture has entered the socialist road. At the Soviet farms, the peasants will be able to learn the advantages of large-scale collective agriculture. But as far as they themselves are concerned, they will only be able to realize these advances through cooperative farming, through uniting to form communes and artels. In capitalist society, the change from the petty agriculture of the peasants to large-scale agriculture was usually achieved by the destruction and proletarianization of the smallholders. In socialist society, large-scale collective farming will arise out of small-scale farming chiefly through the union of a number of small farms. Among the peasants, the words artel and commune mean almost the same thing. Many communes term themselves artels, for the peasant is not fond of the word commune, and is afraid to use the name even when a commune is perforce created in practice. Generally speaking, the difference between the commune and the artel is that the artel is only a productive union, a cooperative of reduction, whereas the commune is not only a productive union but likewise a distributive union, a cooperative at once for production, distribution, and consumption. The number of communes and artels is rapidly increasing in Soviet Russia. Here are the latest figures, those for the autumn of 1919. The figures show that the tendency towards the formation of communes and artels has the character of a mass movement, and that it is progressive. But the figures also show the weak side of these types of union. In the case of the communes in especial, the average size of the area concerned is very small. What we are now considering is not a change from small-scale agriculture to large-scale agriculture, but a change to medium-scale agriculture or to something very little better. Hence the communes are unable to demonstrate either to their members or to the neighboring population the real advantages of large-scale agriculture. Upon a farm of a few desiatinas, agricultural machinery cannot be utilized to the full extent of its powers, nor is it possible on such a farm to organize a proper rotation of the crops. Even so, the significance of these unions for the purposes of medium-scale agriculture is very great. They realize the advantages of the division of labor. Some of the women are released from housework, and are therefore able to help in the speedier finishing of the land work. On a given area, fewer horses are needed, the work is done in more timely fashion, and the ground is more thoroughly tilled. As a net result, better returns are secured than from the little plots of ordinary peasant agriculture. The economy of labor power realized by the commune is further displayed by the fact that most of the communes engage in enterprises supplementary to land work. They build mills, undertake various small industries in the home, erect repairing shops, etc. The communes can only advance along the road to socialism by a further process of union. This can either be achieved by the fusion of two neighboring communes, or else by the enlargement of particular communes through enrolling considerable numbers of new members from among the neighboring peasants, or, finally, by the fusion of one or more communes with an adjacent Soviet farm. The chief task of the Communist Party as far as the rural districts is concerned is, at this juncture, to advance small-scale peasant agriculture to a higher stage, and as a first step to the stage of medium-scale communal agriculture. There is good reason to believe that the further development of the productivity of the land will mainly proceed along this route. It is within the power of the proletarian state to hasten the process, not only through the propaganda of word and deed, Soviet farming, but also through the provision of all possible advantages to the communal farms now in course of creation by furnishing them with financial support, by supplying them with seed, cattle, implements, and advice as to agricultural methods. 109. Cooperative farming. The commune is an intimate union among peasants, not only for productive labor, but also for distributive purposes and for cooperative social life. The artel is a permanent union solely for productive purposes, for joint labor. Cooperative farming is an even less intimate association, looser than that of the artel, more casual, so to speak. The inhabitants of any particular village who are unable, owing to internal dissensions, to unite for the formation of a commune, and who, for the same reason, are unable to form an artel, can at least engage in cooperative plowing in a fashion which does not bind the cooperators to anything further. The net upshot of this is that everything remains as of old, with one important exception. The common land of the village is no longer divided up into strips, but is cooperatively farmed. Each small farm has its own vegetable garden, every peasant retains his own private property, but the machines and the horses work for a definite period on behalf of the whole village. The regulations concerning the socialization of the land which have been approved by the Central Executive Committee provide likewise for this most primitive stage of collective agriculture. The advantages of such a form of union consist in the complete freedom of activity which is preserved for each peasant apart from the actual process of labor, so that every peasant can readily enter into such a union without risking the loss of his independence. But, in addition, cooperative farming entails quite a number of advantages. It puts an end to the division of the individual smallholder's land into long strips which are often widely separated one from another, and this reform renders the introduction of a many-field system possible. Agricultural implements and machinery can be adequately utilized. There can be a more effective division of labor for the aid of households which lack workers, implements, cattle, etc. Cooperative farming is the very first stage of collective agriculture, and we can therefore naturally expect that in so far as collective agriculture as yet exists, it will chiefly be in this form. The data relating to the 1919 season show that cooperative farming is already becoming established in quite a number of districts. Large areas have been divided into tithings and farmed cooperatively. In some cases, part of the common land of the village has been cooperatively farmed in this way. 110. Agricultural cooperation. Even before the Revolution, cooperation for the full utilization of the various agricultural products was widely diffused among the peasants. To this category belong the dairy farming cartels, cheese-making and butter churning, which are widely distributed throughout the northern provinces and along the upper reaches of the Volga. Artels likewise exist for the early stages of linen manufacture, for the manufacture of raw sugar, for the drying of vegetables, for the compressing of hay. The Soviet power supports all such undertakings. It is incumbent upon the Communist Party to assist the rural workers to form and extend cooperatives, and to encourage the peasants to improve working methods. At the same time, the party must do its utmost to resist the attempts of small-scale capital to entrench itself in such artels for a struggle against the Soviet power and against large-scale socialist agriculture. 111. The state utilization of abandoned areas, the mobilization of agricultural experts, lending stations, improvement of the land settlements. The extreme disorganization of agriculture resulting from the war has thrown large areas out of cultivation. The proletarian state cannot allow these regions to lie waste at the very time when a grave food crisis prevails in the towns and in the less fertile provinces. The Soviet state, therefore, undertakes the cultivation of all waste areas, no matter to whom they may belong. This measure is of especial importance in districts where the civil war has raged, for here in many cases the rich peasants have abandoned their farms and have withdrawn in the company of the retreating enemy. Of no less importance is the state garnering of crops abandoned by the owners, and of crops which the owners are unable to harvest unaided. Russian agriculture can only be restored from its present disorganized condition by a number of resolute and revolutionary measures. One of these measures is the mobilization of the labor power of all expert agriculturists, or, in a word, the institution of compulsory service for such persons. There have never been many skilled agriculturists in Russia. Today, in view of the enormous task that lies before us in respect of the transformation of agricultural methods, and in view of the urgent need for increasing productivity in the rural districts, we cannot fail to be peculiarly aware of this lack. The mobilization of expert agricultural knowledge is practically equivalent to the socialization of such knowledge, and in truth it can be best and most purposively administered by the state. The imperialist war made it impossible for Russia to import agricultural machinery. The native production of such machinery has never been equal to the demand. Many machines, and among them the best and the most complicated, have hitherto been imported from Germany, Sweden, and the United States of America. Furthermore, owing to the lack of metals, the scarcity of fuel, and many other causes, the native production of agricultural machinery has fallen to a minimum. All this has led to a serious dearth of farming implements. In view of the enormous demand for machinery and tools, and in view of the scanty supply of these requisites accessible to the proletarian state, it has become a matter of extreme importance that we should rightly distribute such implements as we have and should ensure their most advantageous utilization. But as long as private ownership in agricultural implements exists, their proper utilization remains impossible, seeing that for considerable periods the machines lie idle. Their owner is not using them at the very times when for lack of them his neighbors cannot plow their fields or cannot gather in the crops. In order that we may render assistance to those strata of the rural population which suffer most from lack of implements, and in order that we may guarantee that the implements shall be fully utilized, we must see to it that we do not supply machinery and tools for permanent use by private owners, but we must ensure that they shall be kept at lending stations where they will be available for all who need them. In other words, the machinery and tools intended for the use of the peasantry and allotted to particular regions, villages, rural districts, or circles, will not be sold to any individual peasant. They will be provided for the temporary use of all who need them, and a definite charge will be made to cover expenses. The depots where such arrangements are effected are known as lending stations. At these the machines and tools are stored, cleaned after use, and in well-equipped stations, kept in repair. Lending stations already exist and function, although as yet there are very few of them. It behoves the Soviet power to ensure that, as far as may be, all agricultural machinery, and without exception all the more complicated types of machine, intended for the rural districts, shall be supplied only to lending stations. There is no other way of securing that the machines shall be adequately used throughout their working life, to say nothing of the fact that in this way we shall help the poorer peasants whose means will not suffice for the buying of machines as private property. The machines confiscated from the rich peasants must also be kept at the lending stations. In the long run, a widely organized system for the provision of agricultural machinery through the instrumentality of the lending stations will lead slowly but surely to the nationalization of all the most important implements of agricultural production, and will consequently, in addition to giving immediate help to peasant industry, tend to promote its socialization. In the agricultural program of the proletarian power, the improvement of the land must occupy an extremely important place. The Soviet power has at the present time under its control millions of desiatinas which, although they are not cultivable as yet, might be made cultivable by a moderate amount of work in the way of cleansing, the grubbing up of roots, drainage either by open channels or by the laying of underground pipes, irrigation, etc. However strict the limits imposed upon the enlargement of the Soviet farms, as far as concerns land already cultivated or immediately susceptible of cultivation, there is unlimited scope for the provision of areas which, by the above-mentioned methods of land improvement, our young socialist agriculture will be able to wrest from nature. Land improvement work is the most important of all the public work which the Soviet power has to organize. It is, moreover, preeminently work in which we can make a good use of all the parasitic strata of society. The point has been omitted from our program, but it is necessary to consider it here, for the Soviet power will be compelled sooner or later to give practical attention to the policy of land settlement. Notwithstanding the redistribution of the landlords' estates, land hunger is already manifest in a number of provinces. In outlying regions, on the other hand, there are huge areas of unoccupied land. Migration from the center to the outskirts will be indispensable in the near future. It will be incumbent upon the proletarian state to ensure that the migrants to the newly settled districts shall not devote themselves to small-scale agriculture upon separate patches of land. We must see to it that everything is made ready for the newcomers, everything requisite for large-scale communist agriculture, communal farm buildings, communal land properly allotted for a many-field system, up-to-date agricultural machinery, and so on. 112. State assistance to peasant agriculture. The Soviet farms, the communes and the artels, in conjunction with all the above described measures, will serve, by means of the organization of large-scale collective agriculture, to enhance the productivity of agricultural labor and to increase the yield from the land. There is no other certain, speedy, and direct way of reaching the desired goal. But whatever successes we may achieve in this matter of organizing Soviet farms and communes, for a long time to come small-scale peasant farming will continue to exist. For a long time to come small-scale peasant farming will be the predominant form of Russian agriculture alike in respect of the area thus cultivated and in respect of the quantity of agricultural produce. The question therefore arises, how can we help this method of farming to increase the productivity of the land, even though it is still restricted by its petty bourgeois limitations? Our program contains suggestions for a number of measures which the Soviet power can apply to the help of small-scale peasant farming. They are the following. First of all, help can be given in the apportionment of land. The chief evil of our rural life, one against which even the peasants are more and more inclined to kick, is the division of the cultivable land into long narrow strips. We continually find that the arables of one village will run right up to the kitchen gardens of the next village, and vice versa. Parts of the arable will be 5 or 6 miles from the dwellings, and are often left untilled. In order to put an end to this strip system, the peasants have, in elementary fashion, been endeavoring to do away with the obsolete method of apportioning the cultivable land, which conflicts for the most part with the new subdivisions made after the seizure of the landlord's estates. In so far as the struggle against the strip system is the forerunner of a more highly developed form of agriculture, and generally speaking in so far as the peasants need assistance in the apportionment of cultivable land, the Soviet power must come to their aid with its surveyor and its agricultural experts. For sowing, the Russian peasants commonly use unselected seed, just as it might have been sent to the mill. If they sowed selected seed, they would get much better crops, even though the conditions were unchanged in other respects. Still better harvests could be obtained by the use of better varieties of seed. These, however, the peasant can only secure from the state, which alone is in a position to purchase them from abroad, or to provide the farmers with what they need out of the small stock of improved seeds which has been saved from destruction on the Soviet farms. The livestock of our peasant farmers is largely degenerate. There is urgent need for an improvement in the breed. Such pedigree cattle as still remain in Russia are at the present time concentrated on the Soviet estates and the Soviet dairy farms and stud farms. The state will be able to give great assistance to the peasants in this matter of stock raising by the organization of pairing stations on every Soviet farm which has pedigree stock, and by the systematic distribution of thoroughbred males to pairing stations in every district. Many of our peasants are still ignorant in respect of some of the most fundamental and important agricultural questions. It is evident, therefore, that the diffusion of a wider knowledge of these matters cannot fail to lead to improvements in the working of the land. In addition to giving lectures upon agricultural topics, which it is the duty of the Soviet experts to deliver at various centers, brief courses of lectures must be given at the Soviet farms. The farms will have model fields for demonstration purposes, will organize agricultural exhibitions, will distribute popular literature dealing with agricultural subjects, etc. In addition to diffusing agricultural knowledge, the Soviet power must directly provide expert assistance to the peasants. In view of the present scarcity of experts, the mobilization of the entire personnel will achieve a useful result in this way, that the expert, whose services were in former days placed exclusively at the disposal of the great landlords, will now be made available to the peasants. Furthermore, the Soviet power must take extensive measures to train agricultural experts from among the ranks of the peasants. Besides increasing the number of agricultural courses of lectures and the number of agricultural schools, The best method of achieving this end in the immediate future will be by the provision of special courses for the most gifted members of the communes and artels. In this way, a vanguard of trained agriculturists can be recruited from the peasants' own ranks. Of enormous importance to the peasants at this juncture is the provision of possibilities for the repair of agricultural implements. In view of the present iron famine, it is impossible for the small private workshops to undertake the necessary repairs. The state alone is in a position to organize the matter upon a sufficiently extensive scale, in part by enlarging the activities of the repairing shops on the Soviet farms, and in part by covering the countryside with a network of shops especially instituted for the repair of agricultural implements. Huge areas of peasant land now unfitted for cultivation are perfectly capable of being transformed into excellent arable. The necessary improvements are neglected today, partly because the work is beyond the means of any village community, and partly because the peasants are not acquainted with modern methods of land improvement. In this matter, therefore, the proletarian state can be of the utmost assistance to the peasants. Notwithstanding the civil war, in many districts excellent work is already being done along these lines. During the decade 1901 to 1910, the yield per desiatina in various countries was as follows. Thus, despite the fact that the Russian soil is much richer than that of Western lands, our country is the last in the list as regards productivity. Per desiatina, Russia grows 3.5 times less oats than Denmark and Belgium, 4 times less wheat than Denmark, and 3 times less than Germany and England, 3 times less rye than Belgium. Even in Turkey, the yield per desiatina is twice as great as the yield in Russia. It is necessary to point out that the yield of our peasant farms is yet lower than that given in the above table, for the table records averages, and therefore includes the high productivity of the private landlords' estates, where the yield was from 1/5 greater to 2.5 times greater than the yield of the peasant farms. It follows, therefore, that without any increase of the land under cultivation our peasants could effect a 2-fold or a 3-fold increase in their harvests, simply by abandoning antiquated methods in favor of up-to-date ways of cultivating the soil. 113. The union of manufacturing industry with agriculture. The development of the towns, which has been the outcome of the divorce of manufacturing industry from agriculture and of the predominant role assumed by manufacturing industry in the economic process of social life as a whole, has, in the later phases of capitalism, become a monstrous growth. The best energies of village life have systematically passed from the village to the town. Not merely has the urban population grown faster than the rural population, but town has positively grown at the expense of country. In many capitalist lands there has been an absolute decline in the rural population. Some of the towns, on the other hand, have swelled to fantastic proportions. The consequences have been disastrous both to town and country. Among the ill effects may be mentioned the depopulation of the villages and their relapse into primitive conditions, the separation of rural life from urban culture, a severance of the townsfolk from nature and from opportunities for health-giving agricultural work, with the resultant physical degeneration of the urban population, the needless removal into the town of a number of branches of industry in which agricultural produce is elaborated, extreme exhaustion of the soil, dependent upon the fact that the towns do not return to the land in the form of manure that which they extract from the land in the form of food, and so on. An approximation of town and country, a union between manufacturing industry and agriculture, a withdrawal of workers from factory occupations to agricultural such, in this connection, must be the immediate aims of communist reconstruction. A beginning has already been made in the assignment of tens of thousands of desiatinas of Soviet land to various workshops, institutions, and enterprise which aim at the purposive and organized transfer of town workers to the Soviet farms, by the creation of market gardens for individual factories and workshops, by communist Saturdays in which urban workers visit neighboring villages to help in agricultural labors, by the mobilization of Soviet employees for work in the municipal market gardens, and so on. The Communist Party will continue to advance along these lines, in the conviction that the future belongs to the union of manufacturing industry with agriculture, a union which will ultimately lead to the withdrawal from the towns of the gross excess of urban population, and to the distribution of this excess throughout the countryside. 114. The tactics of the Communist Party in relation to the peasants. In our agrarian program, we discuss what we wish to realize in agriculture. Let us now consider how we hope to realize our program, to what strata of the population we look for support, by what methods we think we shall be able to win over the majority of the peasants to our side, or at least to ensure their neutrality. In the campaign against landlordism, the urban proletariat was supported by all the peasants, including the rich peasants. This explains the rapid success of the November Revolution, for thereby was achieved the overthrow of the bourgeois provisional government which had been endeavoring to postpone the liquidation of landlordism. But the carrying into effect of the new agrarian law concerning the so-called socialization of the land, with its equal division of the cultivable areas, transferred the rich peasants into the counter-revolutionary camp. For the rich peasants lost part of the purchased land which they had owned before the revolution, and they lost the land which they had been able to farm because they had rented it from the poor peasants. They lost everything which they had secured when the estates of the great landlords had been plundered. Finally, it was made impossible for them to employ wage labor. The rich peasants constitute the class which would have become a landlord class if our revolution had never gone beyond the limits of a bourgeois democratic revolution. They constitute a class which is from its very nature mortally hostile to all attempts in the direction of the socialistic organization of agriculture. The aim of the rich peasants as a class is to bring about the development of our agricultural system in such a direction that it will come to resemble that of Denmark or of the United States of America. But for the proletarian authority and its socialistic policy, Russian agriculture after the abolition of the old landlord system would with remarkable celerity have developed into a system of bourgeois farming carried on by wage labor, with the aid of greatly improved methods of working the soil. In conjunction therewith there would have come into existence a huge class of semi-proletarian peasants. The rich peasant greeted the revolution inspired with the most rosy hopes and anticipations, but as a result of the revolution he found himself stripped of part of the land which he had owned before it occurred. As long as this class of rich peasants continues to exist, its members will inevitably prove to be irreconcilable enemies of the proletarian state and its agrarian policy. In its turn it can expect nothing from the Soviet power but a pitiless struggle against its counter-revolutionary activities. The Soviet power may eventually be compelled to undertake a deliberately planned expropriation of the rich peasants, mobilizing them for social work, and above all for the task of improving peasant land and the land of the Soviet farms. The middle peasants form the great majority of the Russian peasants. These middle peasants secured their share of the landlord's estates with the aid of the urban proletariat, and only with its aid can they retain their grip upon this land in face of the counter-revolutionary movement on the part of the capitalists and the great landlords. Only in alliance with the proletariat, only under the leadership of the proletariat, only through the frank acceptance of this leadership, can the middle peasants save themselves from the onslaughts of world capitalism, from being plundered by the imperialists, from having to pay the vast debts incurred by the Tsar and the provisional government. The system of petty agriculture is in any case doomed. It must inevitably be replaced by a more advantageous and more productive system, by the system of large-scale cooperative agriculture. Only through an alliance between the socialist proletariat and the middle peasants can this transformation be achieved without poverty, ruin, and incredible torment for the latter. The petty proprietor mentality of the middle peasants, however, inclines them to form an alliance with the rich peasants. An additional impulsion in this direction arises above all because the middle peasants are compelled to divide their superfluous grain with the town workers, or rather to hand over what they do not actually need for their own consumption without any prospect of receiving from the town workers in return the products of urban industry. It is therefore essential that the Communist Party should endeavor to detach the middle peasants from the rich peasants, for the latter are in reality the agent of international capitalism, and are endeavoring to lead the peasantry as a whole into courses which will involve the loss of all that has been gained by the revolution. Furthermore, our party must make it perfectly clear to the middle peasants that only consideration for transient and temporary interests can induce them to make common cause with the rich peasants and with the bourgeoisie, WL/IDUSD show them that their real, permanent, and far-reaching interests, as genuine workers, dictate an alliance with the urban proletariat. Finally, while striving to effect the socialist transformation of agriculture, we must be careful to avoid alienating the middle peasants by ill-considered and premature measures, and must make no attempt to coerce them into forming communes and artels. At the present juncture, the principal task of communism in Russia is to bring it to pass that the workers upon their own initiative, and the peasants upon their own initiative, shall destroy the counter-revolution. When that has been achieved, there will no longer remain any insuperable obstacles in the way of the socialization of agriculture. As regards the poor peasants, the proletarian and semi-proletarian strata of these have to a considerable extent, thanks to the revolution, been raised into the stratum of the middle peasants. Nevertheless, the stratum of the poor peasants still constitutes a main prop of the proletarian dictatorship. It was owing to the alliance with the poor peasants that the Soviet power was enabled to deal some sturdy blows against the rich peasants, and to detach the middle peasants from the rich peasants. The communist mentality of the poor peasants rendered it possible to create instruments of the Soviet power in the rural regions, thereby bringing about the first important and decisive military mobilization of the peasantry. Finally, up till now the poorer peasants have furnished most of the members of the communes and artels, and have actively assisted in the carrying out of the land decrees and of the other decrees of the Soviet power. The most important task of the Communist Party, as far as concerns the poor peasants, is to put an end to the disintegration that has affected this stratum since the dissolution of its committees. The best of all ways will be to unite the poor peasants upon the basis of production. Their influence in village life will be increased if they are enabled to participate in improved methods of agriculture. This can be achieved by enabling all the poor peasants to join forces in artels or in the communal cultivation of the land. The reason why the rich peasant has so great an influence is because he is a successful farmer. But the farming of the rich remains petty bourgeois peasant agriculture. If the poor peasants combine to form communes, they will be able to avail themselves of better agricultural methods than those ordinarily employed in peasant farming, and will thus from the economic outlook become as strong as the middle peasants, and even as strong as the rich peasants. The dictatorship of the poor peasants in rural life can be built up upon this economic foundation, upon the material superiority of the member of the commune over the small farmer. But it will not be a dictatorship of the poor peasants in the strict sense of the term. It will not be the rule of paupers and loafers of which the rich peasants used to complain, not without reason, in the days of the committees of the poor peasants. It will be the rule of the vanguard of the rural workers, the rule of that minority which is 2 centuries ahead of the majority. It is, however, extremely difficult to induce all the poor peasants to enter communes. Of late, considerable numbers of the middle peasants have joined communes, and they have been still more inclined to enter artels. In so far as the poor peasants will not abandon petty agriculture, we must induce them to form trade unions of poor peasants. These unions must carry on the struggle against the rich peasants, must continue the struggle which was not fought to a decisive issue by the committees of poor peasants. The poor peasants must unite for purposes of mutual aid. They must enter into economic relationships with the state, in so far as they can undertake definite work for the state, receiving in return certain products on preferential terms, and various kinds of economic aid. Among the poor peasants of Russia there already exist large numbers of unions. These are formed for various purposes, but they are for the most part purely local, and have a temporary and casual character. They must be fused to form larger unities. There is a great future for such unions among the poorer strata of the population in the provinces whose production of foodstuffs is very small, the districts, for instance, from which we get pitch and tar, the forest regions where timber is felled and stored, and so on. Additional work for the Communist Party, as far as the poor peasants are concerned, is to bring them in closer contact with the urban proletariat, to rid them of their petty bourgeois and of their futile hopes that they will be able to continue vigorous, independent, individualist farming. Wherever there is any considerable number of poor peasants, we must see to it that communist groups, or groups of sympathizers with communism, are formed. Every poor peasant should become a member of a commune. Every member of a commune should become a communist. Chapter 14 The Organization of Distribution. 115. The Abolition of Private Trade. To each method of production there corresponds a special method of distribution. After the abolition of capitalist ownership in the means of production, the Soviet Republic inevitably came into conflict with the capitalist method of distribution, with trade that is to say, and was compelled to undertake its abolition by degrees. First of all, the great warehouses were confiscated. This was likewise necessary on account of the severe food crisis and on account of the general need for goods. The articles which were being hoarded by speculators in anticipation of a rise in prices were distributed among the working masses, and during the first weeks after the November Revolution this served to mitigate the crisis. The nationalization of the mercantile warehouses was no more than a first step. The nationalization of large-scale trade soon followed. The measure was necessary in the fight with speculation, and in order to take stock of all the goods in the Republic, also and above all in order that these goods might be distributed among the working class. The Soviet power introduced a system of class rationing, not only for foodstuffs, but also for manufactured articles in general and for all articles of domestic use. But perhaps the best way would have been for the Soviet power to have proceeded as follows: to confiscate all the stores of goods which were in the hands of private traders, and to distribute these goods in accordance with the system of class rationing, without destroying the apparatus of trade, which the Soviet state should rather have preserved, have utilized for its own purposes. To some extent, indeed, we worked along these lines. But the goods were unfortunately confiscated too late, when the greater part of them had already been converted into money, which had been hidden by the owners. The whole apparatus of large-scale distribution was seized by the Soviet power, and began to work on its behalf with the aid of the employees' trade unions. Only the heads of the businesses were discarded, for these had now become purely parasitic elements. Formerly it had been necessary to buy goods, to hunt them out, to make bargains. But now that the proletarian state had itself become the chief producer of goods in its nationalized workshops, it would have been absurd for the state to sell these goods to itself, and thus to maintain traders at its own expense. Furthermore, middlemen are superfluous as between the peasants and the state, and as between the state and the consumers. As soon as a state monopoly in grain has been established, middlemen can offer no inducements which will encourage the peasants to hand the grain over to the state. The peasants have no occasion to seek buyers for the grain, for there are no buyers. In so far, therefore, as the proletarian power has taken over the production of a number of important articles, and in so far as it affects a notable proportion of production by the work of its own instruments, it needs its own apparatus of distribution. There is no place here for private trade. But what is to happen in the case of petty private trade which serves for the distribution of the produce of small-scale independent home industry? The Soviet power has not yet taken possession of this branch of production. It has not yet succeeded in becoming the monopolist buyer of the produce of home industry. What is to happen in the case of the petty traders who are distributing such produce among the population, of course, at fancy prices, articles which the agents of the Soviet power are unable to provide at fixed prices? Indubitably, this question is far more complicated than the problem of large-scale trade, for the fate of large-scale trade was settled by the mere fact of the general expropriation of capital. It would be absurd for the Soviet power to prohibit petty trade when it is not itself in a position to replace the functions of this trade by the activity of its own organs of distribution. In certain cases, and above all in the regions from which the White Guards had recently been cleared out, local Soviets and revolutionary committees prohibited private trade without providing their own apparatus for the supply of necessaries, or, even if such an apparatus existed, without ensuring that it should function regularly for the adequate supply of the population. As a result, private trade was driven underground, and prices rose enormously. Petty trade will cling tenaciously to life. Its extinction will be possible only in proportion as there passes through the hands of the state a larger, and ever larger quantity of the products needed for the supply of the population. If today the Narkomprod, the People's Food Commissariat, exists side by side with the Sukharevka, a Moscow market, this implies that the war between capitalism and socialism still continues in the domain of distribution. The struggle now rages round the positions occupied by petty trade. It will not cease until the state authority becomes the chief buyer of the products of petty industry, or until, as will ultimately happen, the state has itself become the manufacturer of all these products. Of course, we are not here considering the cases in which petty traders sell products which are already supplied by the distributive organs of the state. We are not concerned with cases which are simply forms of the struggle against pilfering and against other defects of the Soviet mechanism of distribution. In any case, petty trade will continue until, first, large-scale production has been adequately organized in the towns, and secondly, there is proper provision for the supply of all such necessaries as are not yet produced by state monopoly. Although the complete abolition of middlemen in the field of distribution is the aim of socialism, and although this aim will ultimately be realized, it is obvious that we cannot expect in the immediate future to achieve the entire destruction of the apparatus of retail trade. 116. The apparatus of distribution. Appropriate socialistic distributive organs must be created to deal with the great masses of products requisite for the supply of the population, in so far as these products now pass through or will shortly pass through the hands of the state. These distributive organs must have the following characteristics. They must be centralized. Centralization will ensure the most equitable and accurate distribution. It will reduce the cost of maintenance of the apparatus, for under socialism this apparatus will require far less expenditure of labor power and of material means than were requisite for the apparatus of private trade. The socialist distributive apparatus must work swiftly. This is of the utmost importance. It is essential, not merely that the apparatus should demand the minimum expenditure of strength and means on the part of the state, but in addition that it should not involve the waste of a minute of any consumer's time. Otherwise, great loss would be involved for society as a whole through the unproductive expenditure of energy. Under a system of private trade and in the normal conditions of the capitalist economy, the consumer, provided he has money, can procure whatever he wants whenever he wants it. In these matters, the socialist apparatus of distribution must be at least as good as that of private trade. But in view of the high degree of centralization, there is considerable risk that the socialist apparatus will degenerate into a cumbrous and dilatory machine in which a great many articles will rot before they reach the consumer. How is an efficient distributive apparatus to be constructed? Two possibilities were open to the Soviet power. It could create an entirely new distributive apparatus, or it could make use of all the organs of distribution created by capitalism, pressing these into the socialist service. The Soviet power adopted the latter course. While creating its own organs wherever necessary, especially in the opening period of the destruction of capitalist conditions, it concentrated its attention upon the cooperatives, aiming chiefly at the utilization of the cooperative apparatus for the distribution of goods. 117. Cooperation in former days. In capitalist society, the main function of the cooperatives is to free the consumer from the tyranny of the middleman, from the grip of the speculative trader, to secure trading profits for the union of consumers, and to provide consumers with goods of satisfactory quality. The cooperatives achieve these results with a considerable measure of success, but they do this only for their own members, only, that is to say, for a certain part of society. The early cooperators fancied that capitalism would be peacefully renovated through the instrumentality of cooperation. What has really happened, however, amounts to this. With all its successes, cooperation has been able merely to overthrow retail trade with more or less success, but it has done nothing to break the power of wholesale trade, to which it is itself subordinate. We refer, of course, to distributive cooperation. As far as productive cooperation is concerned, this plays an insignificant part in the whole system of capitalist production, and exercises practically no influence upon the course and the development of capitalist industry. Speaking generally, we may say that the titanic organization of capital does not regard cooperation as a serious competitor. Capitalism felt fully capable of strangling cooperation like a kitten whenever it should think fit, and it was therefore content to leave the dreamers of the cooperative movement free to indulge their visions of the overthrow of capitalism, and to allow the cooperative bookkeepers to plume themselves on the profits they had snatched from the petty traders. Cooperation adapted itself to capitalism, and came to play a definite part in the capitalist system of distribution. It was even advantageous to capitalism, for it reduced the cost of the capitalist apparatus of distribution, and thus set free a certain amount of trading capital for use in productive industry. On the other hand, cooperation, by reducing the number of petty middlemen and by bringing the consumer into closer contact with the large-scale capitalist producer, accelerated the exchange of commodities, guaranteed the prompt and conscientious payment of obligations, and in the last resort made the position of the Industrial Reserve Army even worse than before, for the members of the Industrial Reserve have often been inclined to take refuge in the life of petty trade. Moreover, numerous investigations have shown that as far as cooperation among the peasants was concerned, its advantages were mostly confined to the vigorous and well-to-do peasants, whereas the poor peasants profited by it very little. Considering the class to which their members respectively belong, the distributive cooperatives may be divided into workers' cooperatives, peasants' cooperatives, and the cooperatives of comparatively well-to-do town dwellers, petty bourgeois, and civil servants. The workers' cooperatives always form the extreme left wing among cooperative institutions in general, but as regards the class organizations of the proletariat they constitute the extreme right wing. In the peasant cooperatives, the well-to-do peasants have the decisive voice. In the third type of cooperative, the predominant place is occupied by the petty bourgeois intellectuals, of the same caliber as those whose mentality has dominated the whole cooperative movement, persons who believe that cooperation has a great mission for the destruction of capitalism by means of cooperative vouchers and loaves of cooperative bread. The true nature of the cooperative movement was disclosed by the proletarian revolution in Russia. Except for some of the workers' cooperatives, this movement, especially as regards the intellectuals and the rich peasants among the cooperative leaders, assumed a definitely hostile attitude towards the socialist revolution. Indeed, the Siberian cooperatives, in the form of the organization known as Purchase and Sale, and other distributive cooperatives, sided openly with the counter-revolution and advocated the crushing of the Soviet Republic with the assistance of world imperialism. On October 1, 1917, there were 612 cooperative societies in Russia. Apparently, however, this figure is too low, for on January 1, 1918, according to estimates from various sources, there were 1,000 such societies. In the Centrosoyuz, the Central Cooperative League, there were 38,601 societies with a total membership of 13,694,196. Since, however, one and the same cooperative may belong to 2 or 3 different leagues, it is probable that the number of cooperatives and cooperators in Russia is smaller than this statement would suggest. As far as productive cooperation is concerned, in 1918 there existed in Russia 469 cooperative societies and leagues, small undertakings for the most part. 118. Contemporary cooperation. In the capitalist regime, cooperation fulfills a definite role in the general system. In the Soviet regime, the cooperative apparatus is destined either to die out gradually in conjunction with all the other apparatus of capitalist distribution, or else to enter the system of socialist distribution and to assume the role of a state distributive apparatus. The old League, RS of the cooperatives, the Mensheviks, the social revolutionaries, and the various socialists of the Kolchak type would like to ensure for the cooperatives independence of the proletarian state, which means to ensure for them the freedom to die out. The Soviet power, on the other hand, having an eye to the real interests of the great masses of the workers, and caring in particular for the interests of the cooperators themselves, pursues another path. Disregarding the opinions of the intellectuals who were leading the cooperatives, and refusing to discard the whole cooperative apparatus because of the counter-revolutionary activities of these leaders, the Soviet power has continually endeavored to fuse the cooperative distributive apparatus with the whole system of its own distributive organs. It has endeavored to widen rather than to narrow the scale of cooperative activities. The practical aims of the Soviet power and of the Communist Party, in this connection, have been the following. The normal cooperative of the bourgeois type is a voluntary union of citizens having a definite interest in the society. As a rule, the society serves none but its own members, and if it supplies products to the general population, it does so only in so far as this can be effected without harm to the members. We, on the other hand, consider it necessary that the entire population shall be organized in cooperatives, that every member of the community shall belong to a cooperative. Only then will distribution through the cooperatives signify distribution to the whole population. In a distributive society of cooperators, the work is usually carried on under the administration of all the members of the society. In actual fact, as a rule, quite a small group of the members is responsible for the conduct of affairs, but this depends upon the members themselves. The constitution of the society puts the absolute control in the hands of the General Assembly of the members. If all the citizens of the Republic are enrolled in the cooperatives, they have full power to control these organizations from below upwards, thus controlling the entire apparatus of distribution in the proletarian state. Should the masses display sufficient independence, they could resolutely and successfully eradicate maladministration and bureaucracy from the work of distribution, and could thus ensure the requisite punctuality and accuracy throughout the state cooperative organization. When the consumers themselves participate in the work of distribution, the distributive organs will no longer hang in the air above the masses, but will become implements in the hands of the masses themselves. This will undoubtedly promote the development of a communistic consciousness, and will favor the growth of a comradely discipline among the workers. At the same time, it will help the masses to understand the integral nature of the productive and distributive apparatus in socialist society. Further, it is necessary, after enrolling the whole population in the cooperatives, that the leading part in these organizations shall be assigned to the proletarian stratum of the population. In the towns, this will be secured through the more active participation of the urban workers in cooperative functions, through securing the election of a communist and proletarian majority upon the administrative bodies, and above all by seeing to it that the cooperatives which are transformed into urban consumers' communes shall be the workers' cooperatives and not the cooperatives founded by the petty bourgeois and the civil servants. To the same end, it is essential that there should be an intimate association between the cooperatives and the trade unions, that is to say, between the respective organs of distribution and production. There is an immense future for such an association. In course of time, the function of the state will be reduced to that of a central accountant's office, and then the living union of productive organizations with distributive organizations will be of overwhelming importance. Finally, it is essential that the communists should participate as a compact group in the construction of this system of cooperative distribution, and that they should secure the dominant role in the work. In the rural districts, it is important that the rich peasants should be excluded from the management of the cooperatives, that the comparatively well-to-do inhabitants of the countryside should not receive any privileges in the matter of distribution, and that the entire apparatus of the rural cooperatives should be controlled by the poor peasants and the class conscious among the middle peasants. 119. Other organs of distribution. Since the November Revolution, there have come into existence various additional distributive organs created by the Revolution. In the center of these is the Narkomprod, the People's Food Commissariat, with all its sub-departments in the provinces and the counties. These organizations for the supply of food had and have their own distributive instruments in the form of a network of food depots and stores. At one time, in the rural districts, the committees of the poor peasants were distributing agents, thus forming a counterpoise to the cooperative distribution. Whereas the cooperatives distributed most of the products they received among the well-to-do peasants, the committees of the poor peasants distributed among the poor peasants the greater part, and the best part of the goods THY received from the state. An important role in distribution was played by the house committees in the large towns and by the house communes. The trade unions and the factory committees were likewise occupied in the work of distribution. The task of the Soviet power is to ensure that these multiple organs of distribution shall be replaced by a single distributive organ, or shall become parts of one integral distributive mechanism. In this connection, for example, the house committees and the house communes play a useful part, for they enable consumers to secure the goods they need without standing about in queues for hours or days. Chapter 15. The Organization of Banks and Monetary Circulation. 120. The Nationalization of the Banks and the Unified People's Bank. The bank as central bookkeeping establishment. Few workers have a precise idea of what banks are, and what their function is in capitalist society. They conceive a bank to be a sort of huge treasure chest in which rich folk hoard money. The workers who have any savings and put them in a bank know that interest is paid upon these deposits, and they are aware that money deposited in a private bank sometimes vanishes. The savings are lost. The first thing we have to understand is that a bank is not a money box. At any given moment there is very little ready money in the bank. The essence of banking business is something quite different from the functioning as a fireproof safe for the money of people who have saved money. It is quite true that hundreds of millions of savings are paid into the bank, but these sums do not lie unused in the strong boxes. The money which flows into the banks is immediately put into circulation again. In the first place, it is lent to entrepreneurs who found factories, exploit workers, and pay part of their gains to the banks as interest on the loan, the bank, in its turn, paying part of its profits to its depositors. In the second place, the banks themselves found new undertakings with the funds they receive from depositors, or they finance extant undertakings. Finally, the banks lend money to various states, on which these states pay interest. Thus, through the instrumentality of the governments, the banks plunder the populations of the debtor states. Inasmuch as the banks belong to a small group of the wealthier capitalists, their work is seen in the last analysis to consist merely in the extraction of surplus value with the aid of their own capital and that of their depositors. But the banks are not merely spiders sucking up the surplus labor of the workers and peasants. They have an additional significance. Let us suppose that I have some money and deposit it in the bank. This means that I had certain commodities which I sold, transforming them into money. The flow of new and ever new sums of money through all the banks, an increase in the total amount of capital in any society, signify that new and ever new masses of values are passing into circulation. Money represents a product. It is, so to speak, the certificate of a product. From the general circulation of money, we can approximately infer the general movement of products. Inevitably, therefore, the banks become, as it were, the bookkeeping offices of capitalist society. The foregoing considerations show us the function which the banks can perform in capitalist society, and what the proletariat must do with them as soon as it has seized power. After the Socialist Revolution, or rather, during the Socialist Revolution, the working class must seize all the banks, and above all, the Central State Bank. This is necessary, in the first place, simply in order that the workers may confiscate all the monetary deposits of the bourgeoisie, all the share certificates, and all the monetary obligations of the capitalists. This act of confiscation will strike capitalist exploitation to the very heart. We adopted this course after the November Revolution, and our action was a crushing blow to the capitalist class of Russia. What should the proletarian power do with the confiscated banks? It must turn to account everything that is of value in the capitalist banking system. This means that the workers must preserve the banks as apparatus for keeping account of production, and as instruments for distributing financial resources. Above all, there must be a thoroughgoing nationalization of banking business. Not merely must all the banks taken from the bourgeoisie be converted into state institutions of the proletariat, but all future banking operations must be declared a state monopoly. The state alone can be allowed to found banks. Furthermore, all the banks must be amalgamated. Superfluous banks must be abolished, and those which it is considered desirable to maintain must become branches of the unified bank of the Soviet Republic. Instead of the manifold methods of account keeping and instead of the various kinds of banking operations conducted by the bourgeois banks, in the Unified People's Bank there will be a single and simple method of keeping accounts. This will enable the proletarian state to draw up a complete picture showing where and how much the state has paid out, whence and how much it has received. If, however, the revenue and expenditure of the state are recorded by the Unified Bank of the Republic, what will happen to the bank when the state itself becomes, as it tends more and more to become, the sole administrator of a unified and gigantic apparatus organizing the entire economic life of the country? It is obvious that the bank will then play the part that is played by the counting house in any economic enterprise. The bank, as such, will gradually disappear. As our party program explains, the bank will become the central counting house, the central bookkeeping establishment of communist society. 121. Money and the dying out of the monetary system. Communist society will know nothing of money. Every worker will produce goods for the general welfare. He will not receive any certificate to the effect that he has delivered the product to society. He will receive no money, that is to say. In like manner, he will pay no money to society when he receives whatever he requires from the common store. A very different state of affairs prevails in socialist society, which is inevitable as an intermediate stage between capitalism and communism. Here money is needed, for it has a part to play in commodity economy. If I, as a bootmaker, need a coat, I change my wares, the boots that I make, into money. Money is a commodity by means of which I can procure any other commodity I may please, and by means of which in the given case I can procure the particular thing I want, namely a coat. Every producer of commodities acts in the same way. In socialist society, this commodity economy will to some extent persist. Let us suppose that the resistance of the bourgeoisie has been overcome, and that those who formerly constituted the ruling class have now become workers. But the peasants still remain. They do not work for the general account of society. Every peasant will endeavor to sell his surplus product to the state, to exchange it for the industrial products he needs for his own use. The peasant will remain a producer of commodities. That he may settle accounts with his neighbors and with the state, he will still need money, just as the state will need money in order to settle accounts with all those members of society who have not yet become members of the general productive commune. Still more is it impossible to abolish money immediately, when private trade still continues to a considerable extent, and when the Soviet power is not yet in a position to replace private trade entirely by socialist distribution. Finally, it would be disadvantageous to abolish money altogether so long as the issue of paper money is a substitute for taxation, so long as it helps the proletarian state to cope with the exceedingly difficult conditions now prevailing. Socialism, however, is communism in course of construction. It is incomplete communism. In proportion as the work of upbuilding communism is successfully effected, the need for money will disappear. In due time, the state will probably be compelled to put an end to the expiring monetary circulation. This will be of especial importance in order to bring about the final disappearance of the laggards of the bourgeois classes who with hoarded money will continue to consume values created by the workers in a society which has proclaimed, "He who does not work, neither shall he eat." Thus, from the very outset of the socialist revolution, money begins to lose its significance. All the nationalized undertakings, just like the single enterprise of a wealthy owner, for the owner of the unified enterprises is now the proletarian state, will have a common counting house, and will have no need of money for reciprocal purchases and sales. By degrees a moneyless system of account keeping will come to prevail. Thanks to this, money will no longer have anything to do with one great sphere of the national economy. As far as the peasants are concerned, in their case likewise money will cease by degrees to have any importance, and the direct exchange of commodities will come to the front once more. Even in private trade among the peasants, money will pass into the background, and the buyer will find himself able to procure corn only in exchange for products in kind, such as clothing, household utensils, furniture, etc. The gradual disappearance of money will likewise be promoted by the extensive issue of paper money by the state, in association with the great restriction in the exchange of commodities dependent upon the disorganization of industry. The increasing depreciation of the currency is, essentially, an expression of the annulment of monetary values. But the most forcible blow to the monetary system will be delivered by the introduction of budget books and by the payment of the workers in kind. In the workbook will be entered how much the holder has done, and this will mean how much the state owes him. In accordance with the entries in his book, the worker will receive products from the consumer's stores. In such a system, it will be impossible for those who do no work to procure goods for money. But the method can only be realized when the state has been able to concentrate into its own hands such a quantity of articles of consumption as is requisite for the supply of all the working members of socialist society. It will be impossible to carry it out until our disorganized industrial system has been reconstructed and expanded. Speaking generally, the process of abolishing monetary circulation takes the following form today. First of all, money is expelled from the domain of product exchange as far as the nationalized undertakings are concerned, factories, railways, Soviet farms, etc. Money likewise disappears from the domain of account keeping between the state and the workers of the socialist state, that is, as far as concerns account keeping between the Soviet power on the one hand, and the employees and the workers in Soviet undertakings on the other. Furthermore, money becomes superfluous in so far as the direct exchange of goods is effected between the state and the small producers, the peasants and the home workers. Even within the realm of small-scale industry, the direct exchange of goods will tend to replace the use of money, but it may be that money will not completely disappear until small-scale industry itself disappears. Chapter 16. Finance in the Proletarian State. 122. The state as a parasitic apparatus. We have previously shown that the state is the organization of FORC, that it is the expression of the dominion of one class over another class or over other classes. The bourgeois class, in the course of capitalist development, becomes to an increasing extent a class of idlers, who consume goods while doing nothing to help in the work of production. What view, then, are we to take of the bourgeois state, which serves to protect the ease and the income of these idlers from the exploited and incensed masses? The police and the gendarmerie, the standing army, the whole judicial apparatus, the entire machinery of administration, these comprise a huge mass of individuals not one of whom has ever produced a bushel of wheat, a yard of cloth, or so much as a pin or a needle. The whole organization lives upon surplus value, which is produced by the workers and peasants. This surplus value is absorbed by the state in the form of direct and indirect taxation. For example, the Tsarist government extracted in this way from the workers and peasants more than 3 milliards of rubles. Translated into the terms of our present paper currency, this would represent 300 milliards, which is thrice as much as all the money in Russia. Only a small fraction of the state revenue was devoted to production, to such things as the building of roads and railways, bridges, PS, etc. Turning to consider the proletarian state, we find that this likewise, so long as the civil war continues and so long as the resistance of the bourgeoisie has not been broken, must to a degree be an organ standing above production. The work of many of the instruments of the proletarian state is not work that affects the creation of new values. Indeed, many of the state instruments are maintained at the cost of the goods produced by the workers and peasants. To this category belong our military apparatus and the Red Army, the administrative system, all the means that are requisite for the struggle against the counter-revolution, and so on. But such features are not characteristic of the proletarian state. In these respects it is radically different from the exploiter's state. The essential characteristic of the proletarian state is its gradual transformation from an unproductive organization to become an organization for the administration of economic life. 123. The proletarian state as productive apparatus. Long before the end of the Civil War, the proletarian state becomes mainly concerned with the production and distribution of goods. A mere enumeration of the central and local commissariats will make this perfectly plain. The most important of the Soviet organizations is the Supreme Economic Council with its various sub-departments. This body is exclusively productive. The commissariats for agriculture, food, communications, and labor are all likewise productive or distributive organizations, or organizations for the utilization of labor power. In like manner, the Commissariat for Popular Education, in proportion as its program for the institution of a unified labor school is realized, becomes an organization for the preparation of skilled labor power. In the proletarian state, the Commissariat for Public Health is an instrument for the protection of the health of the workers. The Commissariat for Social Welfare is mainly concerned with the welfare of those who have been or will be workers, sanatoria, land settlements, etc. Even the Commissariat for Administration finds its main activities engaged in supporting and leading the organs of local economic life, and in especial those of the municipalities. Taking it as a whole, the proletarian state mechanism becomes transformed into a huge organization for the management of economic life, and for its advancement in every possible way. A study of the budget of the Soviet Republic will make this clear. Here are some characteristic items of expenditure. Estimates for the half-year, January to June 1919, in millions of rubles. Supreme Economic Council, 10,976. Commissariat for Food, 8,153. Commissariat for Communications, 5,073. Commissariat for Education, 3,888. Commissariat for Public Health, 1,228. Commissariat for Social Welfare, 1,619. Commissariat for Agriculture, 533. Commissariat for Army, 12,150. Commissariat for Navy, 521. Commissariat for Foreign Affairs, 11. Commissariat for National Affairs, 17. Commissariat for Justice, 250. Commissariat for Home Affairs, 857. Extraordinary Commission, 348. These figures show that the defense of the Republic still requires vast sums of money. Putting on one side this item, which arises out of the peculiar conditions of the moment, we see that 9/10 of the expenditure of the proletarian state is devoted to production, administration, the safeguarding of future functional capacity, the maintenance of labor power, etc. All this expenditure is purely economic. Furthermore, in the Communist Saturdays, the workers in the various productive organizations, the soldiers of the Red Army, and the war commissars, all combined to do their duty in the matter of productive labor, though at first, of course, the results are slender. Prior to the year 1919, there was no state in the world in which the civil servants were voluntarily engaged in such tasks as the repairing of locomotives and the lading of wood on behalf of the state. 124. The budget and the proletarian state. We have seen that the expenditure of the proletarian state is increasingly devoted to productive purposes. The question now arises, from what sources its income will be derived. The finances of the Russian Soviet Republic give some information upon this subject. In the early days of its existence, the Soviet power had certain extraordinary sources of revenue. It had the bank deposits which had been confiscated from the bourgeoisie, it had the cash resources of the late government, it had various sums which were secured by taxing the bourgeoisie, by the sale of goods confiscated from private traders and firms, etc. All these sources of income were small in relation to the necessary expenditure. As far as the local Soviets were concerned, taxes levied upon the capitalists were for a considerable time their only source of revenue, but for the central government such taxes could not provide any notable means of support. Moreover, such a source of revenue was transient. The bourgeoisie was soon stripped bare, or else, and this is what usually happened, members of the bourgeois class vanished, after hiding their savings. A graduated income tax has not given and does not give satisfactory results. In so far as it is levied upon employees and workers, it is an absurdity, for the state is simply taking back in the form of a tax what it has paid in the form of salary or wages. In so far as it is levied upon the urban bourgeoisie, officially no bourgeois exist any longer. Legally, the bourgeois cannot continue their former occupations. Such a tax, therefore, is extremely difficult to collect, and in actual experience this source of state revenue proved altogether inadequate. A graduated income tax might be far more lucrative when levied upon the rich peasants, but for its regular collection we should have to depend upon the work of local instruments of taxation, which would need to be organized by the local authorities, chiefly those of the rural districts. As far as the middle peasants are concerned, it is undesirable for political reasons to levy any tax upon them while the civil war continues, for such a measure would tend to alienate them from the proletariat. The attempt to raise an extraordinary revolutionary tax of 10 milliards miscarried, for, after great efforts, less than 2 milliards were secured. The main source of revenue for the state has been the issue of paper money. This, in so far as the money is able to buy anything, is in reality a special form of taxation. Inasmuch as the issue of paper money accelerates the depreciation of the currency, it leads indirectly to the expropriation of the money capital of the bourgeoisie, for it reduces the purchasing capacity of this money capital to a fraction of that which it formerly possessed. It can readily be understood that the issue of paper money cannot in the long run constitute a means of revenue for a state which aims at the ultimate abolition of money altogether. We are faced with this problem. What is the best foundation upon which the proletarian state can build up its revenues? Such a secure foundation is furnished by production. If the issue of paper money has hitherto proved to be a successful method of collecting state revenue, it is because this sort of tax can be collected without the taxpayer being aware that he is paying anything of the sort. No less inconspicuous is it when we secure revenue indirectly by means of state monopoly. This form of state revenue is, in reality, perfectly just. The cost of production of any articles which are produced by the state must include all the administrative charges requisite for the particular branch of production. The proletarian state apparatus actually realizes such a form of administration. In practice, this means that if the transport of passengers costs 1 milliard of rubles per annum, the state can fix the fares at such a figure that it will receive from this source the sum of 1,200 million rubles. If the total cost of all manufactured articles is 5 milliards, they can be sold for 6 milliards, and so on. The excess is devoted to the maintenance of the state. Of course, the revenues from monopoly are not to be conceived solely in the form of money, but also directly in the form of a definite quantity of goods. If the proletarian state becomes transformed into an organ for the administration of the socialist economic system as a whole, the question of its upkeep, that is to say our old question of the budget, is greatly simplified. The affair is merely one of assigning a definite portion of goods to a definite item of economic expenditure. But whereas the question of the state budget is now very simple, far less simple is the problem of how we are to determine precisely what portion of products can be consumed, that is to say, what portion can be expended in the economic system as a whole. We see, then, that in proportion as the state as a parasitic apparatus is destroyed, the problem of the state budget is merged into the general problem of the distribution of all products in a socialist society. The state budget will have become merely a small section of the integral budget of the cooperative commonwealth. Chapter 17: The Housing Problem. 125. The Housing Problem in Capitalist Society. The privileges of the bourgeois class are more conspicuous in the matter of housing than in any other domain. The bourgeois inhabit the best quarters of the towns. The well-to-do classes live in the best streets, in those which are cleanest, those where there are spacious gardens and plenty of trees. The working class, on the other hand, is in all lands stabled in the mean streets, and in suburban quarters. It is not because most of the factories are usually situated in the outskirts of the town that the workers must dwell in the suburbs. Even if a factory is in the center of a town, those who work there will nonetheless be herded somewhere in the outskirts. But those factory owners whose works are situated in the remote quarters of the town, themselves live in the center. Bourgeois families occupy entire dwellings, or flats with a great number of rooms. Their houses have more rooms than inhabitants. There are spacious gardens, bathrooms, and all the conveniences of life. Working-class families are crowded into cellars, into single-room tenements, into tiny flats. Often enough they live in barrack dwellings, like prisoners who are herded in a jail. Throughout the day the worker inhales factory smoke, filings, dust of every kind. All night he breathes the air of a room in which as many as 5 or 6 children may be sleeping. It is not surprising that statistics should show how quickly people die in working-class quarters, the folk whose working hours are too long, whose dwellings are too narrow, and whose lives are too short. Here are some of the data. In Britain, the average death rate is 2 per thousand. In the bourgeois quarters, the death rate is only I7. In the working class quarters, it is 36. In some districts, where the poorest among the workers dwell, the death rate is between 40 and so. Turning to Belgium, we find that in the working class quarters of Brussels, a person in 29 dies every year, whereas in the best bourgeois quarters only a person in 53 dies each year. Thus the working class death rate is nearly twice as great as the bourgeois death rate. The mean duration of life in the case of the bourgeoisie, in the case of those who live in well-lighted, dry, and warm dwellings, is nearly half as long again as the mean duration of life of those who are crowded into the cellars and attics of the working class quarters. In Budapest, the mean duration of life of persons dying at an age exceeding 5 years was as follows. Among those living 1 to 2 persons per room, 47 years. Among those living 2 to 5 persons per room, 39. Among those living 5 to 10 persons per room, 37. More than 10 persons per room, 32 years. When we examine the figures relating to child mortality, the comparison between the working class and the bourgeoisie shows that the latter possess a still greater advantage in this respect. In those bourgeois dwellings where there is an average of only 1 person per room, the death rate among infants, those under 1 year, is only 1/4 of the infantile death rate in those working class dwellings in which there are more than 3 persons per room. As regards children aged 1 to 5, the bourgeois death rate is only half the working class death rate. Not only do the workers in their gloomy and pestiferous habitations die on the average years earlier than the bourgeois, in addition they have to pay capitalist landlords for the privilege. Tribute goes to the house owner for every corner, every cellar, and every garret, not to mention every real room or tenement. If you don't pay, here is the key of the street. House rent always swallows a large proportion of the worker's wages, usually as much as 15 to 25%. The cost of housing continually increases for the workers in capitalist lands. Thus, the smaller the income, the larger the percentage of that income which has to be devoted to house rent, and the more rapid likewise is the annual increase in the proportion that must be assigned to rent. In the case of the bourgeoisie, on the other hand, the percentage of income devoted to house rent is only 1/6 of that which must be paid by the workers, and this percentage, far from increasing, positively diminishes. 126. The housing problem in the proletarian state. The proletarian revolution effected an entire change in housing conditions. The Soviet power nationalized the bourgeois dwellings. In some cases it completely cancelled the arrears of rent in the working class quarters, and in other cases reduced these arrears. But this is not all. Plans are being drawn up, and have in part already been put into operation, for the complete abolition of rent for the workers living in the nationalized dwellings. In the larger towns, there has begun a systematic transference of the workers from cellar dwellings, from ruinous houses, and from insanitary tenements, into the bourgeois villas and mansions of the central quarters of the towns. Furthermore, the workers are being systematically supplied with furniture and all necessary domestic utensils. It is the business of the Communist Party to continue this policy, to perfect its housing economy, to institute a campaign against rough usage of the nationalized houses, to see that they are kept clean and in satisfactory repair, and to ensure that the drains, the water pipes, the steam heating apparatus, etc., are kept in good order. But the Soviet power, while pursuing on broad lines this policy of nationalizing large-scale capitalist house property, sees no reason why the interests of the lesser house owners should be infringed. The house owners who are workers, employees, and other ordinary folk living in their own houses. A 10. TPTS to effect a general nationalization of the small houses as well as of the large ones, such attempts were made in the provinces, had as their only result that the nationalized houses large and small had no one to care for them properly. They fell into disrepair, and in many cases there was no one willing to live in them. On the other hand, feelings of animosity towards the Soviet power were aroused among the owners of the small houses. The Soviet power, which was faced in the towns by a severe housing crisis resulting from the complete suspension of building activities, had to undertake the arduous task of justly apportioning the available housing accommodation. The housing departments of the Soviets take charge of all the free dwellings in the towns, and allot them in accordance with a definite plan. The departments make schedules of all the available accommodation in the large houses, in the dwellings of families and individuals who have more rooms than they really need. When the Civil War is over and when the crisis in production has come to an end, there will be a great growth in the urban population. The proletariat which has taken refuge in the villages will return to the towns, and the excess of population in the rural districts will also make its way to the urban centers. The Soviet power will have to deal with the question of building new houses, dwellings which will satisfy the needs of communist society. At the present moment it is difficult to say what type of buildings will be best, whether they should be large houses, fully equipped with gardens, common dining halls, and the like, or whether they should be small and well-designed separate dwellings for the workers. One thing is perfectly clear. The housing program must not conflict in any way with the proposed unification of industry and agriculture. It must favor the dispersal of the town over the countryside. It must not increase the concentration of hundreds of thousands and millions of persons in limited areas, persons who by this concentration are deprived of the possibility of breathing fresh air, are cut off from nature, and are foredoomed to a premature death. Chapter 18. Labor Protection and Social Welfare Work. 127. What is labor protection? The working class fights to secure a communist system, because this system will deliver the workers from exploitation, and because communism will make it possible to develop productive forces to such an extent that it will no longer be necessary for people to devote the whole of their lives to the production of the necessaries of life. All the conquests, therefore, made by the working class on its way towards communism are in their essence directly or indirectly equivalent to labor protection. They all promote an improvement in the position of the workers. Let us consider, for example, the political freedom of the working class in the Soviet Republic, and let us consider the position of the workers as ruling class. It is plain that this new political status implies a step forward in the path of labor protection. The same thing may be said of all the conquests of the working class, all without exception. But we must distinguish from labor protection in this general sense certain more special senses of the term. In the latter case, we are not thinking of the position of the working class in general, but of the position of the working class in the factory, in the workshop, in the mine. In other words, we are thinking of the conditions which affect the workers in the actual labor process. Labor in factories and workshops, in the midst of machinery, and often in a contaminated atmosphere, is very dangerous. The danger is increased by the undue length of the working day, whereby the workers are fatigued, whereby their energy is exhausted, so that their attention is apt to wander and the liability to accident is greatly increased. An unduly long working day entails, of itself, extreme exhaustion of the organism. A few examples will suffice to show how the life of the workers is dependent upon their environment, and upon the general conditions under which they work. 1. First of all comes the question of accidents. The decline in the number of accidents was mainly due to a series of special measures. But the figure of 210 accidents per 1,000 workers is still far too high. Sometimes accidents occur to 70% of the workers every year. According to the reports of a district surgeon, during harvest time in Ekaterinoslav province the country hospitals reminded him of field hospitals in wartime. Of course, such accidents are not peculiar to Russia, but occur everywhere. In the British Parliament, Ramsay MacDonald once pointed out that of 1,200 miners killed at work, 1,100 were killed owing to the neglect of the requisite precautionary measures by the capitalists. The last example indicates that if we wish, we can enormously reduce the number of accidents. But from the capitalist point of view, the necessary measures would not pay. 2. The second basic question is that of injurious LJJODking environment and the occupational diseases and the mortality arising therefrom. Let us consider, for instance, phosphorus manufacture. Lazarev reported that in Russian phosphorus factories, where no precautionary measures were employed, 5 years sufficed to make of the worker a living corpse. In chemical works, glass works, mines, etc., numerous so-called occupational diseases were rife. Like phenomena were observable in other branches of production. Varicose veins occurred in workers who had to stand too long, necrosis of the jaw in phosphorus workers, mercurial poisoning, arsenical poisoning, tuberculosis, etc. Here are some figures. In England during the years 1902, among 1,000 deaths of those following various occupations, the deaths from consumption were: clergy 55, agriculturists and cattlemen 76, barristers and solicitors 92, civil servants 129, glass workers 283, china and earthenware workers 285, compositors 300, brush makers 325, knife grinders, etc. 533, miners 579 to 816. According to the reports of Dr. Baranov, the mortality from consumption in the proletariat was as follows. Of 100 cigarette makers who died, 63.4 died of consumption. Of 100 engravers who died, 58.3 died of consumption. Of 100 compositors who died, 53.1 died of consumption. Of 100 tailors who died, 50.9 died of consumption. Of 100 stonemasons who died, 50.6 died of consumption. Of 100 locksmiths, turners, bootmakers, bookbinders, tinplaters who died, 46 to 47 died of consumption. Of 100 cardboard makers, joiners who died, 45 to 45.5 died of consumption. We learn from German statistics that the mortality from consumption among the Solingen metal polishers was 4 times as great as that from any other illness. 3. In addition to causing manifest diseases, bad Wotking conditions give rise to a general deterioration of Wotking class physique. This finds expression in the increasing number of men who are unfit for military service. Year by year there is a larger number of weak-chested and undergrown persons, and in the proletariat the proportion of such persons is far greater than among other strata of the population. In Switzerland, among those called up for militia service, the percentage of town workers who were unfit was 39.5, while the percentage of unfit rural workers was only 25. Similar conditions are observable in other lands. Among women, the deterioration of physique is frequently associated with a loss of the capacity for childbearing. Obviously, all these evils are closely linked with the conditions of production. The capitalist class has no interest in labor protection, and its policy towards labor power is merely a policy of plunder. The capitalists wish to squeeze the workers like lemons and throw away the skin. This is the policy likewise of progressive American capital. In the USA, none but healthy workers are admitted into the factories. Their muscular development is carefully inspected and tested. Weakly workers are not even allowed to enter the country, for it is considered that these weaklings would constitute an inferior sort of working cattle. But in the States it is an exception for the workers to attain the age of 45. My Lord Capital sucks the life out of them in the most progressive manner possible. The dictatorship of the proletariat is obviously the first means which has been found for putting this matter of labor protection upon a secure footing. The working class is directly interested in the preservation of labor power. It must display the utmost regard for this most precious and most important force of production. The communist system will have nothing to do with a foolish, criminal, and injurious waste of human strength. It will work with the aid of a highly developed technique, whose first object will be the preservation of this strength. That is why labor protection is of such immense importance during the transition to the communist phase of human society. Labor protection, then, signifies the safeguarding of the workers from harmful conditions of production. 128. The chief fields of labor protection. The most important requisite for the protection of the working class, and the most important safeguard against its physical deterioration, against illness, increased mortality, etc., is that there should be a normal working day. It is not surprising, therefore, that the working class has always put the struggle for the reduction of working hours in the forefront of the general struggle. The working day decides the expenditure of human energy which is converted into products. In capitalist society, this energy is likewise converted into capitalist profit, and for this reason the capitalists are greatly interested in protracting the working day. But by overworking his strength, the worker reduces his capacity for further work, he wears himself out more speedily, his constitution is weakened, he falls ill more readily, and dies sooner. An abnormally long working day involves a predatory squandering of human energy. The establishment of a normal working day is the first step in labor protection. The second step is the protection of the specially weak elements of the working class. This class does not consist solely of adult males. It contains also old men, young people, and women of various ages. It is obvious that the power of resisting harmful conditions varies in different sections of the working class. What can be done easily and without any danger to health by a full-grown man may be extremely injurious to a woman, and absolutely dangerous to a half-grown child. Consider, for instance, the carrying of heavy weights. Women, moreover, require special protection at certain periods of life, during pregnancy, childbirth, and lactation. In these matters specific measures are essential. This is the field of women's protection and child protection. Thirdly and lastly, a matter of great importance is the technical and sanitary organization of factories and workshops. A great deal can be done, and still remains to be done, in the prevention of accidents, in the avoidance of noxious influences arising out of the work of production, in the general improvement of working conditions. Among bad conditions we think especially of dust, insufficient lighting, cold, drafts, dirt, etc. The foregoing are the three main fields of labor protection. 129. What has been done in Russia as regards labor protection? The dictatorship of the proletariat has created conditions which make it possible to carry out in full the demands which have been put forward by all the socialist parties. In this matter, no legislature in the world can boast of legislation like that of the Soviet Republic. Our troubles, of which we have plenty, though they are diminishing, do not arise from bad laws, but from the fact that we have too little of many things, and that there is an absolute lack of certain essentials. The dearth, as we have seen, is due to the struggle carried on against us by world imperialism, and also to the imperialist war which the enemies of the working class have been waging among themselves. Speaking generally, when we sum up what the Soviet Republic has done in the way of labor protection, and when we study the laws of the Soviet Republic, we derive the following picture. A. The limitation of working hours. In this matter the Soviet power has carried various measures into effect. 1. We have at length realized the 8-hour day, confirming this by law, a step which the coalition government sedulously avoided, and there is a 6-hour working day for mental workers and for those working in offices. 2. Overtime is as a rule prohibited. It is permitted only to a limited extent in exceptional instances, and is paid at the rate of time and a half. 3. In specially injurious trades the working hours are further reduced. Tobacco workers are employed for 7 hours a day, gas workers for 6. For a normal 42-hour weekly rest has been established, and for this purpose the Saturday hours have everywhere been reduced to 6. Any workers who are unable to stop work on Sunday can rest on some other day of the week. 5. Once a year, every worker enjoys a holiday on full pay. The legally specified holiday is 1 month, but in the present difficult times, autumn, 1919, it has been reduced to a fortnight. 6. In especially injurious trades, and in the case of adolescents who are going to land colonies, a supplementary holiday of a fortnight is given. B. Protection of women's labor and child labor. 1. As a rule, women must not work at night and must not work overtime. They may not be hired by the job. 2. Children under 16 may not be engaged in industry. They are gradually being removed from the industrial field, in the first instance from all injurious trades. Those who are withdrawn from industry are given material support and are sent to school. 3 children under 16 who still remain at work are employed for only 4 hours daily. Young people from 16 to 18 have a working day of 6 hours. For overtime, night work, and jobbing work are prohibited in the case of all persons under the age of 18. For the protection of motherhood, the following laws have been promulgated. 1. In pregnancy and childbirth, all women, whether women actually engaged in industry or the wives of workers, receive an allowance throughout the period in which work is discontinued on account of pregnancy and childbirth. This allowance is equivalent to a full working wage. 2. Pregnant women engaged in physical work receive this allowance for 8 weeks before delivery. Mental workers and office employees receive it for 6 weeks before delivery. 3. After childbirth, the allowance is continued respectively for 8 weeks and 6 weeks. For nursing mothers engaged in industry have half an hour's leave every 3 hours. 5. All mothers receive a supplementary allowance of 24 rubles a day for the feeding of the child for a period of 9 months after birth. In addition, they receive a lump sum of 720 rubles for the child's outfit. In all these measures, which have already been carried into effect, there are certain divergencies from the Code of Labor laws. These divergencies take the following form. In exceptional circumstances, overtime is permitted, upon a number of days which is not to exceed so per annum in all. Children at ages from 14 to 16 may work in industry for hours not exceeding 4 per day. The month's holiday has been temporarily reduced to a fortnight. The duration of night work has been increased to 7 hours. All these divergencies have been necessitated by the extremely critical situation in which the Soviet Republic has been placed by the brutal attack of all the imperialist powers. C. Technical and sanitary organization of the factories. The following measures have been instituted. 1. A number of compulsory rules have been issued concerning technical measures for safety at work, concerning general sanitation, and concerning occupational hygiene. All these aim at a notable improvement of the working conditions in the factories and workshops. 2. In all injurious branches of production, arrangements have been made to provide special clothing which shall protect the worker from dust, gases, damp, etc. 3. All the workers are provided with overalls, which belong to the works, and are to be used by the worker during working hours only. 4. To supervise the actual carrying out of all labor protection measures, a system of labor inspection has been founded, elected by general conferences of the workers. In the case of individual trades characterized by peculiar working conditions, and in the case of trades, such as transport, the building trade, and agriculture, in which from the nature of the occupation the workers are peculiarly disintegrated, special committees for labor inspection are elected by the respective trade unions. The figures relating to the personnel of the new inspectors show the extent to which the workers are themselves participating in this matter. Down to August 1, 1919, 53.5% of all the inspectors were manual workers. The real proportion was probably higher, for in the case of a good many of the inspectors the previous occupation was not stated. Among all the inspectors whose previous occupation is recorded, the proportion of those stated to have been manual workers is 62.5%, and the proportion of those stated to have been employees is 15.5%. Thus the manual workers and the employees together comprise 88% of all those whose occupation is stated. The following table gives details down to August 1, 1919, showing the distribution of inspectors according to previous occupation. In comparison with the previous half-year, the number of manual workers has increased, 53.5% as against 47%, or 62.5% of all whose occupations were stated, as against 60%. The percentage of masters and technicians was practically unchanged, 10 as against 11. There was a notable increase in the number of employees, 13.5% as against 8%. Relatively, the number of the students declined from 6% to 2%. Absolutely, the number of students was only 1/2 in the second half-year of what it had been in the first half-year. The other figures were practically unchanged. There thus originated in Russia a genuine workers' inspection, which merited the name in respect of its personnel no less than in respect of its aims. Nevertheless, in the matter of labor protection much still remains to be done in the factories. In the enormous majority of cases the working conditions are still abominable, especially in the more backward forms of enterprise, where the workers are still uncultured and badly organized. In such dark corners everything is much as it was in the old days. Often enough, indeed, it is impossible to undertake the necessary improvements at present, since these would need an entirely new installation and complete reorganization. However, a great deal can be done even without these extensive changes, if only larger and yet larger sections of the masses become interested in the improvement of working conditions. 130. What is social welfare work? The capitalist system, as we have seen, aims at the extraction of profit from the working class. Wage workers, proletarians, were simply means of enrichment for the capitalist. When these living tools were worn out, when they had become unprofitable or superfluous, they were ruthlessly thrown away like a squeezed lemon or an eggshell. The miseries of unemployment, illness, old age, mutilation, were nothing to the capitalist, who would jettison huge masses of persons without even trying to help them, or would help only the most devoted among their trusty servants, those from whom all the vital juices had already been sucked. In the Soviet Republic the workers and the poor peasants are not the objects of exploitation. But it does not follow from this that there is not widespread poverty in the country. In Russia, perpetually harassed by its enemies, blockaded on all sides, cut off from its supplies of coal, petroleum, and raw materials, there is a terrible amount of poverty. It is no longer because the capitalist throws the workers out of the factories, but because the factories have to be closed for lack of fuel and raw material. Hence there is unemployment. It is not the unemployment of the old kind, it arises from very different causes, but it exists. As a legacy from the imperialist war we have invalids and cripples. We have the numerous victims of the counter-revolution. We have the aged, the sick, and the children. For all these helpless persons care is needed, and they are all a source of expense. The workers' government does not look upon the help which it gives them as a gift, an alms or a benefaction. The workers' state makes their support its primary duty, above all in the case of those who are invalid from the army of labor or from the Red Army. Our ultimate aim is to bring about the existence of a state of society in which all persons who for one reason or another have lost the capacity for work, all those who are unable to work, shall have assured support. We must ensure that old people shall enjoy a peaceful old age in which they will be provided with all the comforts of life, that children shall have everything suitable to their requirements, that invalids and cripples shall be able to live in the circumstances most appropriate to their condition, that those who are wearied and overworked shall be placed in curative surroundings, where they will receive all the care that used to be given to the wealthy bourgeois who were ailing, that no one shall any longer be perpetually harassed with anticipations of hard times. Today, of course, we are very far from having achieved anything like this. Thanks to the international robbers, our country is utterly impoverished. We lack the most ordinary requirements, such as drugs. The imperialists will not allow us to import them, they continue the blockade. But one thing at least cannot be denied. The Soviet power spares nothing in the attempt to provide help and care for those who are unable to work. 131. The chief provinces of social welfare work. There are two main departments of social welfare work. First of all, there is the care for those persons who happen to be unemployed or who have lost their capacity for work while actually following their occupation, mental or manual. To this category belong cases of transient incapacity due to illness, accident, pregnancy, childbirth, and cases of permanent incapacity, due to a premature breakdown in health, old age, chronic infirmity, etc. Secondly, there is the care for persons who have sustained an accident, or have lost the capacity for work while not actually engaged in work, while not employed in production. To this category belong those who were invalid during the imperialist war, men who were wounded while serving in the Red Army, the families of these Red soldiers, the victims of the counter-revolution, or of natural catastrophes and misfortunes, conflagrations, floods, epidemic disease, etc. We also have to care for those who have been unfitted for work through conditions operative in the old order of society, the victims of the shameful social conditions that then prevailed. To this category belong professional beggars, the homeless and shelterless, mental defectives, etc. Moreover, in case of death, help must be given to the family of the deceased. The number of persons thus requiring care is enormous. Those of the first category, who are unemployed or who have lost the capacity for work but are in one way or another connected with the field of production, are the concern of the Commissariat for Labor, which is actually under the control of the trade unions. Those of the second category are the concern of the Commissariat for Social Welfare. 132. Social welfare work in Russia. Considering its activities as a whole, the Soviet power, in its welfare work, has achieved for the workers in the case of all kinds of incapacity for work, including unemployment, what has been achieved nowhere else in the world. Here is a list of the measures which apply to persons of the first category. 1. All persons living by wage labor are exempt from any expenditure for social insurance. 2. Entrepreneurs are completely excluded from the work of organizing social welfare and labor protection. All the instruments of this work are based upon the representation of labor organizations. 3. Social welfare benefits apply to all cases of loss of capacity for work and to all cases of unemployment. 4. Social welfare benefits apply to members of a worker's family in case of any worker's death. 5. Allowances are given at the full rate of a worker's earnings in cases of illness, accident, quarantine, and other causes of temporary incapacity for work. 6. A life pension of X 800 rubles per month in Moscow City is payable to all who are permanently incapacitated for work, irrespective of the cause of the incapacity, whether old age, crippling, occupational disease, etc., and regardless of the number of years of work. 7. An allowance for funeral expenses amounting to 1,440 rubles is made in the case of every worker, and for every member of a worker's family a similar allowance is made, ranging from 400 to 800 rubles according to age. 8. In case of a worker's death, the family receives a life pension ranging up to 200 rubles per month, in Moscow City, the amount varying in accordance with the size of the family. 9. For the better determination of questions concerning the amount of these allowances, special workers' committees are appointed in connection with the departments for labor, and these committees will determine the pensions and allowances. 10. In all the provinces, medical boards shall be established under the chairmanship of workers, and these boards shall decide in each case the degree of incapacity. 11. In all the counties, special committees are to be appointed under the chairmanship of workers. These committees will supervise the treatment of sick workers and will exercise a general control. 12. To bring the system of welfare benefits into closer contact with all places where there are workers, centers are to be established for the receipt of applications for allowances and pensions and for the payment of the same. In large-scale enterprises, the allowances will be paid through the said enterprises. 13. There is no time limit for the payment of allowances. In case of illness, the allowance will be paid until health is restored. In cases of permanent incapacity for work, the allowance will continue till death. 14. Social welfare benefit will be paid to all persons without exception who live by wage labor, and will be extended to home workers, independent artisans, and peasants. 15. For the second half of the year 1919, the Soviet Republic assigned a sum of 5 milliards of rubles for the social welfare benefits of workers and employees. As far as concerns the second category of those who receive social welfare benefit, the most important benefit is that paid to the families of soldiers in the Red Army and to the Red soldiers themselves. An invalid Red soldier who has completely lost the capacity for work, to the extent of more than 60%, receives a pension corresponding to the average wage of the locality where he lives. The pension decreases proportionally to a decrease in the degree of incapacity for work. In 15 to 30% incapacity, The ex-soldier's pension is 1/3 of the customary wage. The land of a red soldier must be tilled, and his farm must be properly supplied with seed. His family must receive a ration which is proportional to the number of the members of his family who are unable to work. The family of a red soldier lives rent-free and receives a supplementary food card. In the event of the death of a red soldier, such members of his family as are unable to work and as are unprovided for by social welfare benefit will receive a pension amounting to 60% of the customary local wage for one person incapacitated for work, and a full wage for 3 or more persons incapacitated for work, etc., etc. In the payment of allowances to the families of red soldiers, there was expended during the first half of 1919 a sum of 1,200,000,000 rubles. The estimates for this expenditure for the second half of the same year were 3,500,000,000 rubles. According to the reports of Comrade Vinokurov, in the autumn of 1919 the families of 4,500,000 red soldiers were receiving allowances. In addition, between July 4 and December 1, 1919, there was paid to the provinces a sum of more than 2.5 milliards of rubles. There was assigned in aid of agriculture 200,000,000 rubles, to housing 150,000,000 rubles, to pensions for red soldiers 100,000,000 rubles, to allowances to those invalid from the war 168,000,000 rubles. One of the main defects of our social welfare work is the bad functioning of the apparatus. There is no proper record of the persons in receipt of benefit. The assignment of funds to the various localities is faulty. There is much waste of time in the sub-departments of the Commissariat for Social Welfare, and so on. It is absolutely essential that our party should devote itself to the better organization of these matters. 133. Other measures for the improvement of the condition of the working class. In addition to the measures previously enumerated, several other measures prescribed in the Code of Labor Laws are of great importance to the condition of the working class. These measures are directly associated with the fact that the proletariat has become the ruling class, and they are therefore more comprehensive than the demands which used to be incorporated in the program of the socialist parties. They may be summarized under 3 heads. 1. The participation of the labor organizations in the decision of questions relating to the engagement, or discharge of workers. These matters are referred to the factory and workshop committees and to the workers' factory administrations. 2. The state regulation of wages. The most interesting matter in this connection is that the rates of pay are elaborated by the trade unions and are submitted to the Commissariat for Labor, which itself is actually composed of representatives of the trade unions. 3. The compulsory search for work for the unemployed by special departments of the Soviets and trade unions, the so-called departments for the distribution and registration of labor power. All these measures are intimately connected with the dominant position of the labor organizations and of the trade unions in particular. 134. Further tasks of the party. The most important of all the duties of our party is to ensure the completest and most extensive realization of the decrees and decisions of the Soviet power. In many cases, this practical realization of a decree is lacking. It exists on paper, but there is nothing corresponding to it in real life. The complete, precise, and accurate realization of all decrees and decisions will be mainly secured by the correct functioning of an organizatory apparatus, wherein the center is properly connected with the local organs, and wherein the local organs are properly connected with the center whence the whole machine is run. This in its turn is only possible in so far as the masses themselves can be induced to participate in the work. Hence it is necessary to adopt the following measures. 1. The work of organizing and extending labor inspection must be actively taken in hand. New forces drawn from among the workers themselves must be continually flowing into this branch of activity. No one can know better than the actual workers, who are practically acquainted with labor conditions, wherein these conditions are faulty, and no one is more competent than they to recommend practical improvements. 2. Labor inspection must be extended to the fields of small-scale production and home industry. In such matters these branches of industry have always been ignored, although it is precisely here that the most abominable working conditions prevail. Inspection by the workers ought to be of great help in these fields. 3. Labor protection must be extended to all branches of work, including the building trade, land and water transport, domestic service, and agriculture. These branches of labor, in which the workers are disintegrated by the very conditions of their work, and in which the trade union organization of labor is therefore very difficult, must be included within the general system. For industrial and agricultural labor must be absolutely prohibited during childhood, and there must be a further reduction of the working day in the case of young persons. The 8-hour day, which is at present the standard for labor protection, is far from being regarded by our party as the limit in this matter of the reduction of working hours. In fact, there is no precise limit. Everything depends upon the productivity of labor. At the present time, owing to the general decline in productive powers, and owing to the continued disorganization, the working hours cannot as a general rule be less than 8. Often enough, this depends upon the military situation, etc. The working day has to exceed the 8-hour standard. But at the first opportunity we must establish a 6-hour day as the normal standard, applying to all workers the 6-hour regulation which already applies to the employees of a very large number of persons. On the other hand, in order to increase production, and in order to secure a continuous improvement in the quality of work, it has proved advantageous to introduce a system of payment which promotes emulation. The general tasks of social welfare work will nowise be undertaken by the party in the spirit of the charitymonger or in a way which will encourage parasitism and idleness. It is the simple duty of the proletarian power to give help where it is needed, just as it is the duty of the proletarian power to facilitate for persons who have been demoralized by bad social conditions the return to a working life. Chapter 19. Public Hygiene. 135. The need for the special protection of public health. Under capitalism, the workers have always been compelled to live in unclean quarters of the towns, where epidemic disease is rife. It was only owing to the dread that they themselves would suffer from these epidemics that the capitalists introduced certain measures to improve the sanitation of the areas in which their wage slaves dwelt. As early as 1784, the British Parliament manifested its liberal sentiments and began to concern itself about the workers. The reason for this activity was the report of a special parliamentary committee which had ascertained that a terrible epidemic of typhus had originated in the factories. Capitalism was only interested in the protection of public health in so far as this was necessary for its own safety. As an outcome of the imperialist war, the condition of the great masses of the workers has changed considerably for the worse. The general circumstances, hunger, cold, etc., have given rise to devastating epidemics, causing widespread mortality, to successive outbreaks of cholera, typhus, and a new disease known as Spanish influenza. The last named illness manifestly had a close connection with the war. People's constitutions, exhausted and shattered, had no power to resist the germs of this disease. Everywhere the mortality was unprecedentedly high, so that the epidemic had a truly catastrophic character. The war left another legacy, an extraordinary diffusion of venereal diseases, notably of syphilis. Vast numbers of the soldiers became infected with this disease, and then, returning home, introduced it into their villages. Never have venereal diseases been so widespread as they are today. All these evils make it essential that we should be specially active on behalf of the protection of public health. Of course, in addition to the measures specifically classed under the head of hygiene, there are many other ways of carrying on the campaign against disease. For example, the solution of the housing problem is of immense importance. With the improvement of the workers' dwellings, numerous focuses of epidemic illness will be destroyed. No less important is labor protection. Everyone will understand how much depends upon the food supply, upon the nutritive circumstances of the population. But attention to these matters will not relieve us from the necessity of undertaking special hygienic measures, which must be applied on the grand scale. Today, when we are in a very bad position as regards the most elementary requisites for a healthy life, we must grasp at every available means of assistance in our struggle with the evil. Hence arises the urgent need for a special department of social work, the urgent need for measures for the protection of public health. 136. The nationalization of medical institutions. Capitalist society had at its disposal a capitalistically organized system of medical work. Private hospitals and lunatic asylums, private health resorts, sanatoria, hydropathies, chemist shops, electrotherapeutic, radiotherapeutic, and various other curative institutions were organized on a profit-making basis. The major proportion of these comprised places for the cure of obesity, gout, and other aristocratic complaints. They were, that is to say, intended for the cure of diseases peculiar to the dominant classes of capitalist society. Workers could not visit the fashionable health resorts, nor were there any working-class invalids in the sanatoria. The business of the retail chemists was in like manner pursued as a source of profit. Economically considered, all these establishments were on precisely the same footing as any other profit-making enterprise. It was therefore necessary to transform them from instruments for filling capitalists' purses into instruments for the service of the workers. The first step in this direction was the nationalization of all such enterprises. 137. The labor duty of medical workers. The great prevalence of epidemic diseases and the need for prompt measures to prevent their spread led to the consideration of the possibility of a purposive, organized, and extensive campaign in this direction. Since the number of available workers was comparatively small, the urgent need for their scheduling and mobilization in this campaign against epidemics became immediately and spontaneously apparent. Thanks to these measures, thanks to the full utilization of practically all the available medical strength from the most distinguished professors down to the first-year students and the surgeon's assistants, it proved possible to get the better of the menacing epidemics cholera and typhus. Labor duty for medical workers has, however, a greater significance than that merely of fireman's work. In association with the nationalization of all curative enterprises, it is one of the germs of the organized social sanitation and social hygiene of the future. 138. Immediate tasks in the domain of public hygiene. Our work is rendered extremely difficult owing to the terrible dearth of many of the most ordinary essentials, proper food for use in the hospitals, drugs and instruments, etc. In so far as the Communist Party is able to intervene actively in public health work, there are three main provinces for such activity. The first essential is the resolute enforcement of broadly conceived sanitary measures. Attention must be given to the sanitary condition of all places of public resort. Many epidemics arise from the contamination of the water supply, from badly kept street gullies and stormwater pipes, middens and manure heaps, cesspools, closets, and so forth. The protection of earth, air, and water is the first requisite for public health. To the same category of measures belongs the organization of communal kitchens and of the food supply generally upon a scientific and hygienic foundation. Owing to the scarcity of provisions, this task has hitherto been extremely difficult to fulfill, but it is already within our competence to ensure that the food shall be hygienically prepared in the communal kitchens, the children's kitchens, the hospitals, and all other public institutions. It is further necessary to organize measures to prevent the spread of epidemic diseases of a contagious character. This will be secured by the sanitary inspection of institutions, private houses, and schools, by the filtration of water, by the organization of depots for the provision of boiled water, by disinfection, by the obligatory sterilization of wearing apparel, etc. The second essential is that there should be a carefully planned campaign against the so-called social diseases, that is to say against those diseases which affect masses of people and are brought about by social causes. Three diseases, above all, come within this category. First, tuberculosis, which is dependent upon bad working conditions. Secondly, venereal disease, whose present wide diffusion is mainly the outcome of the war. Thirdly, alcoholism. This partly arises from brutalization, depression, and sordid surroundings, and it is partly due to parasitic degeneration. These diseases do not merely concern the adults who suffer from them, they exercise a disastrous influence upon the offspring. Humanity is gravely endangered by these influences, and above all because today their evil effects are exceptionally great owing to the prevalent condition of exhaustion. Thirdly and lastly, it is of the utmost importance that the whole population should be able to secure gratuitous medical advice and treatment. Our main difficulty at present is due to the absolute lack of drugs. This dearth is not so much the result of the disorganization of production in Russia as the result of the blockade. The humane Allies hope to crush us, not only by cutting us off from access to raw materials and fuel, not only by the bony hand of hunger, but also by epidemic disease. This brings us back to our general struggle with world imperialism.